Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Collar Nation radio show. I'm on a roll here, folks. When I tell you things are going to get heated and tempers are going to be fair, yeah, you know I'm telling the truth. Last night's show was explosive. We talked about the Espers Fest. We learned a whole lot last night. I learned a whole lot by listening to some of the people that call in. And this is what leads me to this show tonight. Everything like when I do a show, right? And I sit back and I think about certain things, and that really draws me to my next show or show down the road. I think about this. Like I said, I thought about this topic for a while, and this is one of my series of Strange Fruits. And then I put it together and I said the Ghetto Tree. Like we have a ghetto tree that grew in the middle of Black America, and it produced strange fruits. And tonight we're going to talk about that ghetto tree that we allowed to. We weren't watering it. The white man was watering it, shining sunlight on it, giving nutrients and everything like that. We're going to do a lot of parallels and metaphors tonight. The ghetto tree was basically planted in the middle of Black America by stupid Negroes and the white man to basically create strange fruits. And these are strange fruits we deal with every day in Black America. The ghetto antics of certain Black people and everything. These are the strange fruits. Now, when you got a topic like the ghetto tree and the strange fruits, the Sunday night sermon, it's going down tonight. It's going to be a knockdown, drag out. Passions are going to be raised, tempers are going to flare, and all kinds of feelings are going to be hurt and whatnot. And people will get into the feelings. But that being said, we are going to have a good show tonight. What's up, Frenchie? We're going to have a good show tonight because this is Reverend Collar and his Sunday night sermon. Can the church say amen? Amen. So as Reverend Collar gets ready to give you his sermon and whatnot, from the Lord, we're going to talk about this. So what I need you to do, folks, do is like, share, subscribe, do the right thing. You want to do it. It's the right thing. So stop what you're doing and like, share, and subscribe. As soon as you turn on the show, man, hit that like button, smash that like button. The algorithm is growing. I'm looking at now. I think since we hit 1,000, I think we got another 100 people within no, Frenchie. I know you're not a savage. You're welcome at my house anytime. You're welcome at my house. I'll let you play with my cats and dogs. How about that? I trust you. You're not a savage. You're not a savage. But and like I said, tonight we're going to talk about Black American savages to make you feel better. I said savagery is a global Black problem. So we're going to talk about savagery in Black America. Like I said, I'm an equal opportunity. You got to understand, I'm equal opportunity. I ain't going to sit here, FBA and whatever, FBA all day. Get the fuck out of here, Negroes in America are the worst, they're the worst. Why? Because you actually know better. You actually know better. And you choose to act like a savage. And then, like I said, we're going to talk about what this is, right? We have a ghetto tree that's been planted in Black America, right? And who planted the tree? The white man, And what he did was he waters the tree. He gave it nutrients and sunlight, Yeah, everybody gets it on his channel. I mean, no, if you come over here thinking this is a safe place for you, this is the wrong place to do that. Your feelings will get hurt on this channel. I'm serious. That's the only way I could deliver it because I'll be like, oh yeah, I shouldn't. Yeah, no, I should have said that. But bottom line is you got to understand. Don't take if I'm not talking about you personally, and it doesn't apply to you. There's an old saying: if it don't apply, let it fly. Some people be exactly what I'm talking about, right? That's why they get in their feelings. I can always tell people when I hit a nerve. People are like, oh, Colin, that's messed up to say. But I'm talking about you, like me. I listen to stuff. I could listen to Afro Dumbass, right, all day and whatnot. It don't matter to me because he ain't talking about me personally, so he can't be talking about me because I'm none of this stupid stuff. I'm not on his level. He's not on my level, as I should say. So I don't care what people say about when the people talk about Black America. Look, Black America lazy, Black America, but that doesn't describe me, my family, because we're so fucking accomplished in advance. So yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. This imaginary Black American, and there's a lot of Black Americans who are lazy, who are all those things. We're gonna talk about that tonight. The Ghetto Tree and its strange fruits, right in the middle of Black America, I should say. Black America is this safe, beautiful place. I'm serious. Beautiful people, beautiful heritage or culture. But we have a ghetto tree that's been planted in our community, and they're bearing fruit, strange fruit, deadly fruit that is getting people sick, you know, and they're infecting the mind and the culture of the rest of us. And it's to the point where the fruit, strange fruit, is spreading a ghetto dysfunctional disease. You understand where I'm going with this, folks? You understand why they call me the collagenesis? You understand why sometimes they call me Collar Thanos? Why they call me the Collar Rumble? Why they call me Reverend Collar? What's up, Dark Beagle? Why I am what I am, what I say, you know? Because look, I have a job to do. This is my job, bringing hope to my people. And like I said, look, this platform is really spreading. It's a small platform, but I'll tell you right now, been a total of people who listen to the show 6,000 hours. You know what that translates to? 6,000 hours, right? There is 60 minutes in an hour. You calculate that by uh, 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 let me see, 60 hours, right? Calculate that by how many hours? 60 hours of programming. Well, it's show listens. That means people watch the show. The show, the time's on the air when people listening. 600 hours. No, what was it? 60 hours. Okay. You calculate that by 60 minutes, and you got 360,000 minutes of people listen to the show. That means for 360,000 minutes, someone had this show in their ear, you know? And so that means the message of this show is going out there. It's reaching people, you know? What video of Migo whipping that white man? What was that? I need to know about that. So we're going to talk about that tonight, and we talk about the strange fruits. Who are the strange fruits? Who are the strange fruits, right? And what gets me is, folks, with strange fruits, a lot of the strange, so like we got a lot of weird people. Yeah, I know. So, which we call Dark Migo's a soldier. That's why I like him. You know, bottom line is this. That's what I want. I want people. I like dudes that defend themselves. I don't want no punks in my organization or anything I'm associated with. That's good, Dark Migo. I'm proud of you. You whip that ass. You know, whoop that ass. Whoop that ass. So it is a. So it is what it is. It is what it is, folks. So, like I said, we're talking about strange fruits tonight. Who are our strange fruits? I believe the FBA right now are current strange fruit. Very strange. That's not organic or something wholesome. These are strange fruits. These are bitter harvest. There's an old saying: "Bitter soil produces a bitter harvest." And the ghetto tree was planted by the white man on bitter soil in our community, and he planted his ghetto tree, and it spawned out. It bore strange fruits. the problem you see in Black America, right? The people we say, where do these weirdos come from? You see people out there. I mean, I seen a video of this lady, a bigger lady, right? I don't know if she's African American or African, right? In the Bay Area, took her shit right there on camera in the store. I guess they wouldn't let her use the bathroom or something like that. So she pulled her dress up, copped the squat, and took a dump right there on camera. I got the video if y'all want to see it. I'm like, it's just too much. Like I said, strange fruits, right? You got people talking about, man, if I don't get my damn EBT card, blah, blah, blah. How the hell did a group of people went from eating friggin' remember navy beans with neck bones and stuff like that, with cornbread and whatnot. When I was that was a favorite food of ours when I was a kid. We having neck bones and what you call sometimes you put chicken in it, whatever like that, but it was like saucy and gravy. And then you have cornbread with it, right? That was a good meal. I had no idea that came out of slavery and poverty. We didn't know. All I know, that shit was good, man. I used to freaking love navy beans. Your mother would let it cook all day. She'd have a pot and put the beans in there, and it would take like at least 10 hours to cook, right? When it was done, it was all saucy and gravy, and then make the what you call it? Yeah, I'm an elder, bro. I grew up on that shit, and then you have the cornbread, you have some nice jiffy cornbread. Oh my God, that was a meal. Now I'm hungry, man. Where do I go to get that anymore? When you go to a soul food restaurant, they don't serve stuff like that, They just think, oh, that's beneath us and whatnot. Now, nah, man, that was the days, man. Navy beans, black eyed peas, all shit like that. That was our culture, And cornbread is the best, Love myself. You gotta have it. You gotta make it right though. White people make it. It's all bland and whatnot and tasteless, whatnot. That stuff they make is ugh. You gotta make some black people cornbread. We make the best cornbread over here. But yeah, so we, like I said, the strange fruits. How do we go from that to friggin' yeah? How do we go from soul food restaurant? Now the soul food restaurants are not mom and pop stores. Now you got people going to culinary schools and mastering the science of cooking and stuff like that. Uh, uh, yeah, black eyed peas, pies, sweet potato, definitely ours. That's ours. That's ours. White people had pumpkin pie. We had sweet potato pie. Um, I did this one lady that opened a soul food restaurant in Hampton. I probably won't be able to see her. Matter of fact, I might have depending on what day I get back from Liberia. I think I got to drive back from DC, and when I'm driving back to DC, I got to go through Hampton. I might wait till then. She has a soul food place that has crab soup. It's on TikTok, right? It's called Tiffany's. Look it up. Tiffany's soul food, right? Oh my friggin' God. Oh my friggin' God. That crab meat looks friggin' delicious, soul food. Man. So, and then she has a thing, her own box with the takeout thing on. You can buy a takeout and stuff like that. She has her own logos on. When I said soul food restaurants aren't some greasy, dirty kitchen no more. Why not? Now you got people doing catering and some of everything. Soul food restaurants have stepped up. We got one soul food restaurant, several of them at Virginia Beach. The best one is this place called Black Eyed Peas. Oh my God, that food is good. Yeah. There's some real changes in soul food nowadays. Now people are going to school and basically like, man, we're not buying the friggin' no, let me say this wrong. The Caribbean and African bullshit that something wrong with soul food, our food, that we got like all Jamaican and African food. We got our own food, and we're starting to appreciate our own cuisine, That's what we were talking about last night when it was like the jambalaya versus jollof rice shit. It's like at a time where Black Americans starting to appreciate their own culture and things that they have. When you got people come over here, Joe, yeah, look, it doesn't mean that we don't like Higgins Baruti. Black eyed peas came from Africa. Black eyed peas came from Africa. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, sure did, Broody. Sure did. Everything got to come from Africa. We can't have anything for ourselves or whatnot. We can't bask in the fact that black eyed peas meant something. Black eyed peas, we was eat that during slavery times and whatnot. But everything come from Africa except for Africans to come over here and rescue us and deliver us from slavery. That never happened. That never happened. We're still sitting waiting for some African government to come over here and rescue us. That's never happened. Yeah, we can't have nothing, man. We can't have nothing to ourselves, man. I say I like some jazz music. Collar, man. Jazz had its roots in the fucking West African boobalaga, blah blah music group. When I don't know, when you do jazz, we gotta snagga laga it up and whatnot. Yeah, man. So jazz is technically African, color, blah 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 blah. It's like we can't have nothing. It ain't saying we don't appreciate Africa, we don't love Africa. I love Africa, right? But goddamn, man, my experience, my culture was shaped by my experience in America. So we're gonna go through it tonight, folks. We got a lot to talk about, But we're talking about this ghetto culture tonight, which I think is the most dangerous thing threatening Black America. Because the ghetto culture has they have African roots, right? But the thing is, it's been transformed by a new experience here in America. Almost everything that we do has some African roots, But that doesn't mean that it's technically African. Just like Black America, we're from Africa, but we're not Africans. We're not Africans. We don't have the African experience. We are African American. That's a story. That's a history. What part of that don't people want to respect? Where people like Baruti want to erase our identity. Bruce says, I'm surprised your lack of knowledge. I do know it, but I just don't agree with it. So it is what it is, folks. We gotta have something for ourselves to distinguish us from other people. You got to have that. Just like when I meet Africans, they have their own culture, their own way of doing things, their own folklores and stuff like that. We have our own folklores here in America, our own folklores and our own thing. I did a show last year called African American Folklore. Remember that show? I think I was during Black History Month a year ago. I said African American Folklore. That was one of my best shows when when did I do that show? No, I did that show when Sinners came out. That was actually last May I did that show. African Americans Folklore, Yeah, that show was great, That show was great. And people don't understand. I do these shows because people can look back at them and treasure them. That show was definitely amazing. We a lot of discussion, a lot of education and stuff like that, People didn't know that we have folklores and stuff like that, in Black America. They think, oh, Black America have no culture. We were doing nothing for 400 years, our culture and all the stuff like that. Yeah, we have mysticisms and fables, storytelling, folklores, and myths and all the stuff like that. That's in Black America. Most was rooted in Africa, but it was sort of corrupted in America. Another term I want to introduce to the nation is when I say a corruption of something. In other words, African American culture is a corruption, a European corruption of African culture. And before you start saying, "See, I know like that," but I've been studying this for years. Do you know a lot of West African cultures are corruption too? The culture of Timbuktu, the culture of a lot of cities in like the Dahomey Kingdom was a corruption of African culture by the French and all these other Europeans. That was the homie. That was a corruption culture, right? Because it disrupt the thing like this. I'm not saying you're a liar, bro. I'm saying Black Eyed Peas. Yeah, I know it originated in Africa, right? But I'm saying the significance of Black Eyed Peas would have died had it not been for us, growing this plant, using it as a staple food and whatnot while I was on these plantations and whatnot. Because Black Eyed Peas didn't survive in the Caribbean. It didn't survive. It survived in Black America. That's significant. But when I say a corruption, you know, yeah, I know about the Freedmen's Bank. It was started and we never got a dime out of it. Everything, like I said, they promised a lot. Freedmen's Bank, Ku Klux Klan put it into that shit. But when I say a corruption, that means that don't mean it's or not authentic, right? Like Black American, African American culture is a corruption. That means that it's not pure. It's creolized, you know? Just like a lot of cultures in West Africa are creolized, you know? You may have some people in Lagos, right? Lagos culture is not purely Yoruba. It's a corruption. You got British culture there. You have Portuguese culture there. You have Brazilian culture there. You have Igbo culture there. So the culture becomes a corruption of the original form. That's no different, than any other part of world where cities are built and you got urbanization and cosmopolitan culture. There's going to be a corruption or disruption in the order of things. That's going to happen. So that's what I tell Baruti. You cannot just say, whoa, let's create this culture and just follow it. No. As soon as you interact with other people, the culture will be corrupted. For example, Liberian culture is a corruption of indigenous people from Liberia fused with the strong influence of Black people from America, the Caribbean, other parts of Africa. So Liberian culture is not a pure culture. It's a corruption, you know? Like I said, I got a million things to tell you folks. Where else are you going to learn this stuff like that? Where else are you going to learn about most cultures are corrupted? Don't mean it's bad. It just means that it's different, you know? For example, I'm quite sure the culture of Tokyo is much different than the culture of Japan in the rural sides of Japan or the small villages and towns in Japan. The whole culture of Hong Kong is much different than the culture of rural and Beijing, China. Because Hong Kong is an international city, has international influence. So the Chinese culture is much different there. Understand? So you got the culture Chinatown in New York may be different from the Chinatown in San Francisco. Your environment has a lot to do with how your culture turns out. And no group of people can say, man, I want to preserve my culture. The only way you can preserve your culture if you go off on a damn island with a bunch of people like you and you start inbreeding with each other and you don't have no kind. Yeah, your culture will stay the same. But these days and times, even with before it was socialization that corrupted cultures. Now you got social media. You got people watching things like, for example, people will say and complaining that a lot of culture in Africa has been corrupted by Nollywood. What corrupted means it's disrupted. People say, oh, people are talking Nollywood slang and lingo, and people act like they're in Nollywood. It's been a corruption. So I just want to tell people before they start judging Black America, oh, your culture ain't pure African. No, neither is most African cultures. There's always been a corruption in culture. You know, so we're gonna get into that tonight, folks. We got a good show tonight. When you got topics like the Ghetto Tree, what up, Philly Yard brother? With Ghetto Tree and its Strange Fruits. Yeah, the corruption of Black America. The worst corruption is the introduction of ghetto negative culture and the corruption of Black American culture with ghetto culture, which is artificially created. You know, it's not really Black America. Even the FBA, I don't believe that's organically from Black America. That's not that sprung out. That was somebody planted that there. You know, and usually when things like FBA happens, it's temporary and just emotional and stuff like that. It's not sustaining. The tree of iniquity and the ghetto tree and the tree of strange fruits will eventually die. But although the tree will die and it'll stop bearing fruits, if the fruit is eaten, it will poison the people who ate that fruit. Right now, Black America has eaten so much of the friggin' negative ghetto culture. Look at our women, you know, acting ratchet and stuff like that. Where did this come from? The ghetto tree and its strange fruits. We ate the tree of iniquity, of wickedness, of foolishness. And now we're dealing with the results. People asked me last night, Kala, how do we solve this problem in Black life? You cannot. If white America, what they do is plant trees of knowledge and nourishment and everything throughout their civilization in America, right? And he simultaneously planted death and destruction. For example, let me give a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Do you guys remember in '99 when you had the Columbine shooting? You guys remember that? How many people remember the Columbine shooting in 1999? And they got Marilyn Manson, stuff like that, you know, talking about suicide, mass shootings, all this kind of crazy shit. Remember that? Well, white people said, you know something? This culture is a threat to our youth, so it's a threat to our civilization. So, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. So, we're going to plant the tree of youth and wholesomeness and stuff like that, right? We're going to nurture this tree with money and metaphorically with media promotion and stuff like that. And we're going to have things like Nickelodeon, the Disney Channel, and in a place like Orlando, Florida, they built these studios, right, to kickstart this new culture revolution among youth. They came up with groups like the Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, Christina Aguilera, Justin Timberlake, right, and the Jonas Brothers. They put that out there as the tree that they were planting, and the people start eating this tree of the boy band culture, this wholesome boy band culture, and stuff like that. Britney Spears and all stuff like this, you know. So therefore, people stop consuming the fruits of people like Marilyn Manson and all these other people, Anthrax, all these other death metal and crazy stuff like that. At the same time, just right before that, right, they saw hip hop was creating trees of knowledge among Black people, consciousness, right? So they went and planted the tree of the ghetto in the middle of the hip hop nation. They start monetizing it, nurturing it, monetization, platforming rappers that was saying all kinds of vile, destructive stuff towards our women and destroying our community. Now this ghetto tree of iniquity and to the point where it has completely destroyed Black America. So don't blame Africans for buying essence. The strange fruit that was bore a couple of decades ago that we did ghettoized our women. And like I tell you, you cannot that culture is not ghetto culture is not transformative. You can't pass it down, and it can't do anything but just infect other people and then die. It's a disease. This is why, although you had a lot of sisters out there doing their thing, or not, you cannot have a culture, right, based on negativity. You cannot have a culture based on I don't need no man. You can't have a culture based on I gotta explore my options swirling. You can't have a culture of black people, black women doing their own thing and whatnot. It's okay to be a single mother and with 5 kids and whatnot, raising by yourself, whatnot. I saw this one video. So there's one video where it's going around TikTok where women are like, "I'm just ready to give my sons up. I can't deal with this no more." And it's one lady said, got up and said, "Look, I told my daughter, you got to get up for school." She goes, her daughter told her, "You need to get up and get out of my face." And she said she's scared of her daughter, you know. And so I'm saying, she goes, "What are we gonna do?" She goes, "I got sons. I can't control them. They're out there and whatnot, you know. They steal from me. They go out there and commit crimes, everything like that." That's because they bought the ghetto tree fruit of single motherhood. I could do it all by myself. Do you understand why they call me the college genesis? You understand why I do shows every night? Why I think it's important that my message gets out there? So they ate the fruit of single motherhood and black female. I'm an independent woman, and the results of that is this complete destruction of the black family. The ghetto tree and its strange fruits. Yes, this is a culture critic. I call me the culture critic. Well, tonight you can call me Reverend Collar because this is my Sunday night sermon. Y'all gonna make me preach the word tonight, bro. And I'll tell you what, man. I should have been a preacher. They always said I should have been a preacher. They said, that my father. Okay, I said you should be a preacher. You got everything it takes. I want to be a preacher, but I want to preach the right sort of message. This is my me being a preacher. This is what I can preach. I can preach the gospel of black nationalism. I wish I could preach the word of God. But till we have a nation, maybe one day when we have our own nation and whatnot, our own civilization, I could become a preacher. Reverend and or my own pastor of my own church or whatever like that. But till then, this is my fight. This is my destiny. So it is what it is, folks. Rico says Russian man shows African women know better. Yeah, there's some things in Africa that are really messed up, but that has to do with poverty and stuff like that. Why are black women in America, who don't need to do that, So it is what it is. Tonight we're dealing with our people, forget about Africa, right now. We're dealing with our people, Black America, because if Black America falls, the entire race will freaking go down. You can forget Africa. You can forget everything for the next 1,000 years. They know that. We have always been the vanguards of culture, and we're failing the black race. The ghetto tree, you know, yeah, the ghetto tree of iniquity, right? That we've eaten it, right? Look at our community right now. We have no political agenda, none. We're not even significant in the political space anymore. People is like, Black America, the disrespect we have. Look at this Haitian lady came up and talk about Black Americans are dirty. The people could come out in their full chest and talk shit about it. I see this one video where this little Latina girl asked, there's another thing, they go around, what's your least favorite race? And they always say black people. There's always black people that they always show that we're the most hated, the most undesirable, and all stuff like that. It is what it is. But when we get unified, we're together, we don't care about that. Because when you become a black nationalist, man, that's just going to bother you. Because we're like, well, we don't believe in race mixing anyway. We believe race mixing is a sin. We think race mixing is a sin. and we encourage people to mix with to stay with their own race. Huh? I thought you guys were trying to all mix with us. No, those that's a ghetto culture. That's Black American ghetto culture. Look, I got a black Barbie. And I had many of them in my life, baby player. Slim girls, not like you. You know, you know. I do like well, I look, but I do like my bigger sisters like yourself. I give them a lot of respect. I love my bigger sisters too. People think Colin don't like big women. Colin, me, I love all my big sisters, man. You know. But Rudy saying Colin as a culture could delve the seven culture and myth, Paul ethos, particular position we use so-called Africa. Why is it so-called African Americans, man? There's no so-called. That's what we are, bro. We're not allowed, according to Baruti, we're not allowed to have an identity. We gotta wait for Baruti to give us our identity. Okay, Baruti, what's our new name, Baruti? And I'll get you the Mary Shy test. See if Mary Shy likes it. Baruti, what do you think Black Americans should call themselves? Come on, Baruti, tell us. What do you think the new name should be? No answer from Baruti. I'm like, hey, look, what should we call ourselves, man? I mean, geez, we call ourselves African American, man. Jeez. So I don't know. I don't know anymore. So, like I said, I got my two sisters in the chat, Frenchie and Mari Shy, man. I don't want to hear nothing about Kala hates women. I always get this stuff, man. One time people saying Kala hates the young. Kala hates the youth. Now, I got Mari Shy, Maris, Frenchie, and I got a young brother named Dark Migo. So this idea that Kala hates women, Kala hates young, Kala hates the youth, all these things, man. Everybody got what Kala hates, man. Jeez, you know, you know. Now I'm not obsessed with entertainment, but I know for a fact that you FBAs, you guys are a bunch of clowns. You guys are nothing but entertainment. Or grifters. Yeah, somebody said I hate the youth, man. Like that said, the last group of BAO people we split. See, Kyle hates the youth. I said no, but I want a bunch of dumb niggas getting up there who haven't really. One dude was like 23 years old. This is years ago, right? Nigga was a virgin. He up there like he gonna. We should sit down and discuss this. Man, nigga, sit your just came into the movement ass down. Whatnot. You gonna sit down with me as an equal and discuss. So get the hell out of here. What you wrote? No, it was actually Mari Shai. That was absolutely right. Some women will lay down with anything. Look, tell it like it is, Mari Shai. Don't be afraid. We tell it like it is on this platform. People's feelings be damned. But like I said, right now, it doesn't surprise me the ADOS FBA movement, right? Because the Ghetto Tree and its Strange Fruits. We had the gangbanger, the fruit. We had the ghetto ratchet chick. We had the single mother, strong independent woman. You know, we had women out there saying sex work is real work. All these strange fruits and whatnot that we've been eating. And now we have ADOS FBA. FBA all day, FBA all day. Brody, that's not an answer. I said, what in your infinite wisdom, you've been studying this a long time. What name should Black Americans name themselves? Don't give me. I'm asking. I'm telling you. All right, bro. It's a homework assignment for you. Find a name, right, and then we'll put it to a vote. We'll put it to a vote. Should we call ourselves this? Should we call ourselves the children of the boom shaka laka laka laka? And stuff like that. Should our language become the shnaga laga laga linguistic? I don't get it. What should we call ourselves? I'm looking for answers, man. Rudy ain't give me no damn answers. He keeps saying we should name ourselves. Okay, go ahead now. I can't come up with nothing. I don't know everything. I know something, but I don't know a whole lot, but I know a few things. But names and renaming people, that's not my thing. I can't do it. So if you could rename us, Broody, you got some suggestions, throw it in the pot. That's how we do it over here in Call Nation. If it catches, we'll say with a Bangana, boom, blah, 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 and people, with a boom, blah, 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 boom, chakalaka, boom, blah, people. And we'll go from there, man. I mean, it's that easy, man. Just tell us what we should call ourselves, man, and we'll see if it's a catchy name or whatever. I don't know a whole lot, but I know something. I know a few things in life. I can assure you that. I'm not a complete idiot. But yeah, so folks, we have a good show for you tonight. I'm enjoying this monologue uninterrupted. So when I listen to the show, looking back at the show, right? I'm like, look, man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I like having guests on, makes the show go. But I'm getting too many people that's come up here and wasting time with nonsense. People say your piece, but I don't want the show developing into a bunch of nonsense like wars in the Sahel and Fulani this, the tribal bullshit. This is a black nationalist platform, right? We're talking about unity and black nationalism. Yeah, a lot of people like Afro American, right? Afro American, right? Some people may have a problem calling themselves African American, which I don't. But an Afro American sounds good because we're just like you're Afro Cuban, Afro Colombian, Afro American. That means your origins in Africa. You're from the transatlantic slave trade. Your ancestors came to America from Africa. You're not indigenous to America. The Afro is indigenous to the black African race, the sub-Saharan African race. That's saying Afro American is saying you're a person from the sub-Saharan African region. That describes us. So, like I said, that's what people like. Most people like African American or Afro American. That's what most people like. Uh, narrative discuss identity via African names. Uh, I like Afro American too. Afram. Yeah, we used to call ourselves back in the days. We used to say Afram. I tell you what, I'll never forget this as long as I live. I'm trying to think of what year this was. This was around, I was working a job, right? And I went to this one guy's house, man, black guy, nice neighborhood, Middle Plantation. And no, Plantation Lakes. No, what was it called? Indian River Plantation. That's where Missy Elliott got a mansion. Missy Elliott got a mansion in Virginia Beach, at what you call it, at Indian River Plantation. Anyway, I went to this guy's house. Right, I forgot what job I was doing. I think I might have had auto parts. I don't know what it was. And the guy opened the door, and he had a shirt on, right? And this is when I had went into the streets. I had lost my consciousness and everything like that. I was a thug. I was in the streets. I was doing all kinds of shit, right? But then he opened the door and he had this shirt on. Looked like it was a little worn a few years. And it said Afram on it, right? and on the bottom it had pictures of Emoja and African Fest and whatnot. And I just sat there looking at him. He said, what's your problem? You know, so he said, I don't know. I just went through a trance. I never forget that. I went through a trance, and this tremendous guilt came over me, right? Looking at that shirt, that Afram shirt for this guy. And then, right then and there, I made up my mind. I have to get back into this movement. I have to find my way back. But I didn't, this was before the internet and stuff like that, right? And then a few years later, like 5 years later, right? I bought a new computer. And I heard about this thing called blogs and stuff like that, right? So I got on online. I learned about blogs and how to message people and stuff like that, chat rooms and threads and stuff like that. And then I started searching for black nationalists. You know, I found a few of them, you know. My good brother, African Warlord X, and a few other people who were like the only black nationalists at the time. This was 2005, you know. And so therefore, my quest, I said, I'm going to rebuild the colonization because I had the colonization back in the 90s, right? It was a little study group with a bunch of us young guys or whatnot, just talking Pan-African stuff, black national stuff and everything, Kwanzaa, whatever like that. It was just young guys talking, you know, whatever. We had some 5%ers with us and whatnot, you know. But we were basically real conscious, but I lost my consciousness, right? And everybody fell off. They went in the streets, started getting into street shit, whatever like that, you know. A lot of drug bros went into drugs, whatever like that. You know, we were chasing women and all shit like that. But that dude, I saw that dude's shirt. It just freaking, something just clicked in me. You know, it took that, right? I was like, I want to get back to those days. I looked at that shirt. I was like, man, I remember them days, man. I was so happy. I remember the happiest I ever been was the time period was the late 80s, early 90s was the most beautiful time period in Black America. It was. And then in 95, that's when I noticed a change, right? The culture, look, folks, we got a good show tonight because I'm going to lay it on to you tonight. I'm going to tell it like it is. You know, I'm going to piss a lot of fucking people off, but I don't give a damn. I saw them plant the ghetto tree, that wicked ghetto tree right in the middle of our culture, right? While we were talking 5% stuff, the black man, black woman, the woman's our earth, our wisdom, and all stuff like that, 5% ideology, somebody came up and planted the tree of, we start hearing songs on the radio calling women bees and hoes, and not my brother in Cali is not my brother no more right now. Now he's a California nigga, you know. Oh, he's a Jersey nigga. Oh, he's a VA nigga. So we were doing the tree of brotherhood and family and black nationalist politics, right? Somebody else was nurturing the tree of drugs and division and foolishness. And they had the money. They were basically platforming it. We looked up, man, all the conscious rappers like Grave Diggers, 12 O'Clock, and all these people, just J. Rue the Damager, all these people, Brand Nubians, all these people disappeared. On the radio and everything, television, where people talking about Cristal, talking about their Bentleys, their Rollses, their Rolex watches, and all this materialism shit. Do you understand why I do what I do? You understand why I'm angry? You understand that I watch my people die? I watch it. I'm still to this day want to see my people delivered. And I'm seeing all I hear is people in my comment section calling my show, making jokes and acting fucking stupid. When why I'm angry all the time. When I love my people. I know we're better than this. You know? But I know there's people, there's forces out there that want to see us destroyed for some reason. What is it about Black America that everybody hates? Every group of people on this earth fucking hates Black America. The white man made the Asians hate us. They made the Latinos hate us. Now you got people from the diaspora, other black people hate us. You think that's any accident? No, those are seeds that were planted. This is why they call me the College Genesis. This is why I'm the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. This is why sometimes they call me Collar Thanos. This is why tonight I'm Reverend Collar. Dude, man, I can't look, dude. I cannot listen to these people. Molana Karenga, Asar Imhotep, he's a clown. I knew him all the time. Asar, he's a clown. He's a Wikipedia clown. Everything like that. These people are absolutely useless. I studied these people. I had communication with these people over the years. They're absolutely useless to me. They know nothing about the problems and the challenges Black America is facing. Black America needs its own free soil to plant a new reality, a new tree of brotherhood, the trees of faith, the trees of unity, the trees of love, and all stuff like that. We cannot exist in a society, in a world where our enemies plant trees in the middle of our harvest. As long as we're in America, the white man's always going to plant his trees that he creates of wickedness, his ghetto trees, his bitter harvest, because we're living on bitter soil. That's what all these scholars don't seem to fucking understand. They think that changing people's names changes some identity. If you don't change people's reality, you can change all the name and all that all you want. Going around, back in the days, I used to have dudes that had all kinds of intricate names. My name is Bomb Chakalaka, blah 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 blah. My name is I'm from the sun, moon, and stars, blah blah blah. It don't mean a damn thing. Because their circumstances and their situation never changed. That's what Baruti don't seem to understand. Long as people's situations, circumstances don't change, none of that stuff is going to matter. So all it is a bunch of people sitting around dissing each other about, it's like the politics of powerlessness. A bunch of powerless men sitting around trying to do the 1-2 step with each other, and the black people just go on because they're like, at least that Ghetto Tree offers them a good time. At least that Ghetto Tree gets them some street credit, some respect in the streets. The tree you're planting, Baruti, does not bear fruit. I hate to break it to you. Yeah. I heard Marco Rubio's speech, basically saying, something, we look at Africa, we look at the world, what we lost and whatnot, and the world we letting fall down because what we conquered, we let slip behind. Yeah, they want to take Africa back. They want to destroy Black America and they want to take Africa back. But how do you defend against this? ADOS FBA ain't got no idea, because the bottom line is all the ADOS FBA went. Look, did you know what the strangest fruit ever created was? After 400 years of degradation and oppression, you got the strange fruit of I love the white man, I love America, and the strange fruit of I gotta get the nearer I got to thee, the closer I am to the white man, the better. That's your ADOS FBA. So it is what it is, folks. I'm not, gonna mince words anymore. I can't mince words anymore. I just gotta tell it like it is. Yeah, these guys are basically going there, and that's just not Mark Rubio. That's Trump saying that. They want the glory days of European domination of the world and stuff like that. And the bottom line is this: when I hear from Lewis and this other guy, St. James, when that the discourse is just really, really hurtful. Got Africans that hate each other so much that they will kill each other if they was in the same room. How the hell are you gonna stand up against the fucking white man? I don't know. I don't get it. I really don't. You know. Yep. They plan on taking. So it's gonna be interesting how this plays out in the Sahel. Because the bottom line is they think the white man is gonna walk away. They're gonna bluff the white man, and he's gonna walk away from everything he put into conquering and colonizing Africa. You sadly mistaken. Yeah, the bottom line, France ain't going nowhere. France is going through a little hiccup right now, but sooner or later they're gonna regain everything they lost. That's how it works. I would say billions, bro, of francs. They take billions of dollars out of Africa every year. For the privilege of Africans being able to have access to their visas, their universities, and all this kind of stupid shit. I don't get it anymore. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Somebody come up here and tell me how this makes any fucking sense. But Kyle, these African countries still welcoming America. Yeah, of course. Of course. The bottom line is that's why I said I'm not buying this nonsense where people talk about, oh, Ghana, Ghana's a fucking coon country. All you see is white Americans there doing this business. Man, it's a joke. Fucking joke. Joke because the black nationalist man that goes to Africa don't have no backing. He has no strength. You got to build the black race in the West have to build their own infrastructure. It's time for us black people in the West, 200 million black people in the West, to have a land and a territory and a military of our own and our own currency. We need an Afghanistan. That's the only answer. I don't want to hear nothing else. Nothing else will work. We need our own base. Yeah, the Ghanaians are not serious about no Pan Africa. It's a joke. I think of Bomani, man. But the shit Bomani went through in that country, he lost thousands and thousands of dollars fucking with Ghana. I said, why? Because the bottom line didn't dawn on me. These people were never serious to begin with. Because he actually went over there and took money, tried to invest in different things and everything like that, and nothing worked. They openly stole from him and ruined a lot of shit. He got to work at his age, to pay shit back and whatnot. There's no government trying to help him out with funding and stuff like that. He's completely on his own. Maybe that shit. When you got black people, oh, God is a pan. Why? Because you got Statue of Kwame Nkrumah. That's all it takes. Statue of Kwame Nkrumah, something dedicated to W.E.B. Du Bois. That's all it takes, man. That's all it takes. The Black Star Monument. Oh man, remember the Black Star Line? But that's all it takes. And you got people thinking that's just a fucking Pan African country. Come on, folks. Now they're inviting French troops for yeah, I know. You know, French troops basically know is they're gonna be able to threaten Burkina Faso, to the north, and Niger and all these other countries and whatnot. French are trying to be there in the region. It is what it is, man. What Africans are so weak, man. What can you do? There's a study going around. I don't know if I played a video or not. I should play a video or not because I get bored with playing these videos. France is not broke, bro. France is not broke. France still controls most of the logistics in West Africa. When you see in Francophone Africa, most of the infrastructure you see that's built, whether it's telecommunications, data, and all that, is basically French people or French affiliate. Not necessarily France, but any part of the French Union. That means Canadians, Canadians. What other country? Vietnam. Let me see. What other countries that was part of France? Whatever part of France and the French Empire got access to anything that was in the French Empire. Yeah, but Nana Adu snitch at the white. I couldn't believe what I was saying. This nigga Anthony Blinken, like, who the hell's Ibram Traore? He's gonna tell, yeah, but actually, I guess he wanted a few dollars for saying, okay, just give me a few dollars and I'll let y'all come. They were already inviting Western people over there, but Nana Adu. Yeah, Algeria fought a bloody war with France. Same thing in Angola. Angola's a free country. Why? Because they got their freedom in blood. It wasn't given to them. It was taken in blood. Same thing with Mozambique. You know, those are black nationalist countries. Mozambique and Angola. I love Angola. I love Mozambique. I'm glad that my ancestors came from Angola because I got a claim to that land. And if all goes right, next year I will be in Angola. We will plant our flag of the Afghanistan. We got to know something. I want to know: should we basically change the new Black Nationalist flag? Should we just keep the original red, black, and green, or should we modify it? So, people in the chat room, tell me what you think. Because we will next year we will plant our flag in territory and claim it, whether they want to take it back or not. But we will make that claim. This is our land. This is our territory. That is coming next year, folks. So I just need to know: should we just have a red, black, and green regular? Should we modify it, put a crescent star on it, or leave it the way it is? Red, black, and green flag. We should have a 100-foot pole sticking out of the ground. You know. So what I am saying, you have to make us look weak. Modify it. You should think we should modify it. All right. All right. People say we modify it. We got 2 votes for modify it. I guess people want to move on because it's going to be uniquely for Black America. So we got to make it. We got to come up with. We have to come up with a flag by next year. You know. We got to come up. We got to definitely come up with a flag that we all agree on. We have to come up with a flag, a unifying flag for the Black nationalist movement, and that flag is going to be flying over African territory, several African territories. I guarantee you. It's going to be flying everywhere, and that's how we make our claims. That's what we're moving towards. No more talk. We're doing this. People ask me, "Oh, what's the next step?" First step is claiming territory. That's the first step. Can't do that and shut the hell up. We don't give a damn about no borders, no nothing. The borders were drawn up without our consent. And forgot there's millions of people over here who need space. So we are going to redraw the borders of Africa. We're going to have carve out territories for ourselves. Whatnot. That is basically a done deal. Man, shut up with that Kiswahili. No, the reason why we don't do Kiswahili is because Kiswahili will bring people from Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. We don't want them. They're not us, Rudy. Nice try. If we did have a language, it's going to be a West African language. We're not going to do no Kiswahili because we don't want a lot of these people coming over there from East Africa. We're not. We don't want them. We don't really like East Africans and whatever like that. We're West Africans. It is what it is, folks. But the Ghetto Tree and the Strange Fruits, you know, I think I broke it down to them, Have a black for us, red for our blood, and green for the land and the trees. Yeah. 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 But I just think, should it be modified? Should we put something on it? Should we, like, I don't know. We should modify it, so it uniquely symbolizes our new movement. I'll tell you one thing, it ain't gonna be no damn Sulon flag. It ain't gonna be no FBA flag. All that whack ass corny shit. So with that being said, let's get the chat room open. You know. Yeah, well, like I said, let people go out there, and I need hundreds of people making their own version of it. So see which one catches, and we all agree on it. Yeah, well, what you call it? The thing is about the thing about Liberia is this is the problem with Liberia, DK. And to be honest with you, right? When the native people, the American Liberians had power, right? They always said, "Oh man, they got absolute power." Blah blah blah. We should do this, whatnot. Then once the native man gets power, right? He wants to say, "Oh, nobody else can have any sort of defense or any sort of voting block or anything like that, or any identity outside the national thing." Or that suddenly everybody is a Liberian, and they should see the existing government as them, and they should only let the existing government friggin' handle all security and force. That's what the native Liberians think like that. They're such fucking hypocrites. The Fulanis have every right to fucking protect themselves because all the rhetoric you hear, because they know Liberians, like I know them, right? Liberians will attack you. Liberians are very peaceful, but you got enough of them people, right? That if some of them will attack you, right? And the rest of people will sit back and do nothing. Really, that's what the problem is, right? Majority of Liberian people are good people, but they do not know how to stand up to evil. The people who orchestrated that coup were among the evil people in Liberia. Evil. The people instigated the rice riots. Same thing, evil people, right? Now the same thing that stuff that they said. See, right now you got a guy named Prophet Key who's locked up, right? Because he cursed a powerful judge. And they said, no, 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 he cursed the judge and whatnot. So they're going down the road of locking people up for freedom of speech, right? But these are the same people when Tolbert was in power, right? They'll make an inflammatory statement, instigate a riot. He tried to stop them. Oh no! And they stood on the same people who stood on freedom of speech to instigate the rice riots and a coup are now the same ones talking about we got to stop freedom of speech. So it's only freedom of speech when it's them trying to seek power. These are Elvis people. But they want power. That's what I said. When you listen to anything an African says, everything 90% of what comes out of an African's mouth is bullshit. Really. 90% of what comes out of a continental African's mouth is bullshit. That's the first thing you learn. Now, okay, how do we deal with Africa? Well, we learn that 90% of what you're going to hear from an African is bullshit, right? That's the attitude you got to have when negotiating with Africans. They're all full of shit, you know? They don't keep their word. They don't mean shit, whatever like that, and they're only out for themselves. Yeah, like I said, if we're going to be in Liberia in any significant numbers, yeah, we do have to have our own security force, militia, something like that. That's the only way it'll work. Yeah, I meant 90% of things that come out of a fucking African and Caribbean mouth is bullshit. You know, some of them say some good stuff, man, but the shit I've been hearing lately, man, just fucking full of shit. They're online talking about us all the fucking time. All the time, talking about Black American this, Black American lies. You know, lies. Every African was a victim of prejudice from Black America. I didn't even go to school with Africans. Yo, look, bro. What the hell's Angola have to do with freaking a coastal language called Kiswahili that was originally introduced by Arab traders? Swahili is a fucking is an Arabic based language. The hell I want to do with Kiswahili? It's fine if you want to speak it, but what the hell, don't tell me I got to go to Africa and speak some language so these people, these Swahili type people, could dominate me and whatever like that. Language is powerful. Whoever masters a language dominates. So let's go over there and be dominated by a bunch of and colonized by a bunch of fucking Swahili ex-slave traders and shit. We're supposed to be colonized by the language linguistically colonized by the descendants of the likes of Tipu Tib, the number one slave trader on the African coast. He was a Swahili slave trader. That's what Mr. Baruti wants. Yeah, come Black America, let us colonize. People love that. Our great people being colonized by some fucking savages through language or whatever, like in culture. The hell out of here. Now I know what's best for my people. I'm going to protect my people. Yeah, who gives them Kiswahili? Those, yeah, they were cucked by Indians. They were Indian black people where they're fucking what do they call where they take your testicles eunuchs. The fucking Swahili made the black people in their eunuchs and whatnot. Cucks and eunuchs. You know, like hell, I hate we look like that, man. Come on. But this is what we're talking about tonight, folks. And look, the Strange Fruits is not just the ghetto people. It's also a lot about freaking scholarship. It's so ghetto focused and ghetto centric, right? I said to last night, I think the reparations movement is a ghetto movement. Because like I was telling Hustle Smart earlier, I noticed there's a couple of people I noticed that they always talk of reparations, right? There's a couple of types of people. One are the people that grew up on this government system. They lived hand to mouth from government cheese, government milk, everything like that, food stamps, Section 8, and all stuff like that. So they really do see the white man and his government as a provider. Getting them cash money every month or whatnot, or even when they basically hunt your baby daddy down for child support. You were sitting on your ass all day and somebody's handing you a check. And now you're on TikTok talking about reparations, but like that. And then you got the other type, right? They go to school. They getting grants. They getting loans that they never, student loans they're never gonna pay back. That's another thing. More black women owe so much money in student loan that they don't want. They don't think they should have to pay back. Or they got government programs. All those women that got fired. These are people that got entitled jobs or whatnot. You probably wasn't qualified for it. Didn't need a bureaucracy. The black people feed off the bureaucracy. That's what drove DC into the ground. You got all these black people that created jobs for themselves and whatnot, you know. And DC was a freaking mess for generations under Marion Barry. Every time I look around, there was a youth program and all shit like that. So those are people that basically that believe that the system could provide for them. Then you got another type of black person, right? Like me. I never got anything from this fucking government. Not one thing. No welfare, no Section 8, no nothing. At family reunions, you had my father, my uncle, my grandfather, whatever like that. They were men that brought home the bacon and provide. That's how I knew we were. Men supposed to provide, be breadwinners. Not the state. I knew that if my father did not work or he was out of work, we did not eat. And also, I don't remember the government bailing us out, giving us anything. That's why it's hard for me to believe that this government is capable of giving everybody a fucking handout of millions of dollars just because they think it's right, you know? You know, look, Kiswahili is a mixture coming from Arab slave traders and enslaving people on the coast. That mixture of language of Arab traders and local African language. It's not a pure African language. You know, that's just the truth. Those like we studied this, Baruti. We studied this. The only people that language benefits is people in Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. Right? Outside of that, you know, we don't speak that shit. I think Baruti, see, everybody's obsessed with Black America because they don't love themselves, right? Baruti would love his own Ugandan people or Kenyan people, where the hell he's from. He would be worrying about trying to change us in there. Everybody wants to make us in their image. It's like, man, go to your country and learn to love your Ugandan women. Learn to love your Ugandan culture. You know, love the Kenyan culture. Stop trying to fucking be us, man. You know, stop trying to be Black America. You know, it's not working for you. You know, you're not going to change us, bro. But it is what it is. These are these other strange fruits. You know, strange fruits. I paid back my student loan spike didn't work in my field study. That's good for you. You know, but there's a lot of people out there I hear. I ain't paying back no loan. The government owe me money, blah, blah, blah. You sat there, you got people out there, you know, like Stacey Abrams, right? I don't know if she paid up, but she was like $250,000 in debt when she ran for governor. She ain't trying to friggin' she's getting in public office because she wants to get a payday. You know, all these people are, you know, you have no idea what these people are going through. You know, we got hundreds of thousands. Well, if you're traveling and taking out loans to travel here, that adds up. You know, that adds up. I know a lot of people that's still paying their loans back, well, student loans back. You know, like they gotta pay that shit back before they make a dime. Yeah, when you get a job making $80,000 a year, guess what? 10,000 that thing is going back to pay that loan. Simple as that. Yeah, Joe Biden promised them, oh man, we're gonna give relief from student loan debt. Whatever happened with that, folks? Everybody thought they were gonna get their student loan forgiven under Biden. Whatever happened to that? Didn't work out, did it? Didn't quite work out like that, did it? So yeah, the Ottomans were notorious for castrating Negroes. All these Muslim countries that's what they did. They castrated the black man. They was slave, whatever. Or the rest of them that were so-called slave were made eunuchs or not because they didn't want you breeding with their women. So yeah, folks. So we got a good show tonight, folks. Links in the chat room. Anyone want to call in and chime in on this topic? The Ghetto Tree and its strange fruits. Blood on the leaves, blood on the roots. Billie Holly did a song. Let me see if I can find the words to this song. Let's see. Strange fruit. What the hell? Oh, Mr. Beast has been made a development chief. Oh, wow. In Ghana. Can you believe this shit? Can you believe this? Now, Mr. Beast is now it's like, look, black people, man, we're a joke. The white man that came into your space, the most sacred space, which is the Black Nationalist Pan African space. Now he's walking around in his nice outfit, man. He's like, oh my God, man, this is just. I got to share this, folks. I got to share this, folks. We got to share a lot of stuff, man. When nobody's calling in, this is the time I'm going to play videos and show pictures. Now, I know Mr. Beast. I know Mr. Beast is doing some wonderful work in Africa. I get that. But can the people do work without making a mockery? I always thought, man, so I don't know. It's like there's nothing to say. That's why people tell me, Kala, man, get your dashiki on, man. Get your dashiki on. Man, I can't. I look up. I see anybody. Like I said, when I say African countries, African culture is not really that deep. I really mean it. It's not really that deep. It's not all that. It ain't nothing that we got. Now, if you want to learn some stuff, hey, it's fine. But you got people like Baruti thinks that that's our salvation. This is our salvation right here. You know, Look at this. I guess Mr. Beast is a full-fledged Ghanaian now. He's a full-fledged Ghanaian now. Look at him out there. So that's a nice outfit he got on though. I give him that. So it is what it is, folks. I said, I just don't understand anymore. What does all this mean anymore? It's like this is why a lot of people just don't respect Africa like we did like a decade ago, whatever. Anybody white, anybody coming there, with a few that spend a little change. Africa's for sale. It's for sale. It's like it's just really a sad situation, man. I don't get it. We thought we were gonna have some refuge in Africa, and yeah, we're down Black Tower, blah blah blah, in Ghana. What does Dr. Campbell say about this? As a matter of fact, that was like the same outfit Dr. Campbell wears. And now he's up there with Mr. Beast and everything like that. I mean, he got installed as a development chief. He's a chief in Ghana, a white man. Look, you can't make this shit up, folks. You just cannot do it. You know. I try to, I try to give steer people in the right direction. I try to give you hope and everything, but I don't know. Maybe it's just hopeless. It just it's a hopeless situation, man. I don't get it no more. A white man is development chief in Ghana. This is a Ghana everybody tell me I got to go back to. Well, this is a black power country, Kala. Kwame Nkrumah, Black Star Line, W.E.B. Du Bois. And so it is what it is. I don't know. It just gets tiring after a while, man. What did the hell I waste 30 years of my life for? Really. I wasted 30 years of my life talking about this black nationalist Pan African shit, just to see something like this. 30 years of my life, man. And this is how it turns out. This is the thanks we get. Man, we're going to build Africa and whatnot, black power. Down with Whitey, blah, 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 up with Africa. It takes a million of people, nation of millions to hold us back. All this kind of bullshit. I realize now, man, most of you Negroes are full of shit, Because a lot of you Negroes are the strange fruit I talk about, The strange fruit of a Pan-Africanist or a black nationalist who loves America, I had a guy here a couple weeks ago that was I guess he was one of these Republic of New Africa types. When I was like, yeah, well, we should build a nation. We should have it on our own soil outside of America. And he went, well, this whole, well, we're Americans, Colin. We put a lot of it. Nigga, if you're American like you say you are, just begin, put on Lee Greenwood and say, I'm proud to be an American. At least I know it. Just go ahead and join MAGA. Shit, and be done with it. Don't come up here and tell me you're a black nationalist and shit, Yeah, so South Africa. We're not South African, Baruti, We're not South Africans, Like I said, we're here in Black America. We're not, look, I don't know what Baruti talk about. So I'm not worried about Baruti because that shit is not going nowhere. If you can't convince somebody like me, the average black person, you can forget it. I don't want to speak your dirty, stupid language. If I was going there, what's wrong with fucking Zulu? They got a Kiss Swahili. How many people in South Africa speak? South Africa have a written language. They got Xhosa, they got Zulu, they got Nebli, whatever they got, Swana. The hell they would need another language for? South Africa is. I know South Africa. Let Losi get up here and tell us like it is. Ain't nobody speaking no damn Kiswahili in South Africa, I'm on South African media all the time. All I see is them speaking in English and Afrikaans and maybe Zulu, English and Afrikaans and Zulu are the only languages I hear. South Africa is a thoroughly integrated society, black, white, whatever, Indians, whatever. It's not a black nationalist country. The Afrikaners are a key part of the country. They're not going to speak no Kiswahili, so it's useless. They're the ones who control the economy, everything. The whites who speak Afrikaans and English control everything, so you got to learn their languages. But Fruity Baruti will never understand that. So there's Mr. Beast, man. I don't know. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Let's play some more videos, folks. Somebody sent me a video with Chahore. I don't know what the whole thing is, but something about Black America I don't know the whole details. All right, let's see what this brother has to say.
When he found out the real situation that was on the ground. For those that this is about, this is a comment responding to Vladimir Putin opening the doors to all scientists. Russia now wants to start bringing in anyone and anyone who's
So FBA people say FBA forced Chahori. So in other words, this is proof that the FBA is a tool of Trump, MAGA, and white supremacy. It says FBA blacks forced Troy to cancel. This is bullshit. It's like we're getting tired of these fucking FBA people. I don't think they forced them to do anything, but the fact that they're trying to, oh, we forced Chahori to do something, whatnot, with the Russians and whatnot. Like I said, the FBA nothing but MAGA.
who's got expertise. They want to build up their military, their tech, everything. So Russian president said they're creating an agency that will help facilitate people moving to Russia who have special expertise that they're looking for. And this comment says Burkina Faso definitely going. And 2 years ago, Burkina Faso started it. I can't remember what it was called. Damn it. But Burkina Faso started a program to bring back Black and African people. They had the list of all the careers they were looking for. They were looking for farmers, they were looking for nurses, doctors, they were looking for electrical engineers. They posted. But what Burkina Faso found out is the Black people who were signing up to go to Burkina Faso were not just regular Black people. These were FBA people working for the United States of America. So they had to cancel it. They found out literally, Burkina Faso intelligence found out the number of Black people who were attempting to move to Burkina Faso, the number of them who worked for the US government, who were there as working for the CIA. Like literally, too many Black people from America were trying to go to Burkina Faso to destroy it for America. That's why Ibrahim Traore canceled that shit. FBA rhetoric is, as I told, that shit is more dangerous than you guys could possibly imagine. But nobody wants to talk about it because, but yeah, Burkina Faso did it. Had to cancel it when he found out majority of the Black people that will go in there not to help Africa succeed, but they will go in there to help America. And I say those are all FBA niggas. Burkina Faso did it, but Traore had to cancel it when he found out the real situation.
Oh, now let's talk about that. You got FBA people. No, no, he's telling the truth, Elvis. He's telling the truth, right? You got FBA people and people like Elvis and whatnot who go and try to work for the thing. No, those are FBA types trying to get in there. The real African Americans, right, don't even go to Burkina Faso yet. Those people, who knows? Even Cuddy could be a fucking CIA for all we know. And they go over there with the thing of trying to sabotage and spy on Africa, right? That's what I say. You don't trust any. If I don't give you your stamp of approval, anything like that, if I don't like this, don't trust the person. You got a lot of race traders out there. No, but if there's FBA that want to go and sabotage, like Nakmeezy talking about, I want to go to Liberia. You think like Nakmeezy likes Liberia? No, but he would go there and fucking try to sabotage shit. Whatever. I know these type of people. They'll take look the number of people like the K and Kells. Okay, you guys in the chat room sitting there arguing with me, right? Remember the K and Kel show? They simply went over to Ghana after the year return to try to badmouth Ghana and do all that stuff like that to discourage people from going to. Same thing with O'Shea Duke Jackson. He's not there because he loves Africa. He's doing everything he can to disparage and discourage the movement. And then what happens is the government is paying people like O'Shea Duke Jackson, the K and Kel squad, whatever like that. And you got other people that go into Africa causing trouble and mischief and whatnot to which we'll call. I can't find knows what I'm talking about. You got race traders posing as They flooded Dr. Arikana's ADDI movement. They're going over there to cause trouble. And Ibram Troy rightfully, oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord, man. I thought I was gonna have a coon-free night, but here we go. El Coon, how's it going? Elvis, go ahead, bro. Oh, anyway, well, Elvis is probably at work. He wants to he didn't clock out yet. His boss is making him mop the floor and everything like that. He's probably mopping the floor right now, and he said, "Yeah, let me." He called in too early, So when he puts his mop bucket up or not, El Coon will be on. Anyway, okay, here comes El Coon. He doesn't probably must be on his company phone right now.
I don't know what happened. My phone just glitched out on me. I had to
Yeah,
reconnect.
that's CIA phone, man. Thing in there, you freaking race trader.
Holla, man, you smarter than that, man. You think FBA's
Oh yeah,
got money
yeah.
to pay to go to
These
Burkina
people,
Faso to try to fuck shit up?
these people will do anything. They want to, look, Burkina Faso. If they're saying they want all these black people to come, that's a geopolitical move. The FBA movement is to stop that. They want us to be defined by America. If the FBA's could ban all flights to Africa, if they could ban black people from America for going, I can't wait. I'll be in Liberia in a little over a week, right? And I'm gonna put as much material as I can, showing myself chilling and willing and having God's will. I'll be there, And the bottom line is that not a damn thing they can do about it, right? The number of African Americans, right, good, bad, or indifferent, that are going to the continent is not going to stop. No matter what will stop. And then also, like I said, this is why it's important that the people, Chahori and all these other people, work with people like me that could screen people. We could, if look, the bottom line is this. This is what the BAIO want to be about. Gathering the people, vetting them, and sending them to the African continent. Now you got
Well,
anybody's uncle going
Kyle,
over.
you got to give me a little evidence that FBA was organizing to go there and sabotage anything.
No, what I'm saying is this: the black people who want to go there, and they basically they want to. Well, this is why I put it like this: the United States government basically have been using Pan Africans for a long time. People don't know that. They were using Pan Africanists against Kwame Nkrumah in America. They used Pan Africanists against Patrice Lumumba, whatnot. So there's a lot of black people who go to Africa, Mandela, whatever like that. They go over to Africa and they are spewing the white man's politics. Very few black people go to Africa and they basically saying, fuck America, whatever like that. So they go over there. They usually come as business people, advisors, and stuff like that. But the bottom line is they're not there they're there to spy, basically, right? And America knows how to use, like in Liberia, perfect example. America knows how to use things like the Peace Corps and stuff like that to soft serve and deceive people. The people know the Peace Corps is an arm of the CIA. A lot of stuff times people don't even know that. They're going over there and they're getting information and stuff like that. And there's like right here in Virginia, right? In Quantico and the CIA and stuff like that. They got rooms. You ever see, there's a movie I would like to show you that exists back in the days, right? There's a movie called, you ever see the movie The Box?
Uh,
It's a movie I
I
suggest.
heard I've seen Bird Box. I don't know if you mean
No, the
Bird
movie
Box.
The Box with Cameron Diaz.
Okay.
It's
What's that movie with Brad Pitt?
no, not Brad Pitt. It's
I think
Cameron
that's
Diaz called The
seven.
Box. It came out in 2009. I went on a date with this girl. See, I loved it. I saw it in the movie theater.
Okay.
Anyway, it was about aliens, stuff like that. Cover up U.S. cover up aliens. But in one part, there was in this building. I'm sure it was a CIA building or something like that, right? But it showed this one floor the guy was walking on in this messianic scene, really this like messianic scene, and he was like, what does he want from us?" Right? Whatever. Anyway, there were all these people sitting behind desks. And then I heard about this. They say, CIA got whole rooms of thousands of people studying every culture in every corner of the world. They know everything that's going on in every last single country. They know everything, They know every remote village. They know what's going on and whatnot.
Yeah,
And
Carla, that's not a secret. You got a CIA database where you can find things out about the countries
but they
and
have
its
people
people.
actively study that stuff or not. So therefore, what makes you think that there might not be people like Ibn Troy? This is pretty new. I don't think they infiltrate the Burkina Faso. They usually get a lot of this information from firsthand on the ground, and they feed it back to a data center. What they call it's called intelligence. You know, you
Right,
know.
there's nothing wrong with that.
Look. So I'm saying like this: if you're a Pan Africanist or a Black nationalist, why the hell are you helping the United States government in any capacity?
But FBAs are not Pan Africanists.
No, what I'm saying is this though. That's the problem I have, right? I know there's FBAs right now who want to pose as Pan Africans to infiltrate Africa. I know that for a fact,
Okay. I
And
mean, you know where I stand on these things, right? But my point is,
what I say is this. What I say is this, right? If the people who are over there, because I ask these people how you got so many people in Ghana? Where do they get the money to live over there? The flights and stuff like that. They're eating. Who funds all that stuff? And I know for a fact that the matter is, I consider any Black person is doing that, whether they call themselves FBA or not FBA, because that's the FBA's end goal to always be a tool of white supremacy.
would you be offended if somebody said that you're a CIA agent going to
No,
Liberia
because
to gather information?
the bottom line is this: I know for a fact that the matter is, my end game is not going to help America. So how can I be a CIA agent?
No, but I'm just saying somebody who doesn't know you and just want to cast aspersions on your
They
name.
could, look, they could do all they want. People do it all the time. I
Right.
welcome it, right? But when you add up all the facts, right? You add up all the facts, right? When it says, look at Rico's mad at me. I'm on to something, man. I am on to something, man. I know I pissed people off today.
No,
Look,
it wasn't even you, Kyle. It was the guy in that pink shirt that was talking. What he was saying was a bunch of bullshit, and that's why I called him out on it. But you're saying like if he's right,
I'm
and I'm
not
saying
saying,
he's
look,
definitely not right.
I'm not saying that you got Tariq Nasheed followers doing it, right? But I say that any Black person who basically have malicious intent towards Africa and trying to go over there to spy and whatnot, I call them FBA, because their allegiance is with America first, Anybody that got an allegiance with America first is FBA to me, Most African Americans go into the continent are potential assets. Are potential. What assets are they, bro? Let's say Elvis Caden Collar proved and Pan African rootly used to undermine African infrastructure. Look, the bottom line. Also, I'll tell you a story, right? Do you know that rumble in the jungle, that big fight when that was a CIA ops? Really don't know that because
Say that again. Say that again, Kyle.
the rumble in the jungle, right, was originally supposed to be in Liberia, you know, but the stadium now knows SK wasn't ready in time, and so for the fight, started in 73, it was not ready in time, so they Mobutu put up $10 million, right? You know what that did? That built his international profile because at one time he was hated. You're only talking 10 years out from, a little over 10 years out from but the murder of Patrice Lumumba. So everybody on the African continent hated him. Black America, we hated him, Mobutu, right?
But Black Americans went there and
Well, hold
supported
on, I know that.
Mobutu Sese Seko after he killed Lumumba.
Well, hold up. That's the problem. You got a lot of Black Americans go over there, like Louis Armstrong went there, and these people go over there with the America Africa Institute, where they always bring African Americans over there because white people have always used us in Africa to do as a front, So when the Ali Foreman fight, They said that's going to be the biggest fight of the century. Maroon said, if I do this one night, and they like, and they all think, oh, it's great. His image in the eyes of the world had changed overnight by that fight, because that gave him an international profile that he did not have before. And so some people say Don King was working for the CIA because why did he choose that country? There was several other countries. Nigeria could have hosted it, but he went there because the CIA had a lot of vested interest in the Congo. But
Yeah,
that
Mobutu was a CIA agent. He was a CIA asset.
oh,
Mobutu.
he was a CIA protege because this is what they do. They basically profile you, right? They know, okay, we got a guy, ambitious young general, lieutenant, whatever like that. Same they did with the Samuel Doe, Keopah and all these other people, Charles Taylor. They know who you are, you know. They know you got ambitions. They listen to you speak. They listen to your things. They drink beer with you. They feed all that back and say, these are people we're going to recruit, you know. Same thing did with Mobutu, right? They knew he had some resentment. He had ambition and stuff like that. So they used him to kill Patrice Lumumba. You know, it's called picking somebody out of the court. They did the same with Idi Amin. Idi Amin, they knew he was braggadocio. They knew he was power hungry and whatnot. He was ambitious and everything. So they said, "Oh, we know that you fought for us with the King's African rifles and whatnot. You were a good soldier." Blah 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 blah. You know something? Milton Obote is having all these problems and whatnot. Okay. And next thing you know, the CIA and the British intelligence engineered a coup that brought Idi Amin to power. But the problem was they made a mistake because he turned on them. That's the only reason why you know about Idi Amin is because he turned on them. He used them to get power, but he was not interested in serving them. When he had no idea, he had no. That's when they turned back on him. Colin Peru, U.S. Pan African routinely used. Yeah, they always use Pan Africans, right? A lot of the Pan African movements you see in Africa, the Sullivan Group and all those other, they're all by not just the CIA, but U.S. corporations and interests and everything like that. Yeah, the bottom line is this,
The thing about it, Colin. Yeah, it's one of the things. I mean, it's not always the case, but it's some of the biggest case. So, say somebody is a Black Panther. He's genuinely a Black Panther, right? And he gets in trouble for maybe, you know, a gun charge or a drug charge, and now they can use him instead of going to jail for that drug charge or that gun charge.
they always
Now
do.
he becomes an informant, so he doesn't have to go to jail. So usually they don't start off as spies or agents, right? But once they get caught up into something, then they can flip them and use them as a somebody to infiltrate,
That's
the
exactly what they do.
organization.
That's exactly what they do. And so, yeah, a lot of people in this movement, like I said, the only way it's going to stop that is you have to have that one Black nationalist Pan African state as a base, which where diplomatic channels are carried. Every time you got anybody with a YouTube channel going to Africa, that's a problem. I don't believe O'Shea D. Jackson means Africa well. You know, I mean, he says a lot of stuff. He does a lot of stuff like that. He just destructive in his rhetoric and stuff like that. I don't think he means Africa well. I might kind of
The question, Kala, is does African countries have the capacity to spot these would-be spies and counter that?
well, like I said, when you have African countries that don't do a good job in its own media profile and its image and stuff like that, and I think they do have it, but how do you do that without basically? I think in many ways Africans got to let this Pan African thing go. I really do. I think Africans got to let, at least from the West. And I'm not saying that to because I want to disrupt, but right now, I don't think Africans know how to discern who's real and who's just there talking mess
Yeah.
and spying.
Obama is saying something here that is a big thing, but you might want to be
And
careful too,
Kala's a
Kala.
dangerous person. Now he target out people who are CIA operatives. What the hell is that?
No, he says Kala is a dangerous person Now he tries to target African Americans as people who are CIA
I'm
operators
not saying
to
all
undercut
African
Africa.
Americans. I'm saying there's a lot of people who go to the continent I don't know about. I don't know
But
about the.
just putting that in the ecosystem, Colin, makes people maybe not to trust
Well, I think
genuine African Americans who goes there to do
people need
business.
to be on their P's and Q's because I'm seeing a lot of fucking race traders saying a lot of race trader stuff on the fucking continent.
But what do you think that does with somebody like you or Diners or other people who are genuine people that love the continent?
Well,
Will people be skeptical of them when they
well,
go on the
yeah. Well, I
continent?
think Africans have a right to be skeptical. Because you can't tell me when I look at how strong the Europeans are on the African continent that something's not quite right. How do they know so much? How do they know so much about Chahori? How do you know about stuff? What's going on in Sahel and stuff like that? Let's.
Well, they're the
It ain't
Central
us. It's
Intelligence Agency.
Africans. Africans tell them it ain't us.
Yeah, they have the way, they have the means and ways to gather information, Colin. They are sophisticated enough to be able to do that.
I'm not saying all black people in America. I'm just saying the fact that when I hear stuff like this, like if Chahori said that he wanted all these people to come over there, right? I remember that he said he wanted all these. It was ADDI said we're gonna get all these.
Which is a stupid thing, especially if you're in a high security, situation. You don't invite a lot of people into your country
So
if you
so
don't have the
some people,
capacity to properly vet.
some people in the FBA movement was saying uh, that the FBA movement stopped that, stopped that thing, and now you got Russians, or whatever, saying they're going to come and do what the so-called Traore was trying to do with black people in America by bringing skilled people over.
Uh, all of these countries spy on each other. Even Britain is spy on the U.S. The U.S. spy on Israel. Israel, the same thing. So even your friends will spy on you. They want to get as much information about you as possible, just in case you become the enemy tomorrow.
And
They
I'm
want to
not,
make
and I'm
sure.
not saying that to put anybody in harm's way, Rico. I'm just saying the fact that when you got people like Kay and Kells who went to Africa, and okay, like this, you know who I'm really suspicious of? I'm suspicious of people who go to Africa and got YouTube channels and they put everything out there, right? I know I'm in Africa. You never see me doing lives, whatever like that, or showing people or whatever. I never do that. So I'll put out people's business and stuff like that when I go to continent. I put out my personal stuff and that's it. I never talk about a bunch of stuff that shouldn't be talked about. But like you got the K and Kells up there disparaging Ghana,
Who's
the
K and
whole
Kels?
some I don't know some. It was a few
Shane,
years.
K K
because
Squad.
No, she was there was a husband and wife team.
Yeah,
Some
those are my friends actually. Real
K and
life.
Kells,
K and K Squad. They're
whatever.
no longer together, but yeah, the heavy set
Yeah, but she
black
was out
American
there. She
female.
was out there. Just I don't know. I don't know. I think that was embarrassing. She was out there. Oh, we ain't got no snacks. Kind of this. Kind of stuff like that. Okay, you
I
keep that
mean,
to yourself. You know.
look, she was just it was a culture shock for her when she first went out there, but she kept going. She married some Ghanaian. She left her husband.
And then
Ended
she
up
had an
leaving the
incident in
Ghanaian dude.
Tanzania. She had an incident. It was like she got a fight or something like that.
Yeah,
Somebody got really hurt in Tanzania. That came
some dude tried to run up in her, or some dude was in her Airbnb or something like that.
something like
But
that. But
look, Africa, we got to keep it 100 about what Africa is. It's messed up. If you're coming, if you have a Western standard of living, of security, of infrastructure, you go to Africa, you're going to have a rude wake up call if you go, especially if you go to Black Africa or
no,
anywhere run by Black people
but
in
I have
Africa.
a problem with that, right? What I do have a problem with is that when it goes into disrespect, you don't have to disrespect Africa though.
okay, not easy. I just went on there. Shit is funny. She got married 9 months ago, and 3 months ago she said, "I'm divorcing my husband." So this will be her
But she got
second
married
divorce.
again 9 months ago.
She got married to the African dude, right? Because I seen a
Yeah, but
video.
that was like 2 years ago, brother.
Well, that was 2 years ago. She just posted and said that she's the marriage ceremony. That's what she posted
Nah,
like 9 months ago. So I don't know if
he
it's the same dude or another guy.
if he's a dark skinned dude, it's not the same. Well, no, this guy was brown skin. He was like a brown skin Ghanaian dude.
No, this is a darker
Actually,
skinned dude.
oh, so then this might be another guy. Look, man, I ain't gonna say nothing about her. You know what I'm saying? Because they looked out for me. They got some of my merchandise to my people out there, so they cool. But she just had a huge culture shock. That's what it is. And that's why I think people with YouTubes need to go out there so that they can save other people from the pitfalls of not preparing properly to go to the continent. If you go there with your heart on your sleeve and you expect African bongos at the airport and brother, 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 you're gonna have a rude awakening.
Oh yeah,
Her first African husband, he was their tour guide. So he was scheming on her while she was with her black American husband. Yeah. Her husband is actually the homie, not really her.
Wow. I
Yeah.
mean,
outlaw
face your own.
pro agent. He spouts black national, but excludes white civilization. Whatever, whatever. No, I like civilization, Broody. It's unfortunate that you got to attribute civilization with being white. I grew up in a black civilized household. Go ahead, Icon Fire.
You
Oh
feel me?
God.
Yeah, go
Soon
ahead.
as
People
me come up,
respecting.
then you want come follow me.
Okay, now topic. I want to get on topic, right? Topic is I said the ghetto tree and the strange fruits. And I broke it
Mhm.
down the first hour. Really, really nice, I believe. That, the ghetto tree was planted in the middle of Black America on some bitter soil, right? And the strange fruits, Billie Holiday's Strange Fruits. She wrote a song called Southern Trees Bear Strange Fruits. She was talking about her people, the way our people act, being oppressed in a society, America.
And she was talking about the hangings.
Yeah, I thought it was
Thank you, Icon
the
Fire.
strange fruit
It
being
was
black
about
men hanging
lynching.
from trees.
Also,
It
it's
was
It was
about
also
lynching.
lynching.
for you. It was also used for the strange things she sees.
No, no, no. It
The
was
black man
Listen,
is the strange
Carla.
fruit, Carter, that's hanging from a
All
tree
right.
that don't belong on a tree.
I seen that, but I'm
Okay,
saying,
I'm the one supposed to. I'm the one supposed to talk.
go ahead.
But Carla, you don't be throwing off things like that. You feel
yeah.
me? It's black people hanging on trees down south. That's what she wasn't talking about. Nothing else. Okay.
Okay, now hold up. But everybody else after her, right? When we say strange fruits, we're also talking about the society we live in. Strange fruits.
No,
No,
Like
no.
no.
that was
Yeah, nah, Carter, that doesn't jive.
it does this way.
Tyler's making up his own definitions now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
don't
okay.
don't
I
don't
mean,
be changing stuff like that, Carla. Don't be
Tyler,
doing that.
let's listen to our
You
Irish
do
brother.
make up something else for
Don't
that. For
start with
that,
him,
but
Doc.
All
strange
right.
fruits, strange foods is, bro. What you called me a while ago?
My brother.
Hey, not Measy. You
You're
want
my
me to be
brethren.
bros or no?
Yeah,
You
we're
why you
brothers.
always try to start shit, man?
Brother, chill
Anyway,
out, man.
yeah, I'm good. We good. We good.
All right.
But I'm not no goddamn. I don't have no white in me, dude. You hear me?
Virgin,
Anyway,
you was on Kaizo's stream and you had your DNA ancestry and your great grandfather was Irish. Let's just continue,
I
brother.
don't. I've never done a DNA test.
It might be somebody else
Anyway,
now.
Okay.
yeah, he mistaken. But FBAs are the ones they gonna use for to well one of the main ones they gonna use on Africa because the white people can speak to them and can send them places. So they are the easiest ones to use. You feel me?
When you say FBAs, you mean Black Americans?
Yeah. I mean, no white man can come and hide in Africa, and be under no disguise in Africa. It's the black ones can do that.
No, we
So
can't.
that's why they are. That's a problem. Yes,
Let me
they
let me
can.
respond
Like,
to
what
that,
you mean?
Icon. I disagree
Hmm.
because Africa, they will, or many Africans, I don't want to say all of them, will actually ignore Black people and embrace white people. So you sending a Black American who has no political power to Africa to try to get something popping makes no sense because white people
No, no,
are
no.
seen
Don't
as
look
a
at it
power
that
structure.
way.
Brother, let me finish though. Let me finish, and I'll give you an example. Um, then they're gonna look. They might as well go with the white man because that's what Africans are normal used to dealing with. Now, I have a buddy who's trying to work. He's actually a mulatto or whatever, right? But him and a real black man went to Tanzania to try to work some deal about Tanzanite. They said that the Africans or the Tanzanians only wanted to listen to the white boys in the meeting. Like they didn't give a shit about what the black people were saying. They only want to listen to the white boys. So sending black Americans over there is useless. It's
Now
absolutely
look
useless.
at this.
Then we don't have their
Look
ear.
at this. Not easy.
Mm.
Not easy. I totally get what you're saying, and you're right. And they actually are using the Africans against the Africans immediately right now because look at the Sahel. The Sahel is killing like 99% blacks. The terrorists, they're like 98% blacks. Very few times you see a Arab in it or a white man in the dead. It's mostly black. So it's actually black Africans they using to destroy Africa. You feel me? But what I'm trying to say is when it's like the jackals and the economic hitman. So when it gets all right, when those blacks are done, they're gonna use some other blacks. You
You
feel
know,
me?
you know
I'm
the problem
telling
I
you.
have with those people who defend the AES. They barely ever mention the Islamic terrorists that's fighting the AES. You know, and fighting in those AES countries. They tie everything back to France, and I'm sure France has a role to play. But the biggest and most immediate threat is those Islamic terrorists that's fighting them and killing their citizens within their countries.
The
They don't
thing is,
mention those
But
people.
Islamic terrorist
but
is
but oh, 1 second. Dude, what's his name? Elvis. I don't understand your logic sometimes. Do the terrorists make guns?
Oh, you're
Yes.
saying
Do they
you're
have
saying
a
that
do they have a no. Stop playing, man. You think those people just pick up boards and fucking come after people? Somebody arm them. How about talk about that part?
people
Who
sell
armed them?
guns. You can go to the gun store right now and buy a gun and go commit a mass shooting.
There's
Is it the
there's
man
there's guns.
is it the
Hold
fault of the
on.
man who
Wait,
sold you the gun that you did the mass
come
shooting?
on, Elvis. There's
What are you
gunshots in the
saying? People
desert.
have responsibilities. I can't fire. If
Are
you go and buy
there
a
are
gun, the
hey,
gun seller is
are
not at
there
fault for your
gunshots?
actions.
Stop with your bully argument. You can't bully me. Are there gun shops in the desert? Answer that.
Yeah, they're
Let
armed.
me let me
They're
let me
armed.
answer that if
Okay, go ahead
Elvis
now.
can't answer it. You're trying to simplify it, brother. A lot of the weapons that are used in the Sahel and Sahel border nations come from the Sahel. These
Come from
weapons come from corrupt governments, just how in some Caribbean countries, and shout out to the Caribbean, cops who get underpaid will steal and sell each other's weapons. It's not a stretch to
you
find
can you
only.
can do
Oh, wait,
that.
hold on, brother.
Not
Wait, hold on,
easy.
brother. But listen though, it's not a stretch for
You can't do that.
underpaid
No, you can't do
military
that. That
people
don't
to
count.
put.
What
Wait,
you're
hold on,
talking
brother.
about don't
Listen, but
count.
listen. But you gotta let me finish,
You
brother.
listen.
Wait, you gotta let me finish. Let me land. All
You
right.
can't talk no
But
foolishness.
brother,
You
let
can't
me
come to
land the
with no.
plane.
You
What
can't
you're
bully
trying to do
me
is you're
with
trying to
no
stop my wisdom
foolishness.
so I can't talk
Hold
You
about
on.
what I'm
I
no,
saying.
can't let
you're
Mac
trying to
Measy finish,
bully.
Let
bro.
No,
me
Give
you're
him a
trying
chance.
to.
finish.
Let him speak.
No, you're
Let
trying to
me
big
finish.
voice me. No, you're
No,
trying
I'm
to
not trying
big
to big
voice
voice
me
you, brother. I'm trying to
with
finish
your
my
with
comment.
stupidity. No, that's
I'm trying
stupidity.
to
Carla,
finish my
you gotta
comment.
give people a chance to speak, Carla. You gotta
I gotta
control
finish
yourself.
my comment, brother.
okay.
Listen to what I'm saying. The military. There's people in the military that
Didn't
traffic
you hear
weapons.
a lot of
Oh
Wait,
boy.
but hold on, brother. And
Problematic.
that is not exclusive to African militaries. Where do you think the Haitian the gangsters get their guns? They get them from the DR. They get them from America. There's always some people in the military and the police that traffic weapons. It's not necessarily coming directly from France. It's their own people many times.
But Nagmeji, let me tell you this, right? In
Yes.
that's
Nigeria, for
foolishness.
example,
I'm talking. Don't you have no manners, Liberian boy?
No, no,
Have some manners.
Carla put you down
We
for
are
a second. That's why you
talking,
wasn't
man.
on
Let
the
me talk,
panel.
man. Stop
All right,
talking.
go
Let me
ahead,
talk,
bro.
bro.
Go ahead, man.
Where did the Haitians get their guns from? I heard the ships. I heard that ships was coming straight from the United States to Haiti, offloading guns. So don't come tell me no bullshit. Same with in
Wait.
Jamaica.
You know that they get it
Let
from
me talk and
Dominican
stop
Republic as
talking, man.
well, right?
Shut
No,
up,
not
shut up,
let
man.
him finish.
But
Not
Shut
yo,
up,
this is
man.
time. Let him
First
finish.
of all, in Jamaica in the 1980s, FBI, CIA brought a lot of guns in Jamaica. Don't be playing with us, black bro, with your
yeah,
play
we're
talk.
not talking
And
about
no,
PMP
Okay,
we
versus
okay, I
already
come
know
JFK.
fire.
you're
Let
an
me speak. Let
agent.
me speak now,
We
please.
are, hold on, man. I'm not done. We already
Yo,
know
calm
you're a
down,
goddamn
bro. Why you
agent,
so
dude.
angry?
So we not take it. Yeah, well, let me talk. Don't fucking
Go
bully me then.
smoke some weed,
And
bro.
let me bring down my voice because you all act like you all some bullies or something with your foolishness. You feel me? Because y'all
Oh
talking
boy.
foolishness. Trying to fucking what you call save your boss, your white boss,
Oh boy.
from
My wife,
accusations.
come on, now you're getting personal,
It's
brother.
all French guns. They all have French guns. They all have been armed by the French. Those terrorists. They have
But
been
Okay.
armed by the
Okay.
French.
what French
Let me
gun they
chime
have?
in, brother. Please. Let me
What
chime in.
French
Right.
gun they have? What French gun?
One second, like, let me just come in here, right?
All right, go
One
on,
of the
brother.
ways these terrorist groups get guns is by taking it from government. Like in Nigeria, for example,
Ooh.
they lose a lot of weaponry. They lose like RPGs. They lose machine guns. They lose aircraft. Land to air missile
So
kind of
that's
guns.
it.
They lose a
So
lot of
that's
these
what it
guns,
is.
and they get in the hands of these different terrorist groups
Yes.
from
So that's what
Niger
it
to
is.
Chad to
That's
Nigeria,
what it
right?
is.
And
I
second,
saw a video
hold
the
on.
other
Let
day.
me finish my
The
point.
guns were
Let him
Akala.
finish.
shine.
Let me finish my point, please. There's a guy called Victor Boot, right? He's an arms dealer. Sometimes these are not government; these are just individuals with connection, and they deal arms in Africa. He was
What color is
instrumental
he?
in selling guns to Charles Taylor in Liberia, to Fode Sanko in Sierra Leone. He was charged and put in jail for I think like 30 years, and they let him out so that they can free Brittany Griner when she got caught up in Russia. They freed him and exchanged him for Brittany Griner. So they're arms, dealers all over Africa.
Thank
Some of them are white from Europe, from America, from wherever. So it's not necessarily the government. They can get
Jeffrey
guns from arms
Epstein.
dealers. Sometimes
Jeffrey
from maybe the Middle
Epstein.
East.
You know,
you,
man. You're
Elvis.
not done yet.
Elvis. Wait,
I'm
Jeffrey
hold
done,
on.
bro. You
Epstein
want
was
to
an
fight with me? I'm
arms
not
Wait,
dealer.
fighting with you. I'm done. You
Elvis,
got
it's
the
my
floor.
turn. It's my turn.
Jeffrey, no,
Elvis,
stop it
have you
talking,
ever
man.
heard
Jeffrey Epstein
once
was
Boko
an
Haram
arms dealer.
once
No,
Boko
you all
Haram
act
fight
like you
people
all
and
Hold
they
on.
run,
y'all
I
they
can't
they
let Black Meezy speak. You got to be
yo
respectful,
bro,
bro.
Not easy
so
enough.
why they don't let me talk?
We
You
no,
just
but
let
you
you
gotta
speak, bro.
finish.
You got to go around.
I'm not gonna talk.
Shut your mouth, man.
You're right.
Oh boy.
Here we go. This is a finally
Y'all,
making
y'all, y'all, some little sympathizers and some little
no, we're not
y'all
sympathizing,
have
Wow.
brother.
sellout
But you gotta
behaviors.
listen. You gotta respect everybody's opinion, brother. So now,
Why you?
Boko Haram and other terrorist groups, when they run people down or they kill people, they take their weapons too. They've taken Nigerian army weapons because
Exactly.
sometimes Nigerian army gets overrun by Boko Haram of Fulani forest bandits. They run over military and vigilante groups. They take their weapons. There's many
Right.
ways that people can get weapons in
So
Africa,
do
and it's
you
not
really
always the
mean?
white
So
man.
do okay? Do you mean what you say? Do you mean what you say? You really mean that these people arm themselves by taking guns from the army? That's
That's
what you say?
one way that
That's
it can
one way.
happen.
No, I'm saying if that's the way, is that the way they're doing it? That's
Yeah,
how
a
they
lot of these
arm
terrorist
themselves?
groups, especially in
No.
Niger and Nigeria, in that
I'm
region, they get a
asking
lot of
you
guns
if
from these
you
weak
believe,
governments.
say yes or no. I'm asking if you believe that's the way they arm
That's one
themselves.
way.
It's
I
one of the
agree. Yes,
ways.
that's one
Yes.
way.
So what's the other way? What's the other ways?
Another way is gun, arms dealers they can get in contact with and they can drop guns off in the desert. That's another way.
Remember,
And what's the other way?
the Islamic
They could buy guns from the Middle
They make
East
guns
or
too.
Europe
Islamic
or
Republic
wherever.
too.
Yeah,
Bro. There are embargoes on a lot of African countries to not buy certain weapons. But these terrorists were able to get these weapons.
what
So
kind of
what I'm trying
weapons?
to tell you guys, stop talking, man. What I'm trying to tell you
Look, bro,
guys is
don't continue to
we are in,
disrespect us. We're having a
bro, just
conversation. Don't be too disrespectful, man.
just chill and stop interrupting me. I have some manners then. You feel me? You in a colonized place. There
Oh
are
boy.
there are white organizations that have control of your goddamn country.
Oh
So when
boy.
you see a whole bunch of arms coming in your country, you have to think who that you all be simpletons, man.
You're
Color,
simple-minded. You don't know how these
take it
things
away.
work. I come from a country where you had a dictator who was buying guns when you had an arms embargo on him. How do you think he was buying the guns?
Thank you.
He wasn't buying the guns. He was getting it from the US.
He was giving jars of blood diamonds for guns. What are you talking about?
Well, who owns who's
Oh,
blood
now who
diamonds?
owns the what?
America.
What are you going to blame the white man again?
Yeah, yeah. They
Jeez.
go.
Oh boy.
Who got the diamonds? Who got the diamonds
Brother,
now?
no disrespect, Icon Fire, but this
Those blood
conversation is
diamonds. Who
above your
got it
head.
now?
This is above your head.
Those blood diamonds. Who got it now? The diamonds haven't disappeared. Where
Look,
are they now?
let me
Who
tell you
got
this.
them?
Let me give you something, right?
The
One of the
United
ways.
States.
Listen, you don't want me to
Sorry.
interrupt
No,
you.
we
Listen
don't
for a
get blood
second, bro. I don't want to get in a fight with you tonight. One of the ways he was getting the guns, we had Al Qaeda, emissaries in Liberia, right? So these were Lebanese and sometimes Hezbollah people from Lebanon. He was giving them the jars, the mayonnaise jars of diamonds, and then they were going to Lebanon and facilitating the arms, importation into Liberia. So they put a lot of these
You know
Lebanese on sanctions. The United Nations exposed a lot of them. They were on sanction for many years in Liberia as being
Okay, I allow you
collaborators
to
with
talk.
Charles Taylor. So you don't know how these
Okay,
things work. You just have a one-track mind when it comes to it. There's a lot of
okay,
ways you
I
can
allow
do it.
you to talk. Okay,
Go
I
ahead.
allow
You
you
got
to
the floor.
talk.
You got the floor.
You
Okay,
allow?
I
Who
allow
you
you to
think you
talk.
are, bro?
Okay, wait, man. I'm saying something. Okay, Dubai is arming a lot of the terrorists. Who armed Dubai?
I don't
Who
know,
give
bro. You tell me.
who does the United States?
Okay.
And they cannot
No,
do nothing without
no,
the United States
no,
either.
no.
You feel me? Come
Well, you
on,
think
man.
that America's the only
Dubai is
gun-producing
run by
nation?
United States.
Let
Dubai
me
is
let me let me
controlled by
break down
United States.
international arms for you, brother. Let me break down international arms for you. Um, a lot of the guns in Europe, they come from Eastern Europe, right? Scorpions, CZs, all this stuff. For you to get an American Glock here, it's gonna cost 5,000. 5,000. But you can get a 9 millimeter from Serbia or the Yaks, the former Yugoslavia, the Yak countries, um, Yugoslavia, Albania, Croatia, and Serbia, and they come across the border like water. They're not only dealing in Europe though. So a lot of these countries they prefer AKs and Soviet-made and Eastern Bloc weapons. These are the weapons that get all over the place,
Um,
not necessarily
um,
American guns, because American guns are expensive. The ones who's
did
using
you know
American
that?
guns
Did you
are
know
people in
that?
the hold on, listen, people that are in close proximity. So Africa is too far, but it's closer to Europe. So the Caribbean, they have American guns, right?
Oh
Um,
Lord!
yeah, Dominicans and they use
I
AR-15s
wish
and all
you
that. You can
stop
look at that.
playing yourself. You're playing
No,
yourself.
but wait,
You're
but
playing
listen,
yourself big time.
you've never touched a gun in your life, bro. You
You're
don't know
playing
what we're
yourself
talking
big
about.
time. I'm in America. What are you talking about? You stupid.
But you're a tether in America. You can't even
That
walk
don't
into a gun
stop.
shop and buy
That don't
anything.
stop guns
You
from
can't
getting in
buy
my hand.
anything, brother.
I'm
But
a
what I'm saying
citizen.
is,
So so that can't
when
so
Yugoslavia fell,
just chill, man.
hold on, but let me educate you. When Yugoslavia fell, there was a vacuum created. So all these old soldiers had nothing to do. Some of them went to bank robbery, diamond heist. They call it Pink Panthers. Other ones went to gun trafficking. All the guns
Are you done
most of the
yet?
guns used in Sweden, most of the guns used in, I'm speaking to the chat. Most of the guns used in Sweden and beyond come from Eastern European countries where they still have a lot high level of corruption and a low cost of production. That's where a lot of these guns are coming from. Stop trying to blame America. American
Bro,
guns
it
are
just
too
came out.
expensive.
Bro, hold on, man. It just came out that Jeffrey Epstein, let me talk.
Now
It
we're
just
talking
came
about
out
Epstein.
that Jeffrey Epstein was an arms dealer in Africa. You
Stop
doubt
getting
that?
your news from TikTok, bro.
You doubt that? It just came
That's
out that
not
Jeffrey
what it
Epstein.
says. That's not what it says. It says he helped facilitate the sale of arms to these countries. He himself wasn't selling the
Okay.
arms. He was facilitating it with the
Okay.
United States and other
Oh,
European countries.
okay. Okay. You're so
Yeah,
educated.
let's
What's the
get back to the
difference?
topic.
What's the
Let's get back
difference?
to the topic.
What's the
A
difference?
arm. Hold
There's
on, an
no
arms
difference.
dealer. Hold on, Victor Booth. I want you to research him. Right, he's a Ukrainian Russian. He himself had the means to get these guns, and then illegally, smuggle these guns into countries with embargoes on them. That's different than a person, having being an intermediary between two different, governments.
What
That's
about who you
different.
don't know about? They caught all of them. What about who you don't know about?
I
You
don't
know
know.
about
If I
those?
don't know about him, I don't know about him. So if you know, you can
Yeah,
let me
that
Yeah.
know.
means
So
you don't know
what
nothing
about
what's
his?
going on. That means none of
Yeah.
you know
What about his?
what's going on.
Brother,
It's pure
when's the
American
last time
guns
you been
was
to the
in
continent?
Liberia. It's
What
pure
country's
American
been to
guns
in
was
the
in
continent?
Liberia.
You never been to Africa. You never going. Worry about Jamaica and them gay dudes living in the gutter in the gully.
Oh
Okay,
boy.
worry about those problems and the Chinese whooping y'all ass over there. You never going to
Your
Africa.
country is your country is the ones that the capital of gays.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let's not go there, man. Let's stick on the topic. But you live here, right?
All
You're
right.
American, right? I can't fire.
No, he's illegal.
Yeah, his country is the capital of homosexuals. I don't know what's wrong with women.
Oh boy. But I'm telling you, my
Talking
point
shit.
here is
Don't
the
talk shit to
Muslim
me.
terrorists are the main reason the Sahel is unstable. Now, France was
Absolutely,
there doing some other things, sure, but France is not there killing, Sahelians, and wreaking havoc. It's the Muslim terrorists that's doing it. So blame them.
absolutely.
Look,
It's
Yeah,
those
but it's France that's
Arabized
backing them.
Africans with the pointy noses and the big turbans that see
But it's
themselves
France
more
that's
Arab than
backing them.
African.
It's France that's
I,
backing them
I had a falling out with my guy Ibrahim from
and
the UK.
arming them.
I had a
Let's
falling
listen
out with
to
my
the
guy
Correct.
host.
from UK because he was trying to tell me that, oh, Kyle, I said, look, man, you don't understand something. Look, give me a perfect example of what I'm talking about.
But what did he say? You didn't say what he said.
He said, Kala, you know the West is behind what's going on. And I said, no, it's not what's going on in Sahel. They're funding the West. I said, that doesn't make any logical sense, right? For example, people don't understand this. Look at this, the country of Mali, right? Mali, modern Mali, basically the borders engulf two main tribal and kingdoms, right? One in the far north, right, which were Bedouins, Berbers, Almoravids, and the what the other Amazigis, whatever, from Morocco, and
Amazigs.
I don't know how you spell. Well, anyway,
Yeah, yeah. Invaders.
they're one group, right? Their culture, trade, all that.
That's
When
not
the
what that
state was
means.
created, right? The black people in the South, and Mupti, and all these other places like that, were dominated over those people in the North, and so naturally they said we want to do our own thing, but this modern border, and that's where most of the conflict comes in. Then what happens is this: you have jihadists coming from what's now failed Libya, and these other people saying, you know something, you're like us, you're Muslims and whatnot, and you guys are being run by what they call not fully Muslims but black infidels. You guys have been run by the infidels from the South. When I fight for your independence, and so that's what the genesis of all this is, right? There are people who
Yes,
are
come on. Look at this
from the
caller, right? Just
Islamic,
check this out.
you
Just check
Wow.
this out,
That's
caller, right?
disrespectful.
You said listen, just listen. Now look. That's why I'm telling you that y'all take Europeans as some simpleton, like y'all underestimate your slave master.
Well,
Wait, caller.
what the
This is what
Europeans
I'm saying.
from the Arabs? What they
They're,
Wait,
they're
caller.
your slave masters too, Mr.
One
Jamaican
second,
man.
1 second, caller. 1 second. Look, Gaddafi was killed by who? How? Wait. I'll explain. It's rhetorical. France armed terrorists in Libya. France
But that's not right.
wanted. Wait, Carla. Because they wanted to take out Gaddafi. Now they took out Gaddafi, and France also want control of the goal. So those people went down in the Sahel and started a ruckus. and started selling off the gold to everywhere. Dubai made so many billions out of the terrorism.
So,
You
so
feel
that's
me?
the terror.
And
Walked
France,
across the desert.
US buy gold.
They walked across the
Sorry.
desert with the gold in their pockets and
Yeah.
went to Dubai.
The Emiratis
Yeah, they
in
nah.
Sudan right
That's what
now
I'm trying to
are
tell you.
funding a
That's what I'm trying to tell
genocide
you. That it's a whole
with the
network.
RSF.
That's what
The
I'm.
Emiratis are
Oh,
funding a genocide in
goes
Sudan
to
right now.
Dubai, right? What's that got to do with France? France wants the gold reserves in its banks. You know, the France got a gold reserve bigger than all the gold reserves in Africa and Dubai combined.
They were buying it cheap from the terrorists.
Oh boy.
They're not
They
buying with
were they were all
They were buying it
buying
from the
gold cheap.
government. They had a collaboration with the government, not even the terrorists.
home banks, man.
They
France
were
was
Give
all
Niger's
buying
biggest
it.
too much
international
time.
partner, along in Burkina
Dubai
Faso
got
also.
yo, I know this for firsthand because there's people in Liberia, right, that sell gold to the friggin' Emiratis and whatnot, and they got stockpiles of gold in Dubai. We could play a video on that. Dubai has so much gold it's taken from Africa and building its wealth right now.
Kala, the RSF in Sudan are selling gold to the Emiratis for weapons. This is
Yeah,
an open fact and killing other African people.
gotta get out of
But
this
Yes,
he's probably blaming the
and
Europeans for
America
that.
knows. And
60s.
Oh, and
America
now
knows.
you go to
Hold
America.
on,
We're talking about the
America. Hold
Emiratis and the
on.
Sudanese, and you come to America.
Yo, that comes
Yo,
And
from Africa.
Kyle,
America. Hold
I
on.
address
Wait.
Zango's
And
comment.
America that wait, America that loves the Christians so much, they going into Nigeria. But look at the blood splatter on satellite. You could have seen the blood splatter of our people on the ground where RSF did, and America didn't even flinch.
So you want
Wait.
America to
America
go in
didn't
there too
even
and
flinch.
make peace?
Dubai gold. A lot of Dubai gold is going to America.
Oh boy. So it's America's fault again too also.
Come on.
Yeah.
Of course.
Why don't you
Oh
just get
boy.
out of America, guy? Well,
What the hell?
you work. I assume you work, so you're paying taxes to fund this American machine. So you're a hypocrite. I want to look at Zongo's comment real quick. Nakmizi, stop speaking garbage and nonsense about the West African Muslims. We are not terrorists. The West is behind the division. I thought you knew better. Now listen, Zongo.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking about West African Muslims. I'm speaking about those from the Sahel region. That's a totally different animal. Um, when in the north of all these West African countries and by the Sahel region, that's where you have all the smoke. Most Muslims in just normal in like by the coast and in the interior of West Africa, I don't have any issues with. You know, I mean, the only ones that are really a problem are the Zongo nations, and that's because of their lack of cleanliness. But
Are
they're
the
not
who?
the Zongos.
Oh,
They're
okay,
dirty.
okay, okay,
They're
okay.
dirty Muslims. They don't follow any of the real tenets of Islam because they don't wash. They keep it dirty streets and stuff like that. Chicken blood running through the streets, Pampers, shitty Pampers. But they're not necessarily violent. They're not terrorists. So I put respect on Zongo people's name for their docility.
God damn.
We get DK on. Go ahead, DK.
You wait, hold on. How was my West African accent?
That's not Zongo accent though, is it? Hold up, Kala. Hold up, Kala. What are you know, his accent is different than that. It's not a typical accent.
But was it a good West African accent?
I don't know. I couldn't judge him. I have to listen to it again. I think it sounds more like a Nigerian accent more than
Yeah,
you
it's
know.
more Nigerian, you know. But yeah, see, you know, all the brothers that been to the continent, we could talk. Icon Fire has never been there. He's in fantasy land. Thinks he knows everything. Worry about Jamaica, Icon.
Yeah, people like you, we don't want you back in Africa, dude.
Bro, you
Stay
never
the
been to
fuck where
Africa.
you
What's
He's
are.
been to Africa.
You never been.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah, but you
I'm
worthless
actually
to Africa.
I'm better in Africa than you are, sir. I have a network already.
You, you actually worthless to Africa.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
What's up, DK?
We get
Yeah.
DK on. DK, go ahead, bro. DK, you're wrong. DK must be at work, man, cleaning the floor.
Oh gosh.
Damn, man. Why you doing like that?
But
No,
I can't let me tell you, brother, everything, you know, and like me, you can probably attest and Colin too, right? there was this whole thing that the CIA was dropping guns in the hood, and that's why people was having all these drive-by shooting. There may be some truth to that, but the majority of the fault lies on black people who are killing themselves.
Yo, look,
You
I
know,
Yo,
remember.
yo, Elvis,
Ain't
check this
you
out.
hold on?
Wait,
Ain't you
hold
a
on. Let me
Liberian?
respond to Elvis
Hold on,
because I have
hold
personal
on.
experience with this.
Ain't you a Liberian? Ain't you a Liberian? What the fuck you know about America? Shut the fuck up, man.
Wait, but hold on. What he said is right.
I live here.
Well, I have family members that were in the military in Norfolk, Virginia. They used to get crackheads to buy guns,
That's where
get the
everybody
guns.
got their guns from.
Yeah, exactly. And they would get the white people to buy the guns, and then they would traffic them back up to New York on Peter Pan.
My
If y'all
cousin
are old enough,
was
you would know what
well.
Peter Pan is.
Yo, he was making like going coming down here, and then after nobody
And
they
then start
restricted you.
talking to these
I
Negroes,
think in
man.
'94 they restricted you to 3 guns per month. Before that, my
So
cousin
you know about what I'm talking about, Collar. That's how all the guns got to New York
used to
from
come
Virginia.
down here, buy a whole box of the motherfuckers, right? Go up New York. I guess I would put them on to who's selling them right down here. There was so many guns back in them days. They made New York
Oh,
City.
you was one of them.
No, I wasn't. No, I said, I said that I would put them on to people I knew that were
You
gonna.
was a goddamn.
Guns.
You was a goddamn pookie.
Oh
No,
boy,
no, I
this
can't.
dude had no filter, man. He just don't go at
Yo,
every
I
moment.
can't. Let me say this, right? There was legit. It
All
was a
right.
business, right? These white guys had do gun shows. We have things out here called gun shows, right?
Yes.
You go
Yes.
there, you go to a gun show. I would tell my cousin where they're at. Go to a gun show. He'd be racking up, go back like 15, 20 guns, sell them for like $300-$400 a piece on the street, whatnot. Come back here. He was at the time, my cousin Drone, he's the one that just retired. I say 49, he's retired from New York City, right? And the year later, he stopped doing it because he got that job with the sanitation department. We just retired after 96. He just retired the other day. But the bottom line is this: he was banned for like from 93 to 96 almost, right?
Mhm.
He was coming back and forth to New York here selling,
Damn.
man. And with
So
that
he
money,
made a lot of money doing that, huh?
he bought
I
a
can
couple
tell you exactly how much money you can make off of it. So they used to have these 45
$100.
calibers, right? They were called high points. You could get a high point for 175 and then sell that shit for 900 to 1,000 in New York. So you buy cheap guns and then sell them extremely high in New
Was
York.
a
People was
380
making mad money.
at the time. A 380 was only.
Isn't it illegal in New York? Isn't it illegal?
Yes,
Oh,
yes, it is.
of course it's illegal, man. Why care about that shit, man?
380s were the most popular, like you said, Colin.
380 was only. Look, I had 380 back in the days. 380 was only like you can get one for 175 and go up to New York, sell it for like 600. People wanted guns, man. That was such a marker. That was like the number one business back in the days. It was better than
Who
drugs.
who can get who can get a licensed firearm in New York? Who which type of people?
bonds. If you're a person that works in banking, you carry a lot of money on you. And shit
Diamond
like
District.
that, you
It's,
can.
it's almost impossible to get one in the five boroughs. It's easier to get one
Mm.
on Long Island and Westchester, going actually probably more north than
Or
Westchester, but the
Manhattan.
city,
And
no,
don't ever
Manhattan
get
is
caught
hard. You
with
got to be a
a
Jew.
don't ever get caught with a gun in New Jersey.
You
No,
have to be a Jew. Shit.
New
Oh boy.
Jersey will fucking hang you, man. Having a gun, man. That's the one state you don't want to drive through with a gun in your car.
I
That's
can't fire. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe the United States is Babylon?
Hell yeah.
So what are you doing there?
And it's not just the United
What are you
States. It's
doing in
also
Babylon then? What are you doing here?
it's also
There.
England. They brought
No,
Babylon.
me
what are you
here,
doing
bitch.
there? Why don't
They
you
brought
leave
me
if it's
here, bitch.
Babylon?
You're enjoying the luxurious of Babylon, boy.
Bro.
You
I
like
was
being under
born
the
in the
white man's
plantation.
nuts. You like being under the white man's nuts in America.
Yo, chill out, dude. Chill out, dude. I was born in the
Yeah,
plantation. You feel me? So chill out.
you wasn't born in America. I know
You
that
were
for a
born in
fact.
America or
Hell
Jamaica?
no. Man, you can't smell a beef patty on this dude's breath.
I just want to know from him. I mean, you said you was born on a plantation. What
This
does that
Nah, I
mean?
dude,
A
wasn't.
sugar
I
cane,
was
you got a
a sugar cane plantation in
bird
Jamaica?
on this dashiki.
Jamaica is a plantation.
Okay. But you came to
Jamaica
Babylon
is
willingly, though. You came to Babylon willingly.
Jamaica is a plantation. America is a plantation.
So you left one plantation and came to this plantation.
And never went to the
Yeah,
motherland.
yeah.
Look at him. Slaving for the white
I
man. Can't
don't.
even buy a ticket to Liberia or Nigeria.
I don't have no money, nigga. What you think?
At
Who you
least
This
he's
think I
guy's
am?
honest.
arrogant. You guys heard it. That's the second time he called me an N-word. And that's the hard R.
No.
That's
He
not
said
no.
he died. It's not a
That's
RR.
not no hard R, man. You see, you always try to. No, you trying to step FBA shit on me. You feel me?
I'm
Chill
gonna
out,
I'm
man.
gonna get you canceled. I'm gonna get you canceled and deported.
I'm a citizen.
Oh,
You
you
ain't no
proud of your
citizen.
citizenship, but you criticizing your own country that you got a
Yeah,
citizenship
Exactly.
at every
I
turn.
didn't. I'm pro-black. I'm pro-African. I don't care about nothing else.
Would
How
you
you
renounce
being
your
so pro,
citizenship to
but you
live in
never been
Africa?
there? Yes,
Hell
good
yeah.
question.
I doubt
Eventually,
that.
So do it.
I doubt it.
if
He
I
loves the
make the
white.
money
He
I
loves them white
desire,
biscuits.
if I go to Africa and I'm eating, I do that shit in a
You
New
can
York
eat. You can
minute.
live up the land, man. You can
That's
farm
what
some
I'm trying to tell
cassava,
you.
some plants. You ain't gonna be no rich, no rich
Yo,
person, but you
he's
can live
not
up the
ready for
land.
Africa, bro. He'll go to Africa and he'll be crying for the comforts of America. He never had a machete in his hand. He never cleared no bush. He never climbed a coconut tree.
I
He
think he
never
probably climbed a coconut tree or two in
bathed in a
Jamaica.
gully water. He never do none of them things there.
Yeah, I'm
Yankee boy.
Jamaican, man.
You're a Yankee
What's
boy.
Jamaican? I'm
Brethren, you're a
Jamaican.
Yankee boy, you know.
It's easy to live in Africa, dude.
You're a Yankee boy.
Mhm. Who are young?
But you
Yo,
telling me
don't do that
you
to me.
can't scrap together 1,000, 200 and get a ticket to Africa?
Him can't. Him
Yeah,
send too
but
much remittance na Kingston there.
you can't just go Africa with $2,000, man. Chill, man.
Oh, come on. That's the thing that's probably stopping you. It's cheaper than you think, man. The plane ticket is probably the most expensive thing. And what country you want to go to? Ghana, probably, right? You probably want to go to
Yeah,
Ghana.
but I am gonna have to I need a house and all that shit. What the
Talk to
fuck?
Bomani. Yeah, that's your Jamaican brother. He can hook you up, man. He got a whole little city there. He can probably hook you up. Talk to Kala. Kala
Yeah.
could probably help facilitate some things for you, man.
I'll help you out. I'll get your ass
I don't
robbed
want
as
no
soon as you step in a
I
car.
don't want your help, bitch.
I'll
Oh
get
I
your
don't
boy.
ass
want no
robbed.
goddamn help from you, man. Fuck off, man.
I'll get you set up, motherfucker.
We got a new
I
person on the
don't want
panel. Who's
your
that,
help.
Kala?
I don't want your help, bro. I don't want your bumbuckle
You're my
help.
brother. You're my brother. I want to help you.
Kala, we
I
got
want to
Yeah,
somebody
help
on
we
the
are
you.
panel. Who's
brother.
the person on the panel?
We
I
are
want to help you
brothers,
rid
but
you
you
of all your belongings,
yeah,
like a
I'm
pookie.
brother. We are brothers, but you stay over there and I stay over here.
I is
God
a
damn it.
pookie, ex
Is that
pookie.
Yeah,
I go
Kadola?
rob your
you
blood
a
clot.
goddamn pookie, man. You feel
Kadola,
me?
Kadola here on the panel, man. That's your arch nemesis, icon. What's up, Kadola?
Yeah,
Ooh,
Africa
Tidola.
need
Yes.
yeah man,
Yeah, thank you,
Africa
bro.
don't need that guy,
You
man.
see, you see, when you bring out the secret of these guys that say they love Africa, you have to understand. I've still saying it. Black America are among the black diaspora the most sympathetic people among the black people that live in the Western world. You see these Jamaicans that make big
Oh boy.
mouths. These people are the most evil people, the most evil people you ever meet. They
Hmm.
pretend a lot, you understand me? They pretend a lot, far more
Yeah,
evil and
I
wicked,
wanna sacrifice you.
you know, far more evil. You can't trust them, you know. They want to put black Americans are bad, but man, these people are far more worse than you
Yes.
see. So you can't even do no business with them.
100%.
They're highly jealous to take you out in time. You know, this what you're just saying. So this man that is coming to Africa, this you can
Uh,
go and make the he
Jamaicans
says
are crazy some of the time. Some of them
you
it's
say you
crazy.
can go and make the president of Ghana. You do think it's easy to meet all these men? You just think, oh, just go there be meeting them. You hide in America. You drinking orange juice. You
You need peanut butter.
Yeah, you see
Yeah.
peanut
Your
butter there.
brain, your brain is filled with jerk chicken matter.
Mm-hmm.
Peanut butter.
He's
Peanut
walking
butter.
around in a far
Chicken and
distance.
waffle. Chicken and waffle.
He's eating, enjoying, then he's talking about Africa, AS, and that, all these fucking dreams that he's having, when he's high somewhere with his ganja. You know, I've known him. I know this guy. He was telling a Cameroonian lady, I forget that lady's name. I'm a real man. I'm a real man. I'm a man.
But
Man,
Condola, you were being a cock blocker, man. The dude was trying to spit game, and you was trying to block him from getting some.
what?
I don't even remember what y'all talking about.
What?
Condola said you was
See,
trying to talk to a Cameroonian girl, telling her how you're a real man and you love African women, and
yeah.
just being a simp. And Condola's
A
telling
real
And
you
a
he
real
that's not
came
man
how.
doesn't
he
have to
came
announce that
right
he's
in
a
the
real
middle.
man.
Right.
So
And he
this
came
guy,
His
right in the
African
middle
sister from
talking.
you.
I,
Yeah.
I think among all the diaspora you talk, like this is the most realistic one inside. They said
Mm.
you'll never clear no bush. You'll never be inside the sun of 42 degree, right? You'll be clearing bush. If I put you in
You're
Africa,
talking
a
Celsius,
snake
man. We
will,
deal with Fahrenheit here. That's 93 degrees sun, man.
okay, if I put you in Africa, within 2 minutes, snake will bite you. You don't even know how to check the ground. You
Nah,
don't
the
even know.
dude's Jamaican though. Let's not disrespect him. He is Jamaican. They come from a
No,
island with a lot of coconut tree and
Yeah,
snakes,
he's
so
yeah,
you
from
can deal with it.
Kingston. He's from
I'm
Kingston.
just letting them talk. I'm just letting them talk because
because
these boys are
because
idiots, man.
no, because let's just be honest. The Jamaicans have been underflagging
I'm a
themselves.
ganja planter. Yes,
Okay,
I'm a
he's a
ganja
ganja
planter.
planter. He knows how to play ganja. What can you play food to eat, man? Instead of weed to smoke.
So I
It's the
don't
same
really
thing. It's the same thing. Same thing.
Can't
look
survive
like Mizzy.
on weed, man. You need food for
Let's
sustenance.
just be honest.
No, if
I've
you
Yes.
never
can
say,
plant weed,
I've
you can
never
plant
say,
food.
I never say, I never say you walk, somebody will just jump you. What you is called jump.
Mm.
The Jamaicans can just meet you. I swear to God, in the corner, they can put a lot of things. They can threaten your life, big time.
Yes.
Jamaicans are
Big
savages,
time.
man. We know that.
No, but
Big time.
Shower posse
Kidola,
boys.
back in the days, we realized Jamaicans couldn't fight because all they want to do is pull out a knife and kick people. The
Oh
shower
yeah.
posse, the shower posse came to America, and these
Oh
wild,
shit.
savage
Wow.
Jamaicans came killing black people in the hood and taking over drug spots and introduced a level of hyper violence that America has never seen. It was the Jamaicans only, not Korea. It was the Jamaicans. And then they started opening up beef patty shops, giving my people high blood pressure from that ackee and saltfish bullshit food that they eat. They come jump. They don't pay for the train. They climb over the thing like they climb the coconut trees
You
back home.
making things
We
extra,
don't need
man.
them.
Hey, Knack, yo, Knack,
You
I
making
didn't
things
know this,
extra,
that
man.
Jamaica had not one, not two, but three white prime ministers. So
Yes,
what?
Edwin Siaga, um, Norman Manley, and the next one
I think
Who
it's
was the
Norman
that
last one
had
I
these
caught
Manley.
fire?
had these Negroes killing each other over
Michael,
PNP and
you have
JLP.
Manley. There you
PNP and
go,
Michael.
Manley.
JLP.
But before that, they were all white. To before that, straight to 500 years. They were all white. It was the
That's where the white
1966,
grandfather comes from.
1961 was the first time white people never had total control of Jamaica. You
Wait,
all act like
who's the black person
we
you're
out
talking
of
about
this.
then? Who's the
We
black
ain't out
person?
of it. No, I'm
Your
saying
icon,
yeah.
your accent is Irish, right?
Oh
The
boy.
Jamaican accent comes from the Irish broke. That's
But Knack,
100%
No,
Knack,
true.
dude, dude.
Jamaica's George
I know I heard
Washington.
that from Thomas Sowell. He said that, so I don't know how
Alexander
true
It
it
is.
is.
Washington is a white guy. Jamaica's George
Yeah, we
Washington is
have. There was a lot of Irish in Jamaica. Okay, and we, of course,
That's why you have an
everybody
Irish
exchanged language.
grandpa. Exchange, you not exchange nothing. You take the white man and push him language by your black race. and they use it till today.
Yo, pussy hole. Stuck yourself, man. Bumble. Stop a blood
His
clot
patois,
chatting,
his
man.
patois is not too bad though. You gotta give him that.
Fucking pussy all I
Him kind of
bully
no
water.
a New
Brethren,
York. Well, I
you
know
know, say you're
a
bathing
New
gully
Yorker
water and
them.
shit water, you know. You're bathing gully
And
water and shit water, you know. And you come and you're
Who did with
backwards
bumper
is
fucking
it
clock
true?
gully
Do you
water and
bathe?
shit
Do you
water?
bathe in shit water and cold water? Is that true?
gully water and shit water.
Yo, well, hold on, Elvis. Hey, listen, we raised him. You feel me? From New York. You know that. You feel me? We raised him. You feel me? But he
Dollar pan
needs to
cry
stop
back.
the hate. He needs
Yeah.
to stop the
Drive a
hating
dollar
because
back.
you need some coconut water, dude. Serious. You feel me?
Like
A
busy,
long
they will
time when I get
pretend.
Coconut
some
Like busy,
coconut
water
like
water.
busy,
is good for
like
you.
busy. They will
Finish that
pretend.
one.
They'll
I
pretend to
can't
be
finish
your.
that. If you're real Jamaican, finish this. Coconut water is good for your what?
Good for your heart.
No good for your data. You ain't even Jamaican, bro. You from the Bahamas, nigga.
Are you
Oh,
Jamaican? I can't find. Are you
That nigga
from
from the
Trinidad and
Bahamas.
yeah.
Tobago?
Yo, Icon Fire is
Yeah,
Haitian.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That yeah, me forget that one them. I forget that one them bossy.
Okay, he said we
Coconut
gotta give him a
water
pass. He said
good for your
he forgot that
data.
one. He forgot that one.
Yeah, yeah. Let the
That's an
black
old
American
fashioned
teach this
one.
man. Yeah, but it's right though, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
You
But
see, you don't even know his language.
that's a good one. That's a good
You
one.
don't know his language. He forgot. You know what he is? He's he's an Obroni or what else they call him? He's an American, a Jamaican
You boy.
Akata. He's a Jamaican Akata. He forgot his culture.
How long you
I
been
ain't
in the
know
United
this.
States? Icon Fire.
Not long.
Bullshit.
Nah, what's not long? It's all subjective. How long you been here? 20 years?
No.
10?
I ain't been not even 15 years.
Not even 15 years, but 14 years is a long time, even if you say 14 years. It's a long time.
This
Yeah,
nigga
How
less
many
than
jobs
that.
have you made
snuck in a
since
plane in a shipment of pineapples.
I'm
This
here.
nigga
I'm
was sitting
here
in the
11,
shipment of pineapples.
11 years. 11 years.
11 years, okay. I mean, that's more than a decade, man. That's sufficient time.
I understand
Yo,
shit.
yo,
I've been here
guys, it
like
was nice,
22
man.
years now.
I gotta go work for the White Dutchman right now.
All right, man.
He's
Well,
giving
All
me
right,
what's
he's
up,
Hey,
man.
Black
DK? What you
Busy.
want to say about these terrorists in
giving
Sahel, DK? I know you wanted to come up and
me
chime
work.
in on that.
I was gonna speak on that. I was gonna speak
All
on
right,
that.
not
Black
music.
Busy, later.
Don't go to the motherland.
Goedemorgen.
Later, goeiemorgen. Ik ga nu werken, ja? Is goed. Yo, doei.
Doei. Dag, meneer.
How about I know that's Norwegian. It's not Dutch, but how about you know what's that?
Avoid
So
a zine. Avoid a zine.
Elvis, I was gonna respond to earlier, but my mic was fucked up. But
No, we
where
want to hear you.
the terrorists get the weapons from in the Sahel? Well, those Tuaregs, they used to work in Libya as Gaddafi's mercenaries. So after Gaddafi got killed, they just went back with all the guns. So that's where they got the
That's
guns.
another way I can't fire. You hear that? That's another way these people get the
Yeah,
guns.
but it's the French who armed them.
Oh boy.
No, no. Did you not hear what I just
The
said?
guns, Gaddafi bought those guns with their oil money and he armed them. And then when he died,
Nicholas
Sarkozy.
Sarkozy, that Negro or whoever he is, he armed them. So stop playing. And
No,
he
they
No,
killed
didn't.
Gaddafi
Gaddafi.
Gaddafi bought the arms legitimately as the leader of Libya and armed them.
Dude, he armed
Gaddafi was
them.
buying arms from
The,
Russia,
the
Soviet Union.
dude, stop! Y'all need to stop the plane.
You
The
need to stop
French
smoking that
arm,
ganja.
the French armed them, and who benefited from you? Did the Tuareg benefit from the killing of Gaddafi? Who in Libya benefited? Only the French benefit. Y'all stupid. Yeah,
Oh boy.
and
We're talking
y'all
about
need
the
to
arms,
hold on.
right? They
You
were
all need to
mercenaries for Gaddafi. After he
you all
died, they
need
had
to
no allegiance to him anymore. So they took the arms down to Mali and they started killing people in the northern part of Mali. That's how they got their arms.
so why the French have interest in Mali all of a sudden the
Because
terrorists are
it was
dying?
a French colony. It's a former French colony, so they have interest there.
You see, you all have some big old goddamn
That's just
freak.
a
The
fact,
Africa
brother.
will
Mali
never.
was a former French
Stop
colony.
bothering me, man. And let me talk, bitch ass Negro. Let me
Oh
talk.
boy,
Shut the fuck up.
What
You
video?
can bully nobody. Your voice
I'm
ain't
not
bigger than
bullying you. I'm just
nobody.
stating facts,
Chill,
brother.
man.
I'm not bullying you. Go
Well,
ahead.
let's
You got
chill,
the
man.
floor.
You don't know nothing that you're talking about.
Okay,
You
okay.
don't know
Go ahead.
nothing that you're talking about. Because nobody in Libya wanted Gaddafi dead. Shut the fuck up, man. Nobody in
Okay.
Libya wanted Gaddafi dead. Ain't no goddamn.
Except the
None of
people
them
who killed him, right?
wanted Libya.
Nobody? Nobody? You talking
Except
about
the rebels
nobody?
who went and killed him, right?
Yeah, exactly. There was
It's
a
the
whole rebel
French
army
alone.
fighting them.
You say it's the
They
French
the
alone?
French.
The French alone?
He he made Nicolas Sarkozy president. He paid for his election and made him and France. And France and who, Italy or something. Oh, Gaddafi, billions of dollars. They have it right now owed to Libya. That's what that's one of the main reasons why they kill and the dinar, why they wanted to kill goddamn Gaddafi. It's just the French.
Gaddafi was a terrorist, man.
Nobody in Libya. Yeah, I know that. I
Right.
know
So
that,
what are
but
you crying
nobody
for him
in
for?
Libya.
He was a terrorist
I can't fire you,
financier.
dumb.
No, you can't. No, you can't say I'm crying for this. You Africans are the ones calling him brother. I call him an
I didn't
enemy.
call him a
You
brother.
are the
If you
ones
know
who
me,
call
if you know
him
where I
brother.
stand, I never call him a brother. I always say he was a terrorist. He funded
Yeah,
wars in Africa.
yeah, I agree with you to be against Gaddafi, but you
Right.
are a pro-American, so you are a
No,
CIA agent.
I'm just stating
You're
facts, brother. As
as
Africans,
I let
we
me
gotta take
talk and stop
accountability for our
bullying me.
actions,
Let me
right?
finish.
All
You
right, go ahead.
are still you are still part of you are like just the same thing like the Arabs and the terrorists because you love America. You love CIA. So you are a CIA agent. You're not pro-African.
Wow.
You feel me? You're a biased Negro. You feel me? So and worst of all, you are a Negro and you're pro-white. So that means
Oh boy.
you need to just jump in the ocean and just forget yourself, dude.
Okay, okay.
Because you
Let
have
me
no
respond.
hope.
Let me respond to you, right?
It's like this. Liberia will never benefit the real way if you are part of the upliftment of Nigeria, of Liberia. Because you don't like your
I can
people.
fire.
You're
Okay.
I can
pro-American.
fire. You
Let me respond,
America
right?
destroy your country.
Unless you want to
America
go, DK.
destroy
Maybe
your
you want to
fire.
go.
country.
I'll give you the
Hold
mic.
on. America destroy your country
Oscar,
and
you
you
gotta let other
never
people
blame
speak,
them.
brother. We're all trying to speak, right? We give you a chance. Let DK speak.
I can fire, man. You've been drinking too much of that Myers dark rum, man. Because I don't
I don't
understand
drink,
anything
bitch.
you're saying.
I don't drink, bitch.
Sound like
Bro,
you
you're
do.
so disrespectful, man. Come on.
Sound like
Well,
you do.
don't, well. So the man is telling me F-free, and I'm man, fuck off, bitch
Oh
ass,
boy.
boy,
Oh,
calling me
come on.
drunk. That's not disrespect. I don't drink.
You're drunk. It sound like you're drunk.
I don't drink. Am I slurring?
It sound like you're not making any sense.
DK, let's not attack him personally. Let's just get to the point.
No, you all sound stupid, slow.
Oh,
You
I
all
come.
sound slow.
You got a lot of animosity with everybody, man. Why is that? You got anger issues, man?
Except Africans.
No, I'm asking you honestly. You got anger issues?
Maybe, but as I said, I don't have problems with no African except the sellout ones.
Okay, let me explain myself to you, right? So for me, I think personal responsibility is something that us Africans have to take account for. Now, if I had a gun, if somebody came and gave me a gun today, I'm not going to take that gun and go kill 10 people outside because somebody gave me a gun. There are terrorist organization within Africa who has means and ways to get weapons. Believe that they can get into black markets. There are a lot of people who are not quote unquote Western government in the West or in Asia who have means to sell arms to people in Africa. It's not impossible. So when these terrorists go and buy arms from the Middle East or Eastern Europe, they can import that arm and fight, using those arms. It doesn't mean that the West is selling them the arms. It's not always the case. So when you try to make the argument that everything is the West's fault, and if Africans are killing themselves, it's because the West is funding and supplying weapons to them, it's not always the case. And I gave you a couple of examples of an African who was under U.S. sanction, but was still able to import arms in his country and kill, other Africans. So I'm not, necessarily against Africa, but also I live in the United States. I'm not going to tell you that I want
Thank
the
you.
United States to
Okay.
fall and I want
All right.
anything
Thank you.
bad to happen to this country.
All right. Thank you. Let me tie things up for you right there. You feel me? JNIM, Jinin, is armed by goddamn France. And then you have another one that's in northern Mali that is armed by goddamn Algeria. You feel me? If you want to argue with that, fuck you.
Oh boy.
Actually,
No.
Say,
JNIM
say
is
I'm
getting
lying. Just say I'm
JNIM.
lying.
One second, brother. JNIM is like three different groups that came together,
I don't
to
care.
form. Okay, to form one group, right? And
Don't
now
care.
they're
I don't
bigger.
care.
They're a bigger fighting force, more organized, more well equipped to fight against,
I
the
don't
groups
care. They
in
are
Burkina Faso.
French. They are French. They are French mercenaries. I don't care what the hell you saying after that.
All right.
They are
Well, I know
pro-French
that
mercenaries.
JNIM has gotten drones, those FPV drones from Ukraine. So
Yeah,
they're
from
getting
Ukraine.
support from Ukraine.
Yeah, so
Yeah, and isn't Ukraine a French partner?
everything is tied to France. Do you know that
Bro,
Victor?
We're giving
you
France
just said
No,
too much
it.
no,
You
credit.
just
DK,
said
listen
it's
to this.
their.
Victor,
You just
listen,
said it's
Victor.
their
No, listen,
colony. Hold
listen.
on. You just said it's
I
their
can't find.
colony. So
Let me
what
speak.
can happen in there? You
Victor
just
Booth.
said it's their colony. So
No
what
need,
can
no
happen
need.
in their
Hold
colony
on,
without
hold
them?
on, hold on. Victor Booth, the guy that I told you about, he's a Ukrainian
Oh
Russian.
Lord.
1 second,
Oh
he's a
Lord.
Ukrainian, and he was selling arms in African countries, right? That caused a lot
What
of
year?
damage.
What year?
What in the late 90s to the
I
early
don't care.
2000s?
Talk. I don't care. What are we talking about today? Talk about. I said Jenim. Don't talk about that. Say I'm lying.
So you learn on what?
My allegation about France and JNIM. Say I'm lying about that.
When you say France, are you saying the French government?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right.
The French
If you can
government and the
substantiate
secret
it, then sure.
agency, whatever.
If you can
Yeah.
substantiate it, then sure.
I
Unless
don't
you
want to substantiate nothing. I don't
okay,
want to prove
then you just want to
nothing.
make
And that's
accusations.
it.
Then
First of all, let me tell you this. First of all, let me tell you this. Me personally, if I'm in this game, I'll even start my own propaganda. Um, because it's obvious that propaganda is driving you non-smokers mad. You feel me? Y'all slow as shit. You feel me? So I would start my own propaganda to make y'all smarter. Go ahead.
JNIM is getting drones from Ukraine, not France. They're making those drones in house. They're not getting them from France. So you're wrong on that front.
Well, I don't see Russian fighting with Ukraine. I see French fighting with Ukraine. So being such close allies, I don't know how you're trying to separate shit. That's how
it's
slow
the
you
United
are.
States that was supporting Ukraine the most during Biden's time, sending them
That's how slow you
javelins.
Negroes are. Yeah,
Okay.
of
What
course.
does what does what
Of
does
course.
France make that they can provide? France doesn't really make very many weapon systems like small arms like that. They make like fighter jets,
Right.
ships, and submarines. They don't make
Right. So
That's
when
why they got. That's why they got Ukraine drones
a lot of the
because they
guns
didn't.
in the Sahel is AK-47, is Kalashnikovs, right? Those are not quote unquote Western guns. Those are Eastern European guns. They're not fighting with French made guns, and sometimes even Israelis gun a weaponry that comes into to the Sahel. So you can only
So
blame the
so
Western countries.
so isn't France right there at the doorstep of
No,
Eastern
France.
Europe?
Those countries are foreign colonies. That don't mean France controls them. They're not there. They don't have a
Yeah,
military
I don't.
station
I
there.
didn't say France control them. I'm talking about they are allies. I'm
Yeah, but
talking about
that
their
don't mean
allies,
France has
and the
a.
French can get anything they want from them.
Yeah, but I don't mean France is controlling their borders. So if a
Yeah,
weapon is
but
coming
that
through the
don't
border,
mean.
France can't
Well,
stop
that
it.
don't. It don't mean what you're saying makes sense either.
Okay. I mean, you just have
Ukraine's a
a.
Ukraine's a corrupt country, so they'll sell weapons to anyone to the highest bidder. Some corrupt
I
general.
wonder if anyone know that. I'm wondering if you all understand that that war that's going on is for Africa. I'm
Okay.
wondering if you all understand that
Which war?
the war with Russia and Ukraine.
I don't think it
You,
has anything
you,
to do
you
with
you have no idea. Do you have any idea? It is for Africa. It's like they fighting over Africa. Do you understand that?
I don't understand it. Please explain it to me.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
No, no,
Listen, if
he can explain it to us.
listen,
Don't you
if
know?
listen, if Russia loses, there's no more Sahel. If Russia loses, there's no
Russia
more
can't
AES.
lose.
Bro, did I speak? Did I say that? Did I fucking say that? I said it's called what you call it, a hypothetical. It's
Mm,
hypothetical. Think that
mm.
way. So I'm saying, if Russia lose, there will be no more AES. And I'm not asking you that. I'm
Why
telling
do
you
you say that? Why do you say that? What makes you think that? How many Russians are
because
in the ground?
because
Yes.
If Russia
because
pulls out, Russia still remain Russia. It doesn't mean that they are collapsed.
no,
They're
I'm
still a
not.
powerful country.
Listen, no, bro, and that's not what. No, bro.
How many
If Russia
Russians are on
lose,
the ground right
bro,
now
just
in the
calm down. Now.
AES?
If you
How many
you
Russians
if you
right
know
now?
Ukraine,
How many Russians
huh?
right now are on the ground in the AES? It can't be more than
I'm not,
2,000.
bro. I'm not, bro. Just calm. Keep it
So what are you
hypothetical.
talking about?
No,
I'm
we're
not.
having a
The
realistic
reality is
conversation.
no.
Let's not deal in
Okay, all right. The
hypotheticals.
reality is, hold on. The reality is,
How many
Russia
Russians
is
are on the
ground
ground right now
Let me
in
No,
talk.
Ukraine?
Calm
DK,
down.
let him finish, DK.
Calm down. Your blood pressure is fucking up, dude. Because I know I'm
Oh, you
crushing you all because
don't
y'all brain is too
don't
limited to understand the logic.
push.
You feel
You're
me?
right. That's why we want you to enlighten us.
And
Enlighten us, brother.
yes. Okay, let me put it in reality, right? Russia is winning, and Russia is going to win this Ukraine thing. But it's not really Ukraine alone fighting. That's why it's going on like that, because it's America and Western Europe is involved in the whole war. So it's a whole Western Western world war. You feel me?
So
Going on.
do
But
you support Russia over the United States of America?
of course,
Of
I don't
course.
support no colonizer. Listen,
And you
I
live
don't
in the
support
United States of
no.
America.
Live
Let
in the United
me
States.
talk. Let
Oh
me
man.
talk. Do I care? Do I sound like I care? Huh? Why y'all acting like you think I'm supposed to care? But let me say this,
The
right?
FBAs are right, man.
There is,
This is what
well,
the FBAs
let
are
me
talking about.
talk. First of all, let me say this. Let me say this. There is no way on earth I would support any of anybody who would destroy who enslave my people. Here, there's no way I'm gonna support none of them. It don't matter the term unless we win and have them under our foot. That's
So
the only way.
why don't you move to Russia? Why don't you move to Russia?
Yeah, Russia love black people, man. They respect
Yeah,
you. They
move
love
to
you.
Russia.
uh,
Go move to
Go to
Russia
Russia.
and go fight
what,
in the Ukraine war.
Russians are not
Ukraine
racist at
what,
all, bro. They're not
Hey,
racist.
well,
Russians
why did
love
you
black people.
icon
then?
fire.
Why did you sell? Well,
Russia
why did
needs a
you
few
sell
good
us
beef
over here?
naive
Why did you?
motherfuckers like you.
You're the one
Go
who
to
sold
Russia.
us over
Go
here. You're the
volunteer.
one
Go
who. You
volunteer.
see what you're
Go
doing?
volunteer to
You're the
go
one
Nah,
who
fight.
sold
you
us.
say
Go
you love the
volunteer to
Russians,
go
right? The
fight in
Russians didn't
Yeah,
enslave your
well,
people. They didn't
yeah,
colonize
but
you. So
yeah,
move to Russia.
I have
They'll
no
love
fight
you.
for
problem. I
fire.
have no problem what you're talking about, but y'all talking mess.
For
You all
fire.
sold us
Go
over
fly
here.
over to
Hold on.
Russia.
You
Raise your
you
right
all
hand.
sold us over
Say I
here, and then
volunteer
you're
to
telling
go fight in Ukraine. Say I
where are you
volunteer.
from?
I call fire to go
You're from
fight in
Bahamas?
Ukraine. They'll
Are
give
He's
you
me
not
from
from
Bahamas?
a
Bahamas.
Russian passport. Fuck no. I ain't from
He's
no
from
You
damn
from
Nigeria.
Bahamas.
Bahamas?
I ain't from no damn Bahamas. What you talking about?
He's from Nigeria.
That sellout bitch ass place?
Oh boy.
That terrorist place? You're a terrorist. So I'm not taking no talk from you.
Oh boy. I
Fuck
can't
off.
Who
find
It's
you
fucked
have
you?
some
stupid.
serious
Who
issues, man.
fucked
You
you?
got anger issues, bro.
No.
You have
That's
no
what I'm
impulse
telling you.
control.
You all sold us here, and then you are telling us that we should team up with the very colonizer that you
What
sold
year
us
did
to.
I sell you here?
I'm
What
not
year did I
telling you
sell you?
Huh?
shit. I'm not telling you
What year
shit.
did I sell you
You
here?
I'm
you are
telling
Icon
you,
Fire?
go to Russia. Go live in Russia.
especially
Go live
that
in
this
Russia.
nasty especially this nasty Nigerian. You all sold us here, then you're telling us we should be friends with the colonizer and choose their side.
I'm
But you're
telling you to
on
go
the
live
side
in
of the
You
Russia.
fucking
colonizer by living
stupid.
in this
I
country and
call
paying him
fire.
taxes,
Hold on,
brother.
hold
Telling
on,
you. I
hold
call
on.
fire. I'm telling
Hold
you,
on, if Russia,
go
hold
to
on, if
Russia,
Russia
raise
win,
your right
hold
hand
on.
and say, I volunteer, I call
Could
fire,
you shut up
volunteer to fight for
like a
Russia.
bitch?
Go fight
Shut
for
up, man. You
Russia.
acting
They'll
like a
give you a
bitch.
Russian passport. They'll
You're
give
so
you some jerk
emotional.
chicken and some boys
Damn, you're
and
so
some white
emotional.
cheese,
He's so
and
mad.
you can do your thing.
He's so mad.
I'm not emotional. I'm not
The
emotional.
United States is in your country right now, and you're still gonna be broke as shit.
United States is in
Yeah,
Japan.
the United States you love, it's in your country right now, and you are still gonna suffer like a dog.
Hey, at least my
How about
country,
that?
we
Yeah.
never had a white prime minister, a white head of state like Jamaica. So I'll take that any day.
Are you criticizing? Are you criticizing the slaves that you sold?
Hey, I didn't sell Jamaica, so what are you looking at
You
me
see,
for?
you a damn idiot. Go read and shut the fuck up. You're a damn idiot. You don't know how to speak to
If
people
you
like me.
support Russia,
Be quiet.
if you support
Be
Russia,
quiet.
go to Russia. Go live in Russia. Go live in Russia. Volunteer. They'll send you to the front lines of Ukraine, and you'll
I
die there.
support China too. I support China too. Yeah, I'm pro China and Russia. So what? So fucking what?
So why
And I
not go
want
live?
the enslavers.
Are
I
you
want the
are
enslavers
you a
to get
communist?
defeated.
Are you a communist?
No,
Okay.
I'm not a communist. I'm a Pan African.
Ah,
So,
and
okay,
and
bro.
and I believe in capitalism. You Africans are philanthropists.
What does that mean?
You ain't no fucking you ain't no you give away. You ain't no fucking capitalist. No
Yeah,
African no
philanthropists give away for free, right? Africans, they sell things. They don't just give away for free.
man, that's free. Only a
Okay.
drunkard would make the deals that Africans make.
All right. I mean, you got so much anger, bro. I don't see no light in your spirit, man. You're just blotted out by anger and hatred.
I actually don't care because that's how I speak to mindless individuals.
Nah, you're the only mindless ones because you let anger lead you, man. Anger is leading you
No,
astray.
you
Can't
you
have
all
any civil
heartless.
conversation. You can't
No,
have any, you know.
you all heartless. You are civil, heartless people.
Nah, you're led by anger, and it always leads you to destruction, brother.
Is what it is, and is what it is. Nobody gonna live forever.
Mm. But I'm telling you, right? Put the blame on the Islamic terrorists. They're the one doing the most damage in that region,
Islamic terrorists,
not
man.
the Western countries. You agree with that?
I do think that, I do think that we are at risk with these Arabs. I do think that they are one
Don't
of the
blame the
greatest
Arabs. Blame the
insecurity.
Islamic terrorists who are the ones killing their fellow brothers on the
You
continent.
can't tell me what to say, bitch.
I mean,
Shut the hell up.
you're trying to take blame from the people
Man,
doing the
shut the hell
active
up, man.
killing
You don't know what you're
to
talking
people who are
about.
not even killing anybody on the
Who
continent.
these slanders dudes that you talking about, who they learn from? You ever
Jeez.
heard the Tunisian people? Hold on, you ever heard the nasty stinking Tunisian people speak about you? Damn bitch.
I mean, I'm
You
not
ever
in
heard them speak
Tunisia.
about you?
We're talking about Africa, right? Are the
I'm
Tunisians in
asking
Africa
you,
killing the
shut up,
Africans?
man. They the Arabs I'm talking about.
Are
Don't
they in
tell me
Africa
what to
killing the
say.
Africans?
Nope.
Hell yeah.
Where are
The
they killing the people in Africa?
The Tunisian boast how he used to slave you. There are
No,
slavery
right
going
now.
on
We're talking about right now.
In
Are they
Libya.
killing the
Shut
Sahelians
up.
in the Sahel?
Shut up. There are slavery going on in Libya right now,
Are
and
the
they're selling
Tunisians
our
killing the
people.
people in the Sahel?
Yeah.
Okay. See, now you're lying and you just want to win an argument. You're not being
See,
truthful.
you're asking me some stupid question. You're
But
asking
you
me
then, and then
stupid
your
question.
first initial reaction
You
is to
get
lie.
stupid
Be
answer.
truthful. Be truthful.
Their teachings are the ones these terrorists are using.
So the
It's their
terrorists are
teaching.
mindless and they got to be taught by the Tunisians in order to kill. They're mindless people. They don't have their own will.
They were sent.
Oh, boy. They were sent from
They were
Tunisia.
sent. They were sent
The
by the
black
French.
African terrorists were sent from
Listen,
Tunisia. Is that what you're saying?
that's why you don't know. That's why
I'm
you don't
asking you,
know.
brother.
What?
Those black
What?
African terrorists were sent from Tunisia by the Tunisians to kill other black Africans. Is that what you're saying?
No, those people were brainwashed in Mali and
So they're
in Burkina
brainless.
Faso
So
and
they're
these
brainless and
places.
they get brainwashed
Of
to kill
course.
each other.
Of course.
Okay. All right. So
Of
Africans are
course.
just dummies and they can easily be brainwashed into killing each other. They don't have their own free will. They don't have their own minds. All right.
Most of the time. Most of the time.
Okay.
Let me ask
If you're a
DK.
Christian, hold on. If you're a Muslim, you're for Arabs. If you're a Christian, you're for white people. You can be
Okay.
swayed at any time.
Okay.
You can be
If
swayed.
you're a
You can be
Rastafarian, who are you
used.
for?
Rastafari?
I'm for the defense of Africa and the upliftment of Africa and
Okay. Okay.
On fire. You're a Rastafari?
Rastafari.
John Rasta
True
fried
that.
rice. The John Rasta he fried rice.
What's your Haile Selassie?
You worship a Haile Selassie? But he
Worship a
died.
guy who was killed and buried under a toilet, man. Come on.
Yeah, he didn't rise from the dead. He didn't rise from the ashes.
And then you live in Babylon. I mean, you're just an oxymoron, bro.
I mean, look at what the Christians did to Liberia. So you all scumbag, at least uncivilized people. Christianity caused the Liberians to be
Christianity
uncivilized
civilized
people.
us in Liberia, man. Rastafari ain't done nothing but just
Christianity
smoke a
made
bunch of
you
weed.
uncivilized.
And smoke a bunch
Hold
of
on.
weed and grow dirty
Hold
dreads,
on.
man.
You know what that was what the American Liberians did wrong. They were
Somebody said
Christians,
Rasta
and that's
smoke
why.
weed in Bible paper. That's
Hold
true, bro.
Bro, I'm talking, bitch ass nigga. Shut the fuck up and let me talk, man. Have some manners. You feel me? You were Christians in Liberia, and all of you was destroy the whole goddamn place. And that's what the American Liberians did wrong, because Christianity is gonna cause us all to be in sudden destruction.
Christianity didn't
And it
cause the
don't
war in
matter.
Liberia, brother.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't. How did it cause the war?
Why didn't it stop? Why didn't it stop the war then? Why didn't it not cause the war?
You must be a special kind of slow person.
Why did Christianity not stop the war?
Look, how can we consider this stop the Civil War in America?
Because Christianity is an uncivilized religion.
This dude, you been smoking too much weed, man.
In other words,
it's a racist religion. It teaches you not to like nothing black.
Let me ask you a question. Then people are dying by the hundreds of thousands in eastern, western part of Sudan and whatnot. You know, Muslim on Muslim. Can you explain that?
Islam is an uncivilized religion. You cannot understand
Rastafari is
what's
a
going to come
civilized
out of it.
religion.
Yeah.
Rastafari is also an uncivilized religion, man. You smoke a bunch of weed. You,
Rastafari free
All
Africa.
right, that's a far
Right.
right.
A lot of Africans are wise right now because of Rastafari.
oh boy.
That weed, that
Well,
ganja.
how they get wise? By
Like
smoking a lot of
Elvis,
THC?
like Elvis. You would be a better man if you listen what I say. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But
No,
now
I
you
don't
just a
listen.
bitch
I
ass
don't
nigga.
listen to drug users, man. Their minds are already halfway gone. I don't listen to
Who
drug users.
who use drugs like Liberian people? Ain't you smoking bones and weed?
I'm not
Huh?
smoking. I don't smoke.
Yeah, but it's your people. It's your
No, you
fucking
said I should
brothers.
listen to you. That's what I'm telling you. I don't listen to people who use drugs.
Yeah, but you are a fucking idiot. You're useless anyway. You are
Nah.
pro white.
Smart people
You're
don't smoke drugs, man. Smart people use
you're
their
pro
minds for
American.
thinking.
You're pro American. You useless to everybody black.
Nope, I'm just
Dude.
logical, brother. And I
Yeah,
don't
you are
follow people whose
logical.
minds are
You're
altered by drugs.
you're a fucking idiot. You feel me?
The people who
That's
smoke
what you
drugs
are.
to find peace, those are the idiots. I have peace already. I don't have to use drugs.
You're a goddamn idiot.
Nah, the
You
idiots
feel
are the
me?
ones who smoke drugs, man.
Rastafari.
Nah, idiots are the ones who sell their country out to the slave master, like you.
Carla, play
Okay.
the
All right.
video. Play the video I put in the private chat.
Rastafari. I am the most
And
high.
I also want to say this to you all, right? Making fun of black people is what destroying us because you feel like you can make fun of Rastafari and all that stuff, right? But guess what? You love the white man.
Because
You'd
it's a
never
pseudo
try to
religion,
make
brother.
fun of the white man.
It's a
You'd never
pseudo
try to make
religion
fun of the white man.
based on debauchery and nonsense.
Yeah.
Let me ask. I didn't get a chance to ask DK a question. Hey DK, now were you one of these ones that said the FBA is growing? Were you?
I think it's growing.
Oh,
I
okay.
think it's
Now look, they just announced the 50th annual Afram Fest in Baltimore. That's like the largest event in Black America, Afram Fest, right? Now, how come they didn't change to the FBA ADOS Fest?
I don't know.
Hey, Elvis.
Could it be that
Elvis.
that FBA stuff is just something you see online a lot, annoying trolls and whatnot?
I think it is. You see it online, but I hear some people offline.
Hold on, but it
saying-
hasn't moved. But it hasn't moved the needle. We still got emoji festivals. We got Juneteenth. We got
it has no end game. It has no end game.
so like I said, this is what I talk about. The topic people want to go to strange fruits, right? Now, let me say something, right? Okay, I know with Billie Holiday, she'll talk about lynchings and stuff like that. But over the years, the strange fruits, a lot of scholars have used that to describe a lot of things in Black America, right? What else is hanging from that tree? It depends on what you talk about. She said southern trees bear strange fruits. I'm saying ghetto trees bear strange fruits, right? And I basically surmise that by saying, look what the ghetto tree is producing. The ADOS FBA, the ratchet black.
Colin, drop the link for Jonathan.
I understand that what you're saying.
Okay, I'm gonna listen.
But let me say something to Elvis. Elvis.
Now we got Jonathan. What's pseudo shit?
One second, Carla. Elvis, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Here, so do it for yourself.
My mind is free, bro. It's not clouded by weed smoke.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
My mind is free, bro. It's not clouded by weed smoke, man.
This is your brain. This is your brain.
Oh, you can't shame me, dude. You can't shame me.
I'm not shaming you. I'm just speaking. I'm
a black patriot, and I can say that loudly. Can you?
Yes, I'm a black patriot.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, for real? You love them equally to white people?
I don't love white people. I love black people.
Who don't love white people?
I don't love white people. I like white people. I don't love them. I love black people.
You are lying.
Okay.
You're
So he
lying.
just
You're
wants
pro
I've
white.
never dated. I've never dated a white woman.
But you
I don't.
sound very pro white, dude. I'm
No,
telling you.
because your mind is clouded. You can't make rational judgment. Everything is based on a bias in
You can't say my
interpretation
mind
of
is
everything.
clouded. I
Your mind
understand what's
is
going on.
clouded. You're
I
saying
did
things
not
that make no
fucking
sense.
accuse nobody falsely. I did not accuse nobody falsely.
You
I
say
did
you
not
hate
accuse
white people, but
nobody
you live in a
falsely.
white man's world.
If
You
something is
benefit from
stolen,
white men. You had white ruling
what?
your countries for the longest
What?
time. So what
What?
are you saying?
They got rich off
That's
us. They
Mr.
benefited
Brain on
off
drugs.
us.
Mr. Brain on drugs.
They got rich because of us. They benefited from
play
us.
the video.
We ain't
Yeah,
benefit from
to make
them.
rational decision, you have to have a a clean mind, man.
And your mind is clean.
My mind is clean. I don't eat pork. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I'm the squarest square you ever find, man.
And that
I've
makes
never
your
been to a
mind
strip club. I
clean.
don't go to. I've
And
never
that
So
been to
let's
a
makes, hold
club.
so let's
on,
watch
that
this
makes your
video.
mind clean.
Is there anyone out there who
Let's watch
still
the
isn't
video.
clear about what doing drugs does? Okay, last time.
I like this video. This is you on
This is your
drugs.
brain.
Mr. Brain
This
on
is drugs.
I don't do drugs.
Mr. Brain on drugs.
It's frying your brain, man.
This is your brain on drugs.
It's fried.
Any questions?
Any
No
questions,
questions, sir. Excellent ad. Don't do drugs, kids. Your brain gets fried when you do drugs. And
Yeah,
you
weed
lose
is
all.
not a drugs. Drugs
Okay,
is
all
what
right.
man made.
Weed
Okay.
is worse.
Only
Weed
Cocaine is a drug, and cocaine is man-made. What
only
do you natural?
only
The
what
poppy
it is
seed.
man made.
No,
It is
cocaine.
man made.
It comes from a plant. It comes from the coca
Heroin
plant.
comes from a plant, man. All
Yeah,
comes
but
Right.
it's processed.
Hashish come from a plant.
yo,
Opium
yo,
come from a
marijuana
plant,
is
and
not shit, man.
those are
What
all
you talking about?
drugs.
And marijuana, they put all kinds of chemicals in that shit, man. Come on, you know. To me, marijuana and all my years of being around and stuff like that. To me, honestly, people don't like when I say this, and my brother hates when I say this shit. Right? I think marijuana is the most dangerous drug. You know, like,
I think that's an exaggeration, Carlo. But okay.
no. The reason why I say that, right, is because I don't. I know a lot of. I knew people that want heroin, crack, whatever like that. I don't remember seeing anybody wearing a crack pipe T-shirt, you know, or having
Because
a crack pipe name buckle, whatever like that, or heroin, a needle, hypodermic needle, on insignia on the hat, whatever like that. But you do see weed people; it completely changes and alters.
we alter your
What are we
mind,
talking
right?
He
about?
wear,
It's
he
not
wears,
it's not as
I get you,
it's
Kyle.
not as
He wears like
destructive
a,
to your body as crack and other
Yeah,
hard
he
drugs.
wears
it's not
like a
dangerous.
But it
badge
does
on.
alter your mind, and it
It
makes you
alters the
addictive
mind,
to
you
it too.
know.
Also,
Because I can know right in 10 minutes when I'm talking to a weed head, you know, their mind and perception of the world or is like motherfucker just came from outer space. You know, see motherfuckers sit there and they say, but see, that's why they always got a conspiracy
yeah, they
theory.
always think there ain't some kind of deep thought, but they're
They
making
always
those
got a
rational
conspiracy
sense.
theory, right?
Oh,
And I seen that.
Lord.
We could mess up with that shit, messed up minds and whatnot, I'm like, so yeah, I think it is dangerous, or not, as far as like now, if you
I'm
was the type of
thinking
person
it
that
is,
smoke
man.
weed,
I'm thinking it is.
stay to yourself, that's fine. But weed people love to get on line, they love to go places, and they're always trying to influence other people when not with their nonsense. Like, damn, it's like, all right, look, I'm like this. This is what I always say. You go to a hotel, right? What do they say? No smoking in the room, right? No smoking cigarettes, blah, 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 right? Now, cigarettes carry nicotine, whatnot, this same thing. Weed has the same, like 20 times the amount of
Yeah,
nicotine.
what is it? Is it THC or
See what,
THG or
but the
whatever
thing
it
is,
is?
hold up. Weed smells, right? When you ever around weed people and whatnot, it's in their clothes and your furniture and all shit like that. That's the reason why they don't let you smoke in lobbies and stuff like that, right? But with cigarettes, everybody says, okay, smoking is banned and all that. Don't do it, right? Like everybody accept that. But weed is the only thing that basically trumps any sort of reason, logic, whatnot. It's almost hard to tell somebody, okay, we don't allow smokers, but weed. They'll get you for discrimination against a weed smoker. That's what I'm talking about. You got the whole society basically saying we regulate alcohol, we regulate tobacco. Not this one thing is you cannot touch. You cannot vilify.
Tyler, African goddess said something very profound. She said that weed is acceptable within some aspect of black community, especially amongst older people, but we forget it is related to psychosis.
You'd be surprised how many black people don't
Yeah,
smoke.
psychosis. We alters your state of mind. That's
You'd
true.
be surprised how many black people don't smoke weed. And also, like I said, that's I think one of the things that divided the Black Power movement back in the days, right? You have people that were intellectuals, and you have people that went to these communes and whatnot, and they were smoking weed with white people and whatnot, and people like,
Carla,
no,
isn't a Liberian who is a pro-American in
Oh boy.
psychosis?
No, we alter your state of mind. I mean my
hold on, let me say
No,
my
this.
no,
sober
Carla.
mind.
Carla, I'm asking you a question, right? I'm asking you a question, right?
Icon, hold on a
Isn't it?
second.
Hold on, I'm
Are you
asking Carla a
aware that the
question.
majority of the
I'm
people that
asking
run
Carla a question. Have
finances,
you no
run
man to do it?
technology companies, they all on drugs,
Yeah, that's why I think so.
overwhelmingly on drugs. So they can
That's why the
perform
world
at a
goes
high
fucked up,
performance while loaded. It really don't have anything to do with your smoking or none of that shit. Now, if you're on some street shit, you're smoking a whole bunch of street shit, that shit is loaded with so many chemicals that it shouldn't be loaded with. Then you're not really, those people aren't actually smoking some normal ass shit. They're not smoking the plant.
Yeah, they got lab and all kinds of
Yeah, those people that's out there zombieing it up, they're not, they're smoking some other kind of drug that was not
But
like a straight up
so
plant.
Carla,
The people that did
Carla,
crack
you don't.
cocaine, you could snort cocaine from what I've seen and be okay. But when you start mixing it and shit, the way our people were smoking it, that shit was fucking them up.
because they be
That's really
proud
the
of it that
difference.
it's some kind of strong strand of weed. This that chronic, this that yellow purple, whatever. And there's a bunch of shit
Yeah,
mixed
that's
in
some shit
together
that
that's
they
gonna
done
fuck you
altered
up.
because that shit ain't normal.
Right.
I'm like this, man.
And nobody want regular weed no more, Jonathan. Everybody wants the loudest shit, the hardest, weed. And it's like, just go smoke crack at that point. If you really want something that's going to really alter your state of mind so drastically, go smoke
Nah, crack
something
ain't good
more.
enough. You gotta do the opioid shit. You gotta go all the way out. You gotta do some shit that's gonna make your damn body to start deteriorating for some reason.
Don't advocate for drug. I can't fire. Stay sober, brother.
That kind of fire is like,
I was asking you this.
yeah,
I was asking you this, Carla. I asked you a question, right?
yeah.
If some little Liberian in that poor, destitute place thinking that he could be friends with America, isn't that person on psychosis?
Depends on who the person is and what type of relationship they have with America. Because Liberia's a sovereign country, a sovereign people. They can actually talk. The difference between you, me, and a Liberian or African is Africans take sovereignty and all that shit literally, and they mean it, right? When they're sovereign people,
Lies,
right? A sovereign people.
lies. You are idiot too.
They're not
This
thinking.
this
You are
dude
idiot too.
he's calling everybody an idiot tonight.
Hold on.
None of them. Which one of these countries can do as they like? Stop the playing, man.
Well, I tell you what they can do, right?
Stop the playing, man.
I can't. Let me explain to you, right?
You can't even make your own curriculum in these countries without America or England. You can't make your own curriculum.
That's bullshit.
They'll stop you.
Who told you that?
I'm telling you that.
Across the Atlantic and say what you can't do. America has no influence on anything that goes on in Liberia, bro. I will be there.
What do Icon Fire know about Liberia? You probably want to hear you talking about Liberia.
Liberia also, bro. Liberia didn't have the sort of close relationship you think it did to America. That's another mistake about Liberian history. Liberia and America wasn't that tight. It was between Black America and Liberia that had.
What money they use? What money they use?
Well, they use the Liberian dollar, and whatever.
Yeah, the US dollar is also used in Liberia. If that's the point you want to make.
So what's the point? My point I'm trying to make is Liberia is a sovereign.
Are US dollars used in Jamaica?
Can I please?
Sorry, Carla. Go ahead. My bad.
Look, Liberia, like Ghana, and all these other people are sovereign states, right? Your country is still under the Queen of England. Me, I am under the control of the United States. I have no say so over any sovereign decision in my life. I'm in captivity. You are in captivity. You live in the United States. A Liberian could basically tell the United States, shut down your embassy, get the fuck out of here tomorrow. They could also open an embassy up for North Korea if they so choose. That's the difference, And Africans understand, but they understand sovereignty and stuff like that. Despite all the problems they have, they're still in a better position than the black people who are in captivity in America. They can make.
Well, Kala, I don't understand the hypocrisy of this guy, right? He's a Rastafari, and they believe that the United States is Babylon. It's the worst place to be. Babylon must burn. It must come down. But he came into this country as an adult. He came and made a conscious decision to move here and live here and become a citizen of this country and pay taxes in this country, but wants to criticize the country. That's what some FBA say, and they're proven right with a person like this. You come into the country, but you hate the country.
Hold on.
You benefit from the country, but you hate the country.
Hold on. So you're telling me that I have to love it?
I appreciate it.
You gotta appreciate the country. You came here. You took tangible actions to come into this country to become a citizen and to retain that citizenship. You gotta appreciate it.
You sound stupid, dude.
They're getting hauled.
So you take a citizenship of a country that you hate? Is that what you're saying?
You sound stupid, dude.
I'm asking you a question. You take a citizenship of a country that you hate?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. FBAs are just right. You're a case in point. They're just right. When they say that people come to their country and they hate their country, you're the case in point.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're a fucking idiot. You can give away your
idiot that come into a place that you hate and continue to live here and pay taxes to the place.
So that's how easily your loyalty can be swayed.
I'm guessing Mr. Sandman must be a Jamaican.
That's how easy your loyalty can be swayed. Somebody give you a citizenship. So someone give you a citizenship.
No, they didn't give it to you. You went and applied for it.
Yeah, so then you're loyal to them?
No, so that's you took the action. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
they didn't force it upon you.
So what?
You took the oath.
You took the oath and swore loyalty to the country. So that means you're lying on the oath.
So what?
And you're a traitor to the United States of America if you lie on the oath.
Yes,
you could be a permanent resident for the rest of your life. You don't have to take up citizenship if you don't want to, but you took that action.
And when you get in Collar Nation,
I don't care what the hell you're talking about. You can't tell me shit.
Yeah, that's because you're embarrassed, man. You took up the citizenship of a country.
I don't plan to stay here for all my life either.
So why take up a citizenship? Be a green card holder.
Look, everybody.
But I don't think that's none of your business, bitch.
On fire. Look, look. Everybody knows I love Liberia, right?
Dumbass Negro.
Okay, we hear you, bro. Let's call it speak.
Are you going to become a citizen?
So hold on. Wait,
Carla's speaking, bro. Let him speak.
So hold on. So you go to England and you get citizenship. That
you gotta mute him for a second, man. He doesn't have impulse control.
It's saying, look, the bottom line is this.
You talk too much, man.
I like to have my Liberian residence, permanent residence.
You're a sellout, bitch.
Hold up, but to say that I want a citizen oath to Liberia right now, at this point, no, I'm not gonna do that. Because that means I got to disavow my current citizenship, which is the United States, where I got all my money, family, everything like that, to take on another country where I really don't have any rights, positions, or power and whatnot. And swear the oath of allegiance. That there's a lot to that. That means the president is not my president. The Senate is not my president. That government is now my government, right? I'm a subject and a citizen of another republic. Did I have to be? I'm obligated.
But Kala, what he doesn't understand is that even if he goes into Africa as a U.S. citizen, they still have jurisdiction over him. He can't just go and take any action in Africa. He can't go actively work against the United States. They will arrest him and bring him back here.
I'm a Jamaican citizen.
That's why
you was an American
citizen.
You say you were an American citizen. No, you're American citizen also.
American.
Asshole, I'm still a Jamaican citizen.
Yeah, but you said you're American citizen also, so they have
So
jurisdiction over
what?
you.
Citizenship.
That's
So
the
what?
point. Once you're a citizen, they have jurisdiction over you.
Jamaica don't
I
mean
can
shit.
relinquish that at any time I
But you
feel
haven't
like.
relinquished it at this moment. You're still a U.S. citizen.
Jamaica
You
don't mean
just like a
shit.
little bitch. You sound like a
I
primary
mean,
school
that's what I say.
student.
Your mind
You
is
sound
so
like
altered. You
you
can't
sound
even
like a
have impulse
primary
control and have a
school
simple
dude.
conversation.
Like you wanna try to shame me. Like
I'm
a
not
primary
shaming
school.
you.
That's primary school talk,
No,
dude.
you are criticizing a place where you took actual actions to become a citizen and retain your
So
citizenship and pay
and
taxes.
so what? And so
That
what?
means
You
that
wanna
you're a
sue me?
hypocrite. That means that you're a
So
liar,
what? Of
and
course
you
I
you
am.
you took your oath on a false pretense. That makes you
Okay.
unpatriotic, man.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a patriot to America.
Wow. Okay. I hope they're listening to you, man.
And I will never be a patriot to America.
Wow. So why did you go
Hell
and take the
no.
oath? Why did you go and take an oath?
I'm an African patriot. I
Why did you
only
go
have
and take an
loyalty
oath?
to shut your bitch
I'm
ass
asking
trap.
you, why did you
I
go and take an oath?
My business, bitch.
Oh, okay.
You
You see?
stupid.
Yeah,
Yeah, shut
because
the fuck up, man.
you're
Oh,
opportunist, man. You just want to get a
hold on,
citizenship.
because you. Oh, wait, big voice. So because you took your citizenship and you become loyal, you don't have no loyalty to
But that's what I'm telling you. You
Liberia
can be a
anymore.
green card holder
Yeah,
and
but you
not go
don't
and
have
take an
no
oath of
loyalty.
allegiance
You
to
don't
another
have no
country.
loyalty to your
You can live in this
you
country,
lost
work in this
you
country
lost your
without
loyalty to
becoming
your
a
own
citizen.
country.
But you went and
You
took that
lost your
act.
loyalty to your own country.
But
You
you went and
lost your
took that
loyalty to
action
your
for a
own country.
citizenship that you don't
You
need.
should be ashamed of yourself. You
As
don't
a
have no
man,
loyalty to
that's
Liberia anymore.
embarrassing to go
You
and
don't
do
have no
something that you don't
loyalty to
mean.
Liberia anymore. It's like you're American. You just loyal to America. You're not loyal to Liberia anymore. Why are you even talking to us? I'm a pro-African. You're
If
not
you,
pro-African. You're a pro-American.
what are you
You
talking about,
you
man?
took your own. Ain't you a citizen?
If I'm a dual citizen of the United States of America, right, and I
No,
live here,
no. You are
I
American.
actively
You
live
took the
here,
oath
right?
of allegiance.
I pay
You took the
taxes
oath
here.
of
My
allegiance to
kids are here.
America,
My
and
family is
you
here.
loyal to.
You think I'm going to
Yeah,
hate the
so you
United States or
loyal
do
to
anything to
America.
sabotage this country? Are you out of your mind?
Well, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk nothing but me. I have loyalty to only Africa and black people.
So, but you took
Here,
an oath of a loyalty to the United States. Why take that oath?
I lied.
Let's see. Okay, boy, you admit everything we need to know, man. I can't have that conversation with you no more. You lied. You lied
America
when you
was
took the oath.
built on lies. America
All right,
was built on
Tyler,
lies.
I hope you're
You
hearing
have
this.
to
The
tell.
FBA's are right because
You
I
have to
never
tell.
believed that there were people like this. I thought the immigrants appreciated the United States and appreciate their citizenship, but I guess the FBA did. They were right on this part because this guy is one
Yeah,
of those
you a
people.
booty clap. You a booty clapper. I expect what
You went and took an oath of
your
office. I'm
theory.
sure you stood up there in your coat, in your nice little suit, put your left hand up or your right hand up,
theory.
and took an
I
oath
expect
of
your
loyalty to the United
theory.
States. You took that
I
action.
expect your theory. You're African. You have no loyalty to Africa. I expect that from you. You little bitch. And you need to fucking don't go back to Africa because don't let people like me see you there. You hear? Don't declare yourself when
Imagine this
if
guy
you see
saying
me
this.
there, don't declare
Never been
yourself
to
to me here.
Africa.
You've never been there.
What are you talking about?
I'll be
I was
there.
born in
But
Africa, Icon Fire.
don't declare yourself to me here because I know you're a sellout.
I'm a
Here?
sellout. You went and took an oath of office, loyalty, stood up there in your little coat suit, raised your hand, swear, with your hand on your chest, and swore loyalty to the United States. You took that action, and you're telling me I'm a sellout. You sold out right there and then when you took that oath. You know that, right?
You a proud American.
I was
You're
never
proud
loyal
American,
to
man.
America.
You
I
give
was never
them
loyal to
jurisdiction over your
America.
body. They can draft you into war. When there's time of emergency, they can forcefully inscript you into the National
You pay
Guard or
taxes.
other stuff
You pay
like that.
taxes. I know that.
You
You
give your
pay
body
taxes.
to this country, man.
Fine.
Okay, then. So what are you talking about?
Fine. I'm not gonna get drafted.
Yeah, is that what you think?
That's what I know.
your brain is cloudy, man. Unless maybe you're over 50, so maybe you can't be drafted. But if you're within
No,
that
I'm
age
too
range,
old. I'm too old to get drafted.
So you're also a coward. Not only are you a hypocrite, you're a coward. So you're running
I'm
away from
past
war
the age.
if they
I'm
need you
past
for
the
war.
age, dumbass.
Nah, some people in the 50s can they can volunteer if they need to.
No, I volunteer for Africa. I volunteer for the
Bro,
AES.
you're not impressing us Africans with all this volunteer for Africa stuff. You're
I,
not impressing
I
us with
don't
it.
want to impress you, bitch. I don't want to impress you.
You're
You
not
ain't
impressing
nobody.
us, man.
You not nobody, dude. You
Africa is
are
not looking
worthless
for we
African
here
to me.
loyalty, man. We
Hold
don't
on.
need the loyalty of we here. We need
You are
sober-minded people
worthless.
in Africa.
You are worthless African, just like you all was worthless in Liberia.
Yeah.
Y'all
We
destroy
need.
their place,
I'm
and
telling you,
you turn your country.
Africa
Hold
looking
on.
for
You need to
sober-minded
cuss
people,
your
man.
country. You need to cuss your country because
They're
your
not looking
country
for
is
weed
full of
heads.
drug dealers.
Let me tell you that. That's a secret. We're not looking for weed heads, man. We need sober-minded
Since,
people.
since when Liberia became a drug dealer place?
We're not looking for weed head, man. We want sober-minded people. If your mind is clouded with drugs, we're gonna reject you, man. Stay in America or stay in Jamaica.
They like all fire.
You the one who's loyal to
That's that
America.
weed talking now, man. It messed up one part of your
You
brain.
is the one who is
Now
loyal
you're
to
having a mini
America.
stroke, man.
Firestone has been robbing your country for years, and
Stop smoking weed, man.
you're still loyal to America. You ain't worth talking to, dude.
I mean, what are you
Let
talking about?
somebody else
You
talk,
went
man.
and stood up and took an oath of office, and you're talking about loyalty. You took an oath of office, bro. You swore on the Bible or
Goodbye,
whatever book you
man.
have.
Good goodbye, man. I'm a black supremacist.
Okay, but you went and subjugated yourself to the white man by taking an oath of loyalty to him.
Oh man, finally he left, man.
That guy.
You know what it is? I kind of old school. Like I said, Strange Fruits. Let me tell you about Strange Fruits. Right, like I said earlier, people said, "Colin, that's what Bill." I know what Billie Holiday meant. Right. First of all, the song "Strange Fruits" was not written by Billie Holiday, written by a Jew. She just sung it. Strange Fruits. Right, about lynching. Now, other times some people came up and said strange fruits could be a lot of things. You could describe America, strange fruits or whatnot. Strange people, strange things. But what was originally intended for was to talk about lynching, strange fruits hanging from trees. Right. My point I'm trying to make tonight is this: the strange fruits. Right. You got people will now never understand. Right. They hate this fucking country, but they can't. They will swear allegiance to it, right? Come here, take over, will not leave. Strange fruits. You talk about nationhood, but you don't want to part ways with America. Strange fruits, just like we look at our culture in Black America, right? What we've normalized ratchet behavior, and so I have a video. You guys want to play this, man? This lady, I don't know if she was African, or she was in Oakland. This black lady, she took a dump right there in the middle of a store. You guys want to see that?
Why would we want to see that, Colin? No, we don't want to see that.
Somebody in the comment
that
section
shit,
said,
man.
she thinks she's. I don't know what kind of late who she
We
was.
don't want to see it, Colin. Come on now.
They said somebody in the comment section said she thinks this is Africa. She's back in Africa. So I don't know if she was talking about if she was an African immigrant, what? But they wouldn't let her use the bathroom, man. She was like, pull that thing down, cop the squat, and black right there in the middle of the store. I was like, damn, man. It's like really, like I said, strange fruit, man. We're losing.
Mari Shah said, "No, I'm eating." She don't want to see nobody taking a shit. Colin, come on.
Yeah. So, but it's just really sad,
But
how
honestly, Colin, I never believed it, right? Because again, maybe I'm naive, right? But I never believed that. I mean, some people may have it in their hearts, but to hear people who are immigrants, who are citizens of this country, say that they lie on their oaths, they're not loyal to the
it's
country.
not
Even
just black. I seen this one Hispanic lady where she was a good looking Hispanic lady. She's like she looked like she could pass for white, right? She one of the type of people you didn't say she looked like she could be an Italian girl or Greek girl, whatever that. She said on his TikTok, she said, "Look, America, we don't like your country. We don't care about it. We got our own culture. Our culture is popping. We only can't come here for the money, And we don't care about this country." And I'm saying to myself, my point, I may blame them, right? I blame who the hell just gives out citizenship to people like that,
But the people lie. That's what he said. He said he lied because you have to lie to go and take an
But
oath.
I think
Elvis,
there should be a
Elvis,
thing.
what do you think about people like Ilhan Omar in the
She does
Somaliland?
not belong here. I'm serious. I got my
Yeah.
own issues with America, right? But somebody who came here on America's good grace as a refugee, she run off stealing, do all kinds of shit. She's worth like $20 million, right? As a fucking congressman's salary.
No,
She,
no, no. That's her husband's filing. He's part of some kind of company that's worth like
yeah,
that
but you
that
know
much
she got
money.
that because they're connected. Come on, they were broke when she got in office. She was broke.
No, no. What I'm saying, the white man that she married, she married to a white man. I don't know if you know that, Colin. He's like a venture capitalist, and
Yeah,
his
so
his wealth is what is based.
regardless, right? Why does she look? If I came from her circumstances, right, I'd be kissing the ground. You know something? If I came
And
from her,
most immigrants are like that. They're so appreciative of the
well, what I'm
United States.
saying,
I
but
don't
when
know.
she's in a position of power, right, and she gets up and says all these things about America, only people that could talk about America right now are African Americans. We're the only group of people that could and Native Americans could justifiably talk about America. Everybody else came here voluntarily. Yeah, you got
But
issues like that. But when you hear people like Zorian Mandani, this guy really wants to turn New York into a caliphate. He's a jihadist.
Colin, let me say this right, and that's what I said, DK. We came into this country right for the first maybe 10 years of my life. I was living in this country on a green card, even though I was eligible to get citizenship, right? But that's a decision. Like my mother got her citizenship, within the first like 8 years. And my little sister, since she was younger, she got it automatically. So she didn't have to do it herself. My father, he went and got his citizenship. So when you are of age where you have to decide and think and analyze if you want to be a United States citizen, because you can be a permanent resident and live in this country for 30, 40 years and never take that oath because perhaps you don't mean it. Maybe you still have loyalty back home to your home country. Those are all fine. You can live in this country, work, and do everything almost everything a
Let me
citizen can
ask you a
do.
question, Elvis. This is a good question, right? Now, as you know, I've been studying a lot about Liberian. I'm in a lot of Liberian social networks chats for years, right? And I understand that people. I don't know what Liberians is different. I don't know if they have a loyalty to Liberia. When I know they that's their home country, but 99% of what they talk about is politics in their home country. It's like we got a large number of people through social media who have not really fully assimilate means you assume, like the Italians that came here, right? In one generation, they don't know who the politics of their own country is. They're completely assimilated into the American way of life. Why is it taking for black immigrants so long to assimilate into American mainstream of life? That means they don't talk about their home country
I
anymore.
think I think part of it, perhaps I'm just speculating here, is that maybe they probably feel like they won't be fully accepted in their true
But
place
why
where
did
they have
I
no,
believe that too? But why
because
did
yeah, number one, they have an accent, they have a different name. People can tell easily
but
that
why
they're
you
not
got
quote
people
unquote
like
true
Afrodamas?
Americans.
People like Afrodamas walks around like he's fully assimilated and stuff like that. As if a Gambian, he's telling the Gambian, "You can come here and be like me." Like Michael Lawala get ready to come up. He really thinks he's an American. I don't. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. But Mike, man, the other night, man,
Kala,
I
did
was
Ila Omar really say something bad about America?
who
Did she say something bad about America? The
who
Ila Omar lady? There's
Yeah,
man,
she
always
said
says
that
about
America's at
Mexico.
fault for what happened in Somalia.
She talk
America's
about she loves Al
yeah.
Qaeda. She said she loves
she
Al
loves Al
Qaeda.
Qaeda. She said
Yes.
that?
She said this is
Kala,
what
come
she
on now.
said.
You
She
know she
goes,
won't be in the
when I hear
government if
about
she said it.
America, it's like this. But when I hear Al Qaeda, she goes, that really turns me on. Al Qaeda. Al
She said
Qaeda.
that?
Yes, she said that, bro.
I can't take you seriously, Kala. I don't know. It's
All
like,
right, okay, I'll look.
Kala, nowadays, if you
Go
say
ahead,
good
yo, go ahead,
morning,
keep
I have to
talking.
go outside and look at the
Hold on,
weather
go
to
ahead,
see if it's
keep
actually
talking. I'm
morning.
gonna go find the video. I'm gonna go find the video.
Well,
As always.
I never heard her say something bad about America. Well, she did,
All right,
then
okay,
I don't
all
know.
right. That's
That,
you
that'll
ain't
be
listening,
terrible.
right?
But I don't know.
Things bad.
That's it.
Yeah.
So I'm
I
gonna.
thought she always spoke about the opposition. She used to play politics. She always talk
No,
about
no,
the
no.
Republic,
All right,
the other side,
I'm gonna
which
go
is
find
what
the video,
politicians do. They battle it out. So,
man.
and then the opposition wanna go at her about, oh, you're from somewhere else and things like that. But if That's what they're supposed to do. But Republican and Democrat going at each other. But I
Okay,
thought that's what she was
okay,
doing,
that.
just going at the Republicans. But she's going at America, that would be senseless. I have no business being going into the politics and then be talking shit about the country. I doubt if she would do that. I doubt if any politician would do that. Because I believe she'll get kicked out of the party. She won't
Oh
try
yeah,
that.
they're
But I
trying to
don't
look.
know.
Hold on,
Tyler,
That's what I'm only hearing it from
Tyler,
you for the first time.
I'm not a snowflake, but I'm offended by this Black Star guy. He got gold grill in Dr. Martin Luther King's mouth, man. That's blasphemy, man. Stop that shit.
who's this?
Black Star.
Kyle always want to tell
He got earrings and a gold grill. That's crazy.
I bet you any of my money is a
you
white
see how
guy.
Kyle always want to tell
Probably a
those of
white
us
guy.
that are non-FBA how
Okay,
to
all right. Let's
how to live our life, how to be Americans. I say we're subservient to him.
I'm
Oh,
not
you
telling
come
you
here
how
and
to
shut up.
be, man.
Who the fuck are you to be telling us to shut up?
Man, I ain't telling
What
you.
power do you have to be commanding us, Kala?
Yeah, I'm not commanding
Hey,
anything.
Mike, I got a question for you, right? Because I know you're an immigrant and you got your citizenship. When you took the oath of office of the United States, did you mean your oath when you took it to be loyal to the United States of America?
I didn't. I was already a citizen. I didn't have to do all that. But
Oh, you got it when you were young through your parent?
well, I can tell you. I don't want to give you
You
Oh,
were
my
no, it's
born
fine.
story,
It's fine.
here.
If you don't want to
but
divulge it,
just
it's
take it
fine.
like that. Yeah. Yeah. The fact of the matter is, I'm loyal to wherever I reside. I'm loyal to that space. So I'm loyal to the U.S. and I'm loyal to Nigeria. I'm just loyal to any. I'm first of all, I'm more loyal to
You
my
can't,
ethnic
Mike.
group,
You
and
can't
then
have to. You
I'm
can't serve,
loyal
Mike.
to
You can't serve
wherever
ancestors. You like to whoever
I'm
paying you.
happy
Whoever
being in.
you can't. You
If
loyal
I
to whoever paying you.
start living in Liberia today, I'll be loyal to the environment because I'm
Yeah,
living there.
where you
Why would I be
live and where
against?
your family
Why would I be
is.
anti where I reside? Doesn't make
Yeah, that's what
sense.
I don't understand. You live here.
I can't be anti-American. Be
If
living in America.
anything
Doesn't
really
make
happens to
sense.
this country, it affects you and your people.
Hold
So
on.
why would you hope for that to happen?
Let's play this video. This is the
Say it
first
again.
of many videos.
No, I say if you live here, anything bad happen to this country is going to affect you
Yeah,
and
it's
your
gonna
family that
affect you.
live here.
Yeah,
So why would you hope
it's
for
very.
something bad to
It
happen?
won't make any sense. I
No,
mean, why would you be
Mike.
anti?
You
I mean,
asked.
it doesn't make
You
any
asked.
sense.
Mike. You
I
asked
can
about.
be anti-individual or policy or I can't be anti-nation. I'm not. I can't even be anti any country in the world because human beings live there. I won't wish bad things to happen to any country. So,
All right, Mike. Let me play this
because
video.
I
Let me
don't
play this
think
video.
human beings. I'm a humanitarian. I don't
Mike.
wish bad
All right,
things happen to any human
all right.
beings anyway.
Mike, we heard
So
you.
I'm not anti any nation, any
Mike, I
country.
call you got to ban him. Maybe he's
Well,
not
I
hearing you.
said it 10
You got to
times.
block him, my man.
We
I'm
heard
not
you.
blocking.
Oh,
Mute him.
I can't. Oh, he's talking. Someone's talking.
Yeah. I think you didn't have your earpiece in, but he's trying to play a video. Let him
Trying
play
to
it.
play a
Oh,
video.
I'm not hearing him at all. Somehow,
Yeah. All right. So anyway, I'm playing a video. Ilham Omar, supposedly anti-American
I'm
remarks.
not even hearing the video.
Reproach from the House Republicans. One America's Hans Hubbard explains.
House Republicans register the repudiation of recent remarks by Minnesota Representative Ilhan Omar, which they regard as anti-American. Co-sponsored by 8 GOP lawmakers, a resolution was introduced by Arizona Representative Andy Biggs Thursday, censuring Omar for her ostensibly Marxist comments. This referring to a speech delivered by the Minnesota Congresswoman last week, wherein she advocated for the full-scale dismantling of what she called systems of oppression in all areas of American society.
We are not merely fighting to tear down the systems of oppression in the criminal justice system. We are fighting to tear down systems of oppression that exist in housing, in education, in healthcare, in employment, in the air we breathe. As long as our economy and political systems prioritize profit without considering who is profiting, who is being shut out, we will perpetuate this inequality. So we cannot stop at criminal justice system. We must begin the work of dismantling the whole system of oppression wherever we find it.
Omar's office lashed back at news of the resolution, claiming it mischaracterized her comments and that criticism from Republicans has resulted in a smear campaign against her. Yet her critics point out, Omar has a history of advocating for a Marxist overhaul of the American system, and that her rejection of economic liberty and limited government run counter to values intrinsic to the Constitution.
And I will never stop saying, not only do we need to disinvest in police, but we need to completely dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department. The Minneapolis Police Department is rotten to the root. And so when we dismantle it, we get rid of that cancer and we allow for something beautiful to rise. And that reimagining allows us to figure.
Yeah, that reimagining Al Qaeda will come in, and Al Shabaab and all these other people like that.
That's not what she said, Kyle. Don't put words in her mouth.
What public safety looks like for us.
This is not the first time Omar's words have landed her in deep water with her congressional colleagues. Her history of anti-Israel and anti-Semitic comments have brought forth the condemnation of not just Republicans, but even House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who last year denounced Omar's anti-Jewish rhetoric and urged to issue a public apology. That was accompanied by the introduction of a resolution of censure by House Republicans, who sought congressional condemnation for what they described as hateful expressions of intolerance that are contradictory to the values that define the people of the United States. This, referring to various public statements from the Minnesota Congresswoman, including a 2012 tweet wherein she stated, quote, "Israel has hypnotized the world. May Allah..."
What she advocated for
and help them
happened with the Minneapolis Police Department.
Quote,
Yeah, that was
They fired a lot of people and they rebuilt it, and now it's one of the best police forces in our state.
Among Republicans,
did they do that?
Yeah, they did that. What George Floyd happened, a lot of officers was fired, a lot of them resigned. We got new police chiefs.
That was a damn insurgency, man. You know.
Okay, Kyle. But what I'm explaining to you is,
burned down a police station.
Listen. The Minneapolis.
To see more videos like this,
he didn't post that.
click on the link below. And
But Kyle, let me say this, right? What she said happened in Minneapolis. The Minneapolis Police Department was notorious for targeting black people, and being, anti-black. And when George Floyd happened, that's what a lot of people attacked.
George Floyd happened in Minneapolis?
Before then, yeah, that's what George Floyd happened here in Minneapolis.
Okay, so it makes sense.
Yeah, so after the George Floyd incident, a lot of police officers were fired. Our police chief was fired. A lot of them resigned, and the police department was restructured. My mother will have she have a place in Minneapolis that I visit sometimes, and the police is so better now. That whole area is way more safer, and it's a lot better.
Ask me if I think Omar. What I think of American is right. I don't consider American. I just don't. I could be wrong.
Carla, you're kind of bigoted too,
Carla.
No, I'm not saying. Look, I don't consider. I think she's a Somali. She's first of all,
she's a Somali American.
She said her allegiance is to Somalia, not America. She said that.
It doesn't stop her from being American. It's like
no, it don't work like that, bro. It don't work.
Yeah, the way it works. Listen, who define America as a law?
No, hold on. That's why I said this. Is what
once you have that citizenship, you're an American. Period.
Third world people that got their third world allegiance.
Third world people.
So it is what it is.
There's no such thing as
don't be regurgitating white supremacist talking point, man. We come on the show not to hear that shit, man.
Carla, you came from third world too, man.
Right, twice a day.
Carla, ain't you from third world?
No, I'm not from the third world.
Where did they bring you from? Where did they bring you from the third world to go walk here?
We helped build. I was here when this country became a first world country.
Carla's FBA. He was here. He was foundational to this country.
Carla, you were kidnapped from the third world to come here.
I'm not third world. Yeah.
Where were you kidnapped from? Are you Indian now? Are you one of those Indians?
That was 400 years ago, bro.
You came from the third world.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Whether it's 1,000 years ago or 2 years ago.
Else, but I'm still.
Carla, you were kidnapped from the third world. That's what it matters.
So it doesn't matter what else kidnapped.
It does matter.
But I'm saying this. This is all I'm saying, Mike. This is all I'm saying, right? I just think that a lot of times, right, we black people in America really have no choice because we don't have any strong ties with any African country. This is all we got, unfortunately, right?
It didn't stop the fact that you came from there, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying we didn't. I'm saying
okay, so you came from the third world.
Oh, hold up. We have no ties to the third world, though.
Well, you came from there. That's what I don't care whether I have ties or not.
There,
I can choose to cut my ties to the third world, but I came from there. I can tell you today, look, I've cut ties with Nigeria, but it doesn't change the fact that
I'm not saying you cut ties with Nigeria, but what do you think about if Nigeria has not had conflict with the United States? It sort of just bends and capitulates. So you have no reason to have any ambiguities towards America.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Why not? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Look,
if the United States and Nigeria goes to war, I had this conversation with St. James, right? He said, if Liberia and the United States go to war, who will you be loyal to? I asked him the same question. He said he'll be loyal to Burkina Faso.
He's
You
already
know.
loyal to Biggie Faso. He's another one. You
So
know,
if your home country goes to war with the country that you live in and you have a citizenship in, like the United States, the question is who do you support? Who would you be loyal to? You know.
I'm not loyal to any of them, man. Like I said, dude, I'm not loyal to. I respect every country, and I wish every country well. But me, all these countries are man-made. Whether United States, Nigeria, all these territories, I'm only loyal to my creator and my ancestors and my ethnic group. But I respect and you know,
But you
wish
took an
every
oath of
country well.
loyalty, Mike. That oath of loyalty
There's
means
no I
that
never
you're
oath. There's no oath of loyalty, man.
okay. Yeah, you said okay. You
There's
didn't
a
take
oath
that
to
oath.
uphold and respect the Constitution. That's the only oath you take. And any
No, you took an oath
um
of allegiance.
listen to the Constitution of the United
and
States.
the Republic, Constitution
No,
represents
you
the
took an oath
The only
of allegiance.
obligation
If
you
you're
have, the only
naturalized, you take an
obligation
oath
you
of
have
allegiance.
anywhere you go in any country as a citizen or as a resident or whatever is to respect or follow the Constitution.
No, and to be loyal to the country, you take an oath of
You
allegiance.
listen. There's no country in the world that tell you have to be loyal to the country. You just gotta be.
No, that's what, Mike? Are you serious?
Listen. Every country, only thing they hold you for accountable for is to obey the Constitution and follow the honor the uphold the Constitution. That's it. No one put you in jail for not being patriotic or whatever the heck. I'm not patriotic to any. I mean, I'm respectful and like every country, but the whole patriotism thing, yeah, I mean,
Mike,
I'll be.
it says
It's subjective. In what
it
term? In
says
what?
people who are naturalized and to become American citizens must take an oath of allegiance at a formal ceremony. So yes, you do
Yes.
take an oath of allegiance. Allegiance means loyalty. That's what it means. So it's an oath of loyalty.
Well, however you define it, yeah, I'm like I said, I'm loyal to every. Yeah, I'm loyal. Yeah, of course, I'm loyal to good anything that's good to me. United States has been good to me, so
let me ask
I'm
you
loyal
this.
to the United States. There's no question about that.
Billy Yard vibe says that there are people. Yeah, you're right. There's a problem. There's a lot of people who are more allured to. That's the anti-Semitism comes from, because there's politicians and people who look the part, but they allegiance with Israel before it is with the United States. You
Carla,
know,
do you really want me to tell you guys the truth? You see, human beings are sitting and telling you, I'm loyal this, Let me tell you something, man. If United States today, all of a sudden, God forbid, I don't wish it, collapse, like just collapse for some reason, and then another country, let's say something happens, United States becomes economic dead and everything, no opportunity, nothing anymore, and then Mexico becomes this place where all the opportunities or something like that. People are gonna be migrating to Mexico. The same Americans are sitting here telling you, "Oh yeah, I'm this. I would die for this and that." People are loyal to something that's good to them. You understand?
you
When
know
if
what?
America declines, I'm
Only here
telling
for
you,
people are opportunists.
people will start migrating. That's human nature. All these countries, just go study history during the Roman Empire. Oh, everyone is loyal to Rome. Oh, Roman citizen. When it collapsed, they started migrating somewhere else. The same thing when people migrate to greener pasture. That's just where nature is. Animals do the same thing. They will be in one place already or mating there. As soon as the place start drying off, they start migrating to another place where it's greener pasture. That's human nature, man. You're gonna you can be even just look at, let's go to the basic one, like you from particular city, your favorite city, that's where you grew up, everything. The moment you see opportunity in another states, they offer you some job there, they pay you some a lot of money. You want me to tell your friends, oh, God, I gotta move over there. It's just human nature, man. So there's no human being that's really that loyal to any. You just loyal because that moment, that place is, there's something great for you. You just that's why your survival, you getting comfort at that moment. But if something happens where even most of these white Americans, they all migrated from Europe, man. You want to tell me when they were in Italy, Germany, and all these places, they were not patriotic, so those places. But the moment opportunity came in America, they all migrated. Italians, German, all of them migrated
Yeah,
here.
but they made a transition. They became Americans. You know, let
They
me
what?
let me get Saint James on. Saint James, I know he's loyal to but cannot be or not. That's where his allegiance lies and whatnot.
It's not my business what someone else's allegiance or loyalty is. It's that individual's personal thing. I'm not going to be attacking somebody for not being. I don't know why Carla you're so interested in, and you particularly come after a black immigrant. They have to be loyal to.
No, I
What's your
ain't.
business?
No. You got me all wrong, Mike. You got me all.
You tell us you have to come here and assimilate and all this crap.
No,
Why does it bother you if you
Carla,
assimilate or not?
thanks for having me, Carla. I know one day you and us we're gonna have to clash, right? I know they're gonna be sending you guys over there to the Sahel to fire us, so I'm waiting for that.
Oh,
You know,
oh
and
man.
I know, yeah, I know, but I'm here to tell you, right?
Yo, Sente. Only thing I want to send to Sahel is some
Uh-huh.
food. I want to raise money so we can send food to your country. Because
Okay, can you do a? Can
Cuddy,
you? Are you gonna do a GoFundMe or something like that?
Cuddy, like he hasn't had a square meal in years, man.
Yeah. Did you ever send money to Cuddy? Did you ever like?
No, not right now, but I would like to.
No,
I like
you
to
see, you're
raise
not
money.
helping. You're
I
not
like to
helping.
raise money for all the Burkini Bay people, so we
No,
can have
send it to Cuddy.
food,
Send it to
man.
Cuddy. You can spread the love, man.
Have some food, man. We need food in Africa, man.
But Kara, did you get the video from Zongo?
Which one?
Okay, we're gonna get
Why
you the video, man.
Africans so happy or some shit like
No,
that?
no, 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 no. It's a different kind of video, man. So that video was for Louis to translate, right? Because since he loved talking, but I don't want to talk about him. He's not here, right? Let's not make it about Louis, right?
Oh, we talked about earlier about when that president came to the White House and was snitching.
Nah,
and
I
making
knew,
up.
man. It was like Anthony Blinken, like, who the hell is this guy? And who the
What
hell?
did he tell you? What did he tell? What did
No,
Louis say?
he was basically saying, "Yo,
Uh-huh.
we got intelligence on our border. We're looking at border all this activity." He was basically saying that
Uh-huh.
suspicious activity going across the
Uh-huh.
border,
Uh-huh.
Burkina Faso, and Tony Blinken, like, yeah. And what do you want? Some money? You want a reward?
Did you see how they're looking at him though? When he was talking, did you see how the other side was looking at him?
Crazy, man. This nigga crazy. That's Lewis's boy.
Yeah, that's his people. That's his people. I just wanted him to translate. I don't want no one else to translate the video. I want Louis. I want you to play the video so he can translate the video for everyone to listen.
I can't embarrass Lewis like that, man.
No, 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 no. You don't have to embarrass. Listen, I'm not gonna talk to Louis until you play the video for him. I don't want him to come after me before he translate the video. He has to translate the video and then come after me later. So we're gonna have to expose the toughness and the loudness and the disrespect. We're gonna have to, if you want that to end, we're gonna have to play the video. There is another one from Louis Click. His name is Nana, whatever his name is, Kwaduku, Kudaku. He live in Texas. That's Louis' family right there. They don't like nobody. You see what I'm saying? They don't like nobody. They don't like Sahelians at all. But they find a way to just always come to our conversation, and they pretend to be loving Africans and the neighbors. When in fact they don't. They don't. Louis is not a Pan-African, but he loved the proximity to Black America. He loves that more than
Are you talking about
Pan-Africanism.
that Louis guy in London?
That Louis got in England.
Wait.
Most, Carla, what you guys don't understand, right? Some Africans, I'm being honest with you. Some African, right? They admire you so much, right? So they're willing to sell their own people just to be close to you. You understand? We know our own people more than you do. So Louis is part of it. Like him calling, like if you ask Louis, right, he's not gonna call a show in England and talk the way he talks when he call on here. Because he admires you guys so much. He just want the cook. He just want what you guys have. So he's willing to do whatever to just be close to you guys. Louis, I'm neighbors to Louis, right? He Ghana, I'm Burkina Faso. Louis will never partner with me. He will partner with you. You see what I'm saying? We know that. That's on Africanism. They don't care about their neighbors. They care about who's bringing money in it. You see what I'm saying? So let's leave it at that. That's their hustle. I'm not gonna knock their hustle. Whatever they do over there in their country, that's their hustle. But I'm here to tell Louis, right? And all these Ghanaians who believe Burkina Faso is competing with Ghana, we're not. They're putting a lot of money to attract a lot of investment in their country. Burkina is not doing
Hey,
that.
Sam James.
Yeah,
Hey, I got a question, man. You notice,
sure.
like, in all these panels where they be
Yeah.
doing all these Black American versus African immigrants in
Hmm.
America, you notice the
Hmm.
people they always come there to come and be speaking on behalf of the African immigrants, those Black British, those like
Yeah.
Louis, Hal Africa, I know these guys,
Yeah. These
Jack,
comedians.
all those London guys. I'm like,
They
dude,
are
what do you mean?
comedians.
It's something I know nothing about.
Yeah, we've been through it. We've been through it from
They'll call and they'll be pandering
2022.
to
Yeah,
NBA and trying to get along. And I'm like, dude, you're not the one they have problem with. It's the
yeah.
Africans living in America. You in London, you're black,
Uh-huh.
you're English, black English. No,
Right.
it's not your topic. It's not your issue. They'll
Nah.
come there and be trying to. Oh, I'm like, you guys, they always sound ridiculous. Like they don't
Right.
even know where the black Americans are coming from. But
Right.
they would just be there
All right,
arguing, going back, trying to.
let me play this video. This is Nana Adu. I guess DK said Nana Adu speaking.
That's when he starts talking.
So this is a very good occasion, but it's a particularly good occasion because we greatly value Ghana's leadership and your leadership.
Notice how look. This is the face of Pan Africanism or whatever. You got African leaders, right? Oh, here.
That's Ghana, man.
And you got you got white Americans, right? Look, you think the white people are gonna let some things like Dr. Campbell or what the hell I think when I get in their way of really who are these Ghanaian people talking to? Are they talking to black people in America? No, they're talking to where the power's at, the white man. You know?
Kala, I said this before a long time ago when I used to, even when I was doing the Pan African, I wasn't doing it as a big deal or something. I was just doing it just to say, hey, guys, let's just be cool and be friends and things like that. I wasn't doing it to make it just such a big deal, like we have to be, The fact of the matter is, if anything you do, if you don't have power, it's irrelevant. It's nothing. It's just
Unfortunately,
may get around and
Black Americans.
if you don't have power, forget. It's not that
Black
serious.
Americans don't have power because we.
No, now I'm talking about people doing Pan-Africanism, making it so big, talking tough and creating all this drama. You don't have power, so your Pan-Africanism is not really going in. It's not flying.
Black American Pan Africans are the weakest link in the world. You know, they ain't got no power. You know,
Right.
Those all Pan-Africanists.
Right.
Both the African, to me, the whole Pan-African thing is supposed to just
one
be.
person.
It's supposed to just be guys just talking nice to each other. That's
everybody,
it.
you guys, man, wear me out. All right, Mike. All right, we heard you. Now, what say, James? Say what you gotta say. You know.
No. I want to say this, right, Carla. When that video broke, right, I went to every Pan Africanist platform that that we knew. No one was playing this video, right? And I caught another guy who loved Pan Africanism, right? Every time he calls on shows, and I asked him, like, "Why did you guys see the video? Or you trying to pretend you didn't see the video?" I'm referring to Black American and the Caribbeans, right? Who live in Ghana, who saw the video, right? But they acted like they didn't see it, And I was like,
don't see a lot of stuff. They don't see the child's sex trafficking. They don't see all the police
right.
brutality.
But you see, Carla, you see the hypocrisy that is established with Pan Africanism. This thing is a fallacy, right? And the people that speak on it, they don't even have no reasoning skills to understand what's at play. Whatever that you're building, like Mike said, without power, without strength, whatever that you're building, someone else is going to come and take it, right? It's going to happen.
It's like having a high phone without power to power it up.
Play the video, Colin. Play the video.
All right, folks. All right, let me play a video. Come on.
Okay.
In West Africa, the important efforts on regional security. We're strong partners, including on the UN Security Council, which we greatly value. Partners for democracy and security in West Africa, and we greatly appreciate the peacekeeping contributions that Ghana makes, but also just more broadly, your own leadership for peace, for security, for democracy. many challenges, but we're grateful to actually be facing them together, and really pleased to have you here this week for the summit. So thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the time.
So, Mr. Secretary, thank you very much. We'll just thank the American government for the invitation to participate in this summit. I think it's a summit that's been long overdue. I believe it's the second. The last time was what, over 10 years ago? Yeah, perhaps we should be doing more. But it's good that it has happened. It gives us an opportunity to talk about many common threats and challenges that we have, which you've identified. And particularly for us, to be able to put into relief where we are. Yesterday, I had I was part of an extremely useful meeting with the people from the Congress to come and talk about security matters. I believe that, Madam, you were there, you were part of the meeting. And its significance for us. And I think that beyond everything, that is a matter that I want to urge upon you. Today, Russian mercenaries are on our northern border. Burkina Faso has now entered into an arrangement to go along with Mali in employing the Wagner forces there. I believe a mine in southern Burkina has been allocated to them as a form of payment for their services. Prime Minister of Burkina Faso in the last 10 days has been in Moscow. And to have them operating on our northern border is particularly distressing for us in Ghana. Apart from not accepting the idea of great powers once again making Africa their theater of operation, we have a particular position that you know about over the Ukraine war, where we have been very, very vocal and upfront about condemning the invasion of Russia by Russia. And therefore, then now to have this group at our borders is a matter of some considerable disquiet and concern for us. We really like to have a privileged opportunity to talk about its implications and what we believe ought to be the case. This is what took place with the discussion in the Congress yesterday, which I found very fruitful. And I would like that the themes of that discussion should be the themes that we should continue to address. To what extent we can have you as a partner in confronting these threats. It's very important.
I agree with everything he's saying.
This guy was
100%.
snitching on Burkina Faso. I can't believe it, man.
He's not even snitching. He's
What
telling
kind of
you that.
Pan-Africanism is that?
Hold on, Mike.
Mike,
He's saying
again,
that he had a. Hold on, Carla. Let me
He
speak.
said he traveled to Moscow. Why are you telling
Hold
him?
on. No, that's not what he said. He said that he criticized, Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, and
He also
the
said
fact that
the
you had a
president of Burkina
Russian
Faso
mercenary
traveled to
group.
Moscow.
Hold on. The fact that you had a Russian mercenary group on his border is concerning to him, right?
Well, Russia wants to invade Ghana.
So the fact that now you got U.S. troops in Ghana, that's a good thing. Just how the Burkina Faso have Russians in their
I would
country.
like, Carla, I would like to respond, right? We have, at that time when he was talking, right? Let me break down the lies. We had one gold mine that the Russians are operating, right? You know what happened to that gold mine? That gold mine was being operated by the Russian way before Traore took power, right? There is no gold mine that was given to the Russian when after Traore took power. So he's referring to that gold mine, right? Which has nothing to do with Traore. Traore never gave those Russians that gold mine.
He didn't say it was given to them by Traore, or it was given after Traore. He didn't say those things.
Please, no, but that's a lie because basically he nuanced it a little bit, trying to imply that Traore gave him that gold mine.
He never said that.
No,
Yeah,
bro.
but so implied that.
No, guy, listen.
He was
And Carla, if you are a sovereign nation, right? As we speak right now, Ghana has the U.S. military there, right? And they also have the French in there, right? So we should feel the same way about them, right? We should say, hey, no, we are not safe.
Like,
right. We are not safe having you guys dealing with the Americans and the French in your country, right?
Exactly.
We have that right to say that, but we don't,
Burkina Faso is
right?
not complaining about you
We
having
don't complain. That's what
Western.
Africans don't get it. You got your partner. Your partner can come within your
Ghana
nation
just
and
did a
operate.
big show about Ghana having Americans in Ghana
That's
working
fine.
with
That's
them,
fine.
and the
But
people were
okay,
complaining about it.
every country has the right to express their feeling towards your partnership, right? But we don't.
Yeah, this is their
That,
partner. The U.S. is not your
what,
partner, right?
what?
Your partner is Russia. So this is
When
their
you're doing
security
it,
partner that
when
they're
you're
having a
doing it,
security
like
meeting with.
when you're doing it, you are antagonizing the Russians, right? The Russians have not
He
expressed the
didn't say
desire.
Burkina Faso was a
Are you
threat.
going
He
to let
said
me
the
speak? Are
Russians
you going
was
to
a
let me
threat to
speak?
him.
Are you going to let me speak? The Russians have not expressed the desire to destroy Ghana. They have not expressed the desire to do anything to Ghana. And at that time when he was speaking, right, the number of Russian in Burkina Faso, I can tell you that it was less than 100. Less than 100 Russians. And he said Wagner. There was no Wagner group in my country. There was none of that. Traore took a plane and went to Russia and dealt with
What's his name? St. James, you don't know these things.
hey, Carla, have a good night,
You're
bro.
not
Have a
part of
good
a
night.
government. You don't have intelligence. You don't gather intelligence. You're just a citizen
Elvis,
living in
my
the West.
question is this. Elvis, my
You don't
question is
have the
this.
information, St. James.
Elvis, my question is this. First of all, Russia, US, Ghana, Burkina Faso, they're all members of the United Nations. They're all one family in the United Nations. So that means they all have right to interact, deal with each other. So my question, what's the purpose of him reporting?
No, this is his
Hold on,
security
wait. I
partner.
haven't even asked the question, man. Come on.
Yeah, I'm answering you.
What is the purpose of Nana Akufo reporting to the United States about Russia being in?
Yeah.
What is he? Why is he? Is he telling them to
Let
go
me
do
tell you the
something?
purpose of this.
Wait. Hold on. Is he telling them to go do something about it? I mean,
Okay,
what is the purpose of that?
let me answer. The United States and Ghana are in a security relationship with each other. The United States goes to Ghana and train Ghanaian troops. They share intelligence. The United States do this with almost every country that they're allied with. So he's telling them a point of concern about the Russians. The fact that he doesn't trust the Russians, and after he criticized Russia's invasion of Ukraine, he's uneasy that they have, Wagner troops in next door or neighboring Burkina Faso. He's telling this to his security partners
For them
so
to
that they
do
can
something
work
about it?
along with each other to figure out
So
a
this is
solution.
why. This is
Solution
why
to what?
Pan-Africanism.
To make sure that they're on high alert, that they have intelligence in that area. If there's any movement or anything, that Ghana will be
Okay,
alert.
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. But I'm just wondering, like, okay, you're reporting them to go attack or to go what?
No,
Because it's
no.
almost
It's
like
just
a
a
double.
discussion about security. He has some concerns. He's sharing it with his
Well,
partners. That's
it's
all.
fair. It's fair to me. I think everyone have right to
Why
associate.
does he have
Ghana have a right to
concerns
associate
about
with
Russia?
US and form partnership. Burkina Faso
Russia's
also
not
have
going
right
to
to
invade. Russia's
have
not going to
association with
invade
Russia and
Ghana.
for partnership. To me, that's. Well, I just don't think the Africans should be fighting each other over who deals with who. I don't think Ghana should be attacking Burkina Faso for associating with Russia or whoever they want to associate with.
We said
They're all
his
members of the
name.
United Nations. So
We said his name too many times. He's appeared like Candyman. What's up, Lewis?
Hello there, Carl. Hello there,
is Louis talking?
Elvis. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
Lewis is on the panel. Yeah, what's up, Lewis?
Can you hear
I
me
can't
good?
hear him.
You see how that fucker run?
Oh boy, come on, Lewis. That's not what we. Let's be intelligent. Let's be intelligent.
No. Did you see how that fucker run?
I'm not hearing him.
Go back and come back in, Mike.
Carla, can you hear me?
We hear you, Lewis. We hear you. Go ahead.
You see how
I
stupid?
get you.
Right, you see how stupid this Burkina Faso people are? You see how dumb and fucking stupid they are? We're having an intelligent meeting, right? Ghana is a strategic partner with America and Britain and many other countries. He's giving them a security briefing as part of the schedule to start the meeting. He done nothing wrong, and even if he did fucking grass you up, you don't have an elected leader. You overthrew his friend who was elected. You fuckers don't even have an elected leader. We don't even knew at the time what a trial was about. So he has every right to brief the man he works with and tell him this, and that. But this fucking cunt called St. James is trying to spin it like as if we're fucking grasses and we're seller and this. It's how stupid some black people are. A man is picked
Why
up.
did he?
Gun,
Why did he even
right?
mention?
Listen
Why
to
did
me.
he even mention Burkina Faso? Why did he even mention them?
Because they are next door. That's why, and we don't know what the fuck they're bringing. That's why, with a gun-tooting fucking plotter of a coup. Coup is fucking punishable by death. You stupid fucking idiots. What the fuck did this man do wrong? He's an intelligent man. He didn't pick up a gun to take over his country. He took time and done it through the political system. This prick called same fucked up James is trying to spin this. Now he's looking stupid. I'm gonna let the evidence.
Louis, let's have an intelligent conversation, man. Don't be too emotional, Louis.
I've had enough. I've seen all the evidence I need to see. Okay, the video's there. Look at it yourself. And thank you very much, Elvis, for standing up for common sense. Thank you very much. You're a true
So
gentleman.
what do you need the French troops there for? What do you
We
need the
don't have-
American troops there for?
We don't have French troops. We had 15 French.
We're getting some background noise, Carla. I think that's you.
15 French captains who came into the country, okay, to train some of our captains so that our captains could show the Ghanaian troops some of the latest tactics in defense, because you always have to update yourself. And because of that, these pussies next door who took over the country illegally are paranoid. So they
who's playing that in the back, man? Come on.
It's probably St. James, right? So he's doing all that shit in the background, okay? To try and make Ghana look bad, but he's just made himself look stupid before the whole world. Man, that's how dumb these people are. That's why Africa can't go nowhere. Because of dumb idiots.
Carla, can you mute the person playing that background noise, Carla?
Can I speak now respectfully?
Well, you guys are hearing the noise,
Go
right?
ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay, basically, right, with all the hooplas and the travel to the United States and coming on here and these folks made you look like a dummy. The Russians are still in Burkina Faso. What you gonna do about it? A bunch of nothing. So you came on here, you know, you embarrassed yourself, and the Americans did not side with you. You know, they did not side with you, right? Because if you look at what Donald Trump said later, you would understand that they hate snitches like you. You know, the Russians are still in Burkina Faso, and I'm waiting for you guys to react on that. Don't come to the United States. We took our country by force. If you have a problem with that, cross the border and come ask questions. Between Traore
Who's playing
and
Looney Tunes in the background, man?
Between Traore and Akufo, we travel to apologize. That video is right there. Carla can play the video. Traore didn't come to Ghana to apologize on anything. Akufo came to apologize because our people told Traore that's the right way to do it. And he did. And Akufo came in, apologized, and took a plane and went back to Ghana. That's how we handle our business. So Akufo didn't have to come, but he know he fucked up. That's why he came. So what you guys are saying right now means nothing. The Russians are still in Burkina Faso. I'm asking you, what you gonna do?
I mean, Louis is off the panel, but you know, we just had a show earlier last week where a lot of people were talking about why is Ghana working with the West? Why they gotta have troops from the Western countries in their country? The same argument you're making, St. James. You guys want Russia in your country? Ghana want, I think it's the United States or France in their country. So everybody have their allies. There's nothing.
But we
nobody
didn't
can do about it.
we didn't go to Putin and told Putin because Ghana has the Americans, then we need Russian in our country. That's not what we did. We didn't care. We didn't care about what Ghana got going on. What these Ghanaians don't understand, we don't care about what Ghana got going on. You see what I'm saying? Every time Ghana has a good relationship with us, is when the president come from the northern Ghana.
His threat wasn't about you, St. James. It was about the Russians. It wasn't about Burkina Faso.
Bro, we don't mind. We don't listen. Listen, we dealt with the Russians before. When Sankara was in power, we dealt with the Russians. No one was afraid. No one was panicking. When Sankara was in power, he dealt with the Russians. You see what I'm saying? So that many countries did business with Russia.
Even Kwame Nkrumah dealt with the Russians.
They dealt with Russia.
That's one reason they took him out. Nkrumah.
Right.
Nkrumah was dealing with the Russians. Yeah. The Soviet. Yeah.
So
now I got a question.
panicking?
Sam James, let me ask this question. Sorry, just give me a second.
Sure.
Now Ghana today, the relationship, the people like Louis, Pan-Africanists, all these Pan-Africanists, all of them, the reason why Ghana is seen as a land of Pan-Africanism is because of Kwame Nkrumah, right? And they all refer to him all the time, and even the Black Americans started going there. It's because of Kwame Nkrumah. So if Ghana is the face of Pan-Africanism in Africa, in this Pan-African world, I guess, that we all come online and do. So do you think Kwame Nkrumah be turning his grave right now with all these
Let me give you a secret. You know who were trying to kill Kwame Nkrumah when he was in power?
it was the CIA then?
That's Louis people.
Ooh.
That's Louis people, Louis family members. They were the one who were trying to kill Nkrumah. They hated Nkrumah. They wanted Nkrumah gone. That's Louis
Louis
people.
is a Pan-Africanist?
Yes, he's a Pan-African. You know what? And they sat there, right? They just found out Kwame Nkrumah is selling outside the Ghana. You see what I'm saying? So they pretended they love Nkrumah, but when in fact, when you go to Ghana, with the political party that Louis vote for, they're the one who were trying to overthrow, Kwame Nkrumah. The Kotoka airport that was named after Louis people.
Wow.
Big sellout. Coons. That's
so do you think Louis is pretending to love Black Americans?
He's pretending because he's Kwame Nkrumah
Why did
selling.
Louis leave the show? I thought Louis was going to be on.
Kwame Nkrumah is selling outside. So Louis, being in England, is like, yo, let me wrap myself around the idea of loving Kwame Nkrumah so we can sell it to the Black diaspora. When in fact, Louis knows his own people,
right?
So they can make the year of return money.
Yeah, let me say
his
this.
own people from the inside.
Let me say this about Burkina Faso, right?
No, bro. Let me finish. So they hated Kwame Nkrumah. Louis knows that. His own uncles couldn't stand Kwame Nkrumah. They wanted this guy killed.
That's not the only thing. That's not the only thing. You gotta be smarter than that.
Hey, bro, that's what it is.
Let me say this, right? The thing with Burkina Faso, they went and found somebody else who they think could, quote unquote, help them against France, right?
What happened?
So they went there and they partner with Russia because they think Russia could give them weapon, intelligence, whatever the case is. They thought Russia would be a better ally.
Very important question. Nana Kubo's father was a politician.
Hold on.
Was he one of those people that overthrowing Nkrumah?
Mike, yes. one second.
Yes.
So when Ghana is working with a big nation, and there's like the United States, and they're sharing intelligence and they're making sure that they're secure and they have a capable ally who can help them gather and disseminate intelligence. There's nothing wrong with that. The two things is that you guys are working.
You are making
with
an argument that no one made. You are making an argument that no one made. Ghana has been dealing with the United States.
The issue with Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana is that a lot of people feel like he was being too dictatorial. He was being too dictatorial.
Stop it.
No, I'm telling you what they said. I'm not giving you my opinion. I'm telling you what they said, right? They said that he was being too dictatorial, and they wanted him out of there.
Excuse. They're not going to tell you the real reason they want.
No, they're not going to tell you the truth. They're not going to tell you. They're trying to kill the guy. You know who tried to kill Kwame Nkrumah?
Amalek. Just to take
okay, I think Louis is back home. Maybe he can ask you.
You know who tried to kill Kwame Nkrumah at the airport? This Louis people. He ain't going to tell you that.
Damn.
They tried to kill that dude at the airport with a bomb or something. That's Louis people. The Kotoka airport was named after his people.
Man, he's Louis people also.
Yes.
All right, so there was a political party that wanted him out. Now they're
trying to reap the benefit.
They wanted the guy out of Burkina Faso, and they took him out, right?
Yeah, which guy?
Didn't they take Damiba out of office?
We ain't kill him.
Yeah, but they didn't kill Louis. They didn't kill Nkrumah. They just exiled him.
They were trying to kill him, bro. I told you they're trying to. Are you listening? Yes. You know how many times Kwame Nkrumah escaped being killed? Do you know?
Louis is there. He's a Ghanaian. He can give us the history.
He will tell you. They almost got him out of the airport. They almost got him out of the airport. Don't you know that?
Louis, what you got to say?
I want to know if he's finished.
Man, go ahead, man.
You got the floor, man.
You see, go ahead, man. People like you, St. James, you're too stupid. You're too dumb. You've been in that fucking.
Carla, do you have the video? Do you have the video?
He's talking. Don't talk over him, bro.
Man, shut up, man. Shut up, man.
The guy just started talking. Why are we talking over him?
Hey, I'm gonna talk, man. Shut up.
I'm gonna address you right now, motherfucker.
Talk to
You wanna
Louis who
know?
is disrespecting
You
me.
wanna know?
Elvis, talk to him who is disrespecting me.
How about
Some fool.
this? How about this?
Tyler, you gotta do it the way you normally do it.
Carla,
Right?
you
Put
know what's
everybody
going on?
down.
This is what I do. Hold up.
Carla, who's being disrespectful? Who is being disrespectful? Who's being disrespectful?
Hold up. St. James Lewis. Hold up for a second. Now, can we both all agree that the latest round of beef started with this talk with Nana Adu and Blinken of the United States under the Biden administration, and and also the assertion that that the Russians were moving into the area as a provocation to Ghana? Can we agree that that's the root of the problem?
No.
He started with Nkrumah. He started with Kwame Nkrumah.
No. I'm talking about for now.
No. Right now, let's deal with this shit because I'm.
No.
We'll come to that, Carla. We will come to that. Okay, but I want to address this cunt right now.
Louis, you gotta stop using words. He didn't use words. Don't use words, man.
Oh yes, he did. Okay, so it's my time to speak. He called me out many times. I've come back on here to address this shit.
I'm gonna call you out again. It's not gonna stop, bro.
He said my family members trying
You're
to
too
kill
easy,
him.
bro. You're too easy. You way too easy, bro.
Tyler, you gotta control the show, man. Let's not do that.
All right, hold up. All right, everyone. Since it's Lewis and St. James. St. James, I'm gonna drop you down. Lewis, all right, I'm gonna time you. You got 2 minutes. Then St. James got 2 minutes to respond. Okay. Hold on. Don't say nothing. I want you to take it. Let me set the stopwatch. You get 2 minutes. Stopwatch. Let's see. Stopwatch. Okay, you're gonna have 2 minutes, Lewis. Go.
Very good. He said that my family members trying to kill Nkrumah. We're not Pan-Africans, this and that. Let me tell you about my family, you cunt. First of all, you don't know nothing about them. You've been listening to secondhand information from your Zongo Islamist friend, feeding you shit he doesn't even know. And you come in here making yourself look stupid. Let me tell you about my family. My grandfather was a foot soldier for Kwame Nkrumah. In 1975, I was at home waiting to go to school. Soldiers turned up at my grandfather's house. You know what they were there to do? They were there to make sure that my grandfather, who was a foot soldier, was not campaigning for the CPP party to come back. They took him away for 5 hours. We was all worried. When they brought him back, he said not to worry, he didn't want to talk about it. Later on, we got to know the truth. My grandfather was going to be an MP for the CPP party. That's how active my people were for Nkrumah. So when this fucker comes here and talks about, Louis's people, this and that, he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's getting secondhand information from his Islamist friend, okay, who called Zongo, who took his side. My family married into an affluent family who were against Nkrumah. So if you want to talk about that shit, yeah, but my actual blood family, they were Nkrumahist. I'm an Nkrumahist. But as a Ghanaian, I understand that not everybody's going to agree with my politics. So therefore, if somebody takes another view, I don't get shut down. I sit down and listen to their reason. Okay? Nkrumah wanted to go fast pace. Most Ghanaians wanted to go slow pace. My family never went against Nkrumah. But the family my family married into, some of them were against Nkrumah out of jealousy. So this fool has misinformation. And he's coming on here trying to spin shit he doesn't even know about.
He's talking about Kotokai, Louis. He's talking about Kotokai.
Right, Kotoka is not a Ashanti man. Kotoka is Ewe. He's from Jelly Rollins, you stupid cunt. Shove that up your ass. Next time you get information, get it from someone who knows. Fool, you come from the poorest nation on the face of the earth. You want to come talk shit.
That's time. It's time, dudes. You had 2 minutes, right? Now, St. James, you're gonna have 2 minutes and see if we get a rebuttal from Lewis. Go ahead, St. James. You got 2 minutes.
Okay, when we're done, Carla, ask him which political party he vote for when he is in Ghana. What political party his people come from? That's the MPP. Tell me exactly what the PPP represented for Kwame Nkrumah when he was alive. That's my first question. Second of all, Louis, I'm going to tell you something. You got to put some respect on my people. You can call us the poorest nation on earth. That don't make it right? That don't make it correct. Your Ashanti chief told you guys, in order for you guys to be strong, they have to pair you with the Burkina-based people, the Mosi people. If you deny that, let Carla know so we can play the video and you're gonna translate it. My people represent this strength in front of your people's eyes. So don't disrespect us. You understand? So third, we all saw the video. I don't need your opinion. I don't need Elvis' opinion. It doesn't matter to me. We saw the optics. The entire world saw it. The Pan-African that you believe that you are, they all saw the video. It was bad. My opinion don't matter. It's just the optics. Your president has to travel to Burkina Faso to apologize. If he knew he didn't do nothing wrong, he wouldn't have done it. So that debunk what you said. Because your president did travel, the video is available. He came to apologize. I remember back then, Traore didn't want to meet him, didn't want to do nothing with him, but based on our relationship with the Northerners, Ghanaians, he agreed to that. He did not want to see this guy face to face because he's a sellout and he comes from a sellout culture. I will repeat that, Louis, whether you like it or not, this is a threat, a threat from people like him. And they sell other people just for their own survival. That's what they do in West Africa. And it's sad to watch. It's so embarrassing that you over here talking about for being afraid. You guys have been dealing with Americans way before Traore came to power. Traore cannot do anything to Ghana, whether the Russians are there or not. You guys cannot be afraid because the Americans are there.
That's time. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring both of you guys up. I'm going downstairs for a little while. Promise you guys are gonna behave.
No, Kyla, don't do that. It's gonna be allowed.
He's the one who was disrespectful. I haven't said a word to him. He's been doing that for a minute. He does it on this guy's channel. I never disrespected him. I use words, and I know I open a big hole in his
Louis, I
heart.
would say don't cuss people out. You can have a civil disagreement without using words, because that's when they're gonna escalate. So if Louis can speak without using curse words or pejorative, I think the conversation could be fruitful.
All right, you guys behave yourself. I'll be back. I'll be back.
For me, Louis, I just want to hear from you. What happened with Kotakai and Nkrumah? What was the sentiment amongst the Ghanaians about Nkrumah's style of leadership that led to them ousting him? Are you there, Louis? Louis.
Let's ask about the NPP party that he voted for. That would be a star.
Louis, you there? Oh, maybe he's busy. Well, for me, St. James, I'm just an outsider. So looking at it, I'm just telling you that.
St. James, you know the irony.
Mike, I was speaking to St. James, and you just.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly. I'm for the most part, I'm neutral, right? So I'm looking at it as people have different.
Are you neutral?
Hold on. Let me explain.
Are you repeat it?
Hold on, St. James.
No. I let you finish. Can you repeat it? Just repeat it.
Hold on. Let me say it. I said for the most part, I'm neutral. That's the word that I use.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Guys, you want to argue with me, or can I just say my piece?
No, it's not an argument. I'm just saying.
Okay, let me say my piece and how I observe things. Right?
Yeah, go. Yeah,
so, Ghana has its own strategic partners. They work with the West. They're friendly with France. They're friendly with the United States. One of the issues that Burkina Faso has is that they don't like the French, perhaps not so much with the West, but they are definitely not friendly with the French. And Ghana has a decent relationship with the French. So you have two neighbors, and perhaps you have a group of people who are maybe part of both countries. So Ghana has its own relationship with the French. You can't expect them to cut that relationship off because a neighboring country is not friendly with France. So if they're doing security drills with France and doing security, operation with the French, you can't see that as a betrayal to Burkina Faso because they've had a long history with the French. That's just how I see it. So,
Here's the deal. Let me ask. So when you go to bed at night, do you really try to? When I'm sharing, let me finish. You asked me respectfully to listen to you. Let me listen to you.
If you're attacking me, then
I'm not going to attack nobody. I'm just asking you, like when you share a panel with me, and I give you the information, do you try to stomach the information, or you try to stand on your position and every time repeat the same thing? Because I'm under the impression that you intentionally ignore what I'm saying to you, or you trying to, keep this thing going. It's one of the two. Nobody never said that because of the fact that we have a problem with the French, you shouldn't be doing business with them. You repeat that every day. I never said that.
And James, we're on a
Oh
panel
my
together
God.
about
Okay,
that
you
very
tell
topic.
respectfully to let you speak.
Go ahead.
Can you afford me the same courtesy? Okay, you have a president in Ghana called Dramani, right? He's doing business with the French. Did you ever see Traore getting mad? Did you ever seen AES being mad at Dramani? In fact, Dramani, foreign minister, was in Burkina Faso a day ago. For security and investment and development conversation, and we came up with something tangible. We don't have those problems with our neighbors. You see what I'm saying? Senegal has the French. Mali is not struggling. Mali is not panicking over that. So you guys are making an argument that AES is not making. We are
So
just saying.
what's the point of that video
Elvis, can I
then?
say something
What's the
too?
criticism of the
No,
video if you guys don't have an issue with it?
no. But first of all, he lied about the gold mine that we gave the Russians. I told you the gold mine was given to the Russian way before the situation happened. That's a lie. So you guys don't want to go by the facts. I'm giving you the facts and you ignoring it, trying to keep going. The Russians were in
Let me
Burkina Faso
St.
way
James,
before the crisis,
St.
and
James,
they
let me
had a
come in a
gold
bit.
mine. So why is he coming to America telling us that we are using the gold mine just to pay for services to Wagner? It's not true. So
So
that's the second
why did the
lie.
Russian have the gold mine? What was the reason for giving them a gold mine?
The
Was it
president
for
that gave
free?
the gold mine to him was a civilian. Do
Was
you
it
know
what
that
I'm
it
saying?
was a
Was it for
civilian?
free or was it for services?
Everybody get to, if you come to Burkina Faso today, you want to have access to the gold mine, you have the money, they can give that to you.
Okay.
Why is it
So
wrong? Can you guys hear me at all? Or am I?
it's
Yeah,
like
you
if
might.
I go into
St.
Nigeria,
James, can you hear me?
you want to do all business. French can go there, Americans can go there, Russian can go there.
So
These
was
are
it given to the
resources.
Wagner or was
Elvis,
it
can you
given
hear
to
me?
It
a
wasn't
Russian
Wagner. It's a
citizen?
company. It's a legit company. These people were not they're not military. These
Okay.
are investment partners. They come from the private sector in Russia. They're not military. So
Why is
it's
it
making
even
it's
important
making a
to
lie.
you, Elvis? But
I
anyway,
gave you the information and you pretend that you're not hearing it.
let me
So
say this, St. James. Let me just say this. You guys can hear me, right?
We hear you.
You know, the whole issue in the West Africa, it's been 3 years now, and at this point, it's like it's becoming very disappointing the way the whole thing is turning out. And I would say I'm more so disappointed with the Nigerians and the Ghanaians and probably Ivory Coast because they were more like the leading, particularly Nigerian, the leading group in there historically from the whole. If you look at ECOWAS history, right? So in the beginning, I get that. Cool happened. We had a disagreement, and we're like, oh no, we don't, this and that. But it's been 3 years. It's gotten to a point where, at least I understand if we have differences, but it's gotten to a point where we're not putting the interest of outside forces above the interest of our own neighbors. That's where I'm seeing it right now. Because it looks like Ghana, Nigeria, it's like we are more putting the interests of the US, French, or people that are trying to really finish these guys. I'm talking about the Sahel, the Burkina, the those Sahel guys. These foreigners really want to finish this guy. They want to come after them. And it's looking like we are using so-called differences or disagreement with them to now be allowing these guys to come through them. That is what I find very ridiculous. I don't care who was right or wrong between whatever the disagreement we have in ECOWAS. At this point, we shouldn't be where we are right now, where we are like just we can see clearly that the US, the French, they want to take this guy. They want to go after these guys. And the fact that they are our West African brothers, we've been in ECOWAS for so long. I mean, we're family. Like, I know we're different, but we know what it is. We know where we're coming from. We know our history. At this point, I think we have to put whatever disagreement we have aside and put the best interests of each other above the interests of the French, the whoever, the Americans, or anybody in that neighborhood. That's where I stand. That's where I disagree with the Nigerian government. Because in the beginning, I'm like, okay, I kind of like I was leaning more towards okay, the rule of law, ECOWAS are the rule. But at this point, it's 3 years, man. The interest of the future of that place is what we should be focusing on. And at this point, I don't think Ghana and Nigeria are doing that. And if you can remember, St. James, in the past, was the irony of this whole thing is that in the past, whenever we used to want to make a deal as ECOWAS, for example, the eco currency thing, it was always the French that would use the francophone countries to sabotage the whole thing, kind of like that. Where Nigeria used to point out France has been using these guys, and these guys should turn against France. And now you have these guys turning against France. And so, what's your reason why you're not kind of supporting them? I don't even get that. Do you guys remember what's his name? The former Ghanaian president that passed away, Jerry Rawlings. After that, can you guys hear me? Or
Yeah.
okay. If you listen to Jerry Rawlings before he died, he made a speech when he was pissed off, going off on France about interference in ECOWAS, sabotaging our plans. I remember this. I don't know if you guys ever
Mike,
heard the speech.
Mike,
And
Mike.
Nigerian government has always been talking.
I don't mean to cut. I don't mean to cut you. Mike, I don't mean to cut you off. Right, I'm gonna let you continue. There is a video of Akufo-Addo going at the French. That's the irony of it. Going at the French. A video of Akufo-Addo.
Nigerian government used to tell
Yeah,
him
but he didn't go to the French. He went to the United States. Jomani was the one that brought the French.
Going at the French.
Jomani was the one that brought the French in Ghana. It wasn't Akufo-Addo. He went to the United States. That's a different animal.
I said Akufo-Addo had a video on YouTube like criticizing the French. The very French that he said the Burkina Faso shouldn't have turned their back on. He was the one doing it in the video. It's there. If Kala want, we can play the video.
Elvis, to be honest, yes, the English African, particularly Ghana, Nigeria, they were always using excuses why ECOWAS is not going further. Is that the French in Nigeria, in fact, you should come tell us that the French, we are surrounded by France because every country that's around Nigeria is a francophone country. They used to use that as an excuse why things is not going well. And it's so funny how somehow you have these three ECOWAS countries now completely turn against France, and you can support them. And I mean, even if you don't want to support them, you shouldn't go against them. Even if you, I can't understand.
That's what I'm saying, Mike. Ghana's not going against.
My problem is this: going against them. That's why I have a problem. Why are you going against them? Like, why you? I mean, I don't get that. If you disagree with them, but going against the interest, like trying to. I mean, for the sake of the same France,
Ghana is not going against Burkina Faso. Ghana is not going against Burkina Faso. They have their own thing going on in their country domestically.
Come on now, let's stop being. No. Let's
look at actions, right? Like you said, Burkina Faso have their ally, which is Russia, right? Ghana has its allies, which is the United States and France. So they're not going
Burkina
against
Faso disturbing you? No. Yeah, come on.
And Ghana isn't disturbing them either, right?
What? Did you just watch this video?
No, that was some years ago. He's no longer the president. The president in charge right now is.
Have you seen the latest? Have you seen the video that he did before he stepped down? Have you seen that one too? Where he invited a French journalist and talked bad on Burkina. Have you seen that? Do you want Carla to play that? Louis is an animal. He doesn't understand because we have all these videos. They think we don't see it. We saw it. He invited a French journalist who is known to be working for the French Secret Service, and he got that guy in Ghana and he talked about Burkina Faso before he stepped down. We got the video. Elvis, you should listen to the video, Elvis. We have all this evidence, and you got Louis over here.
But St. James, that problem is gone, right? He's not there
gone.
anymore.
It's not gone. You don't understand. The MPP party in Ghana is a very strong party. I just got another video of someone from their party also telling something that I haven't listened to the video yet, but someone sent it to me, and it's damaging.
So what's your fear that when they come back in power, they're going to work against Burkina Faso?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely. These people are like, I don't know what to tell you. They don't do well with their neighbors. I don't know why they don't do well with their neighbors.
Elvis, that man that just left, that's Akufo-Addo is a bad man. Very, very bad.
He don't like that.
You know what,
brother.
Condola, with all due respect, I would say the way he dealt with my country, he's been very friendly to Liberia, to be in all
Yeah,
honesty.
but
I couldn't.
Maybe
that guy is
maybe
your
not with
friend.
Burkina Faso, but with Liberia, he's been very friendly with
It will
us.
sell you out. It will sell you out and come and apologize later. That's what it's always doing. That man, when he came to power, it was targeting Nigeria. He was making all kind of comments, very annoying, like, yeah, way back, there's a passport that will just enter England. They'll be looking at them. That guy have both
The guy's a
mouths,
good
right?
salesman. He has sweet mouth, man.
He have a both mouth, and that guy caused the problem today. Why we have what called diaspora war. He invite people that he did it for money, not for love. Let's just be honest. He invited Black America home with just for money. He was broke. He was broke. He was broke. So he did how to look for money. And he now discovered, yeah, let me invite. He now go towards Pan-Africanism, Kuruma way of life, and use that as a con.
You know, like
to
he was inviting the
raise
Black
almost about
America
2
at the same time inviting the white government.
to make almost about some billions. He just owned the Black Americans. And what happened to after that? What happened to Marco Blassi money? Not his government took Marco Blassi $1 million.
Yeah. Come on, man. That was Michael Blackson.
Let's just be honest. They got lost.
Michael Blackson was mistaken for Black America.
Do you know mean the Black Americans lose money?
I mean, but Condola, let's be honest, right? Let's look at a wider scope. Most African countries are not going cold turkey when it comes to Western influence. They're not. They're still attached to the West. They still do business. They're still cooperate with the
Yeah, I
Western
agree.
countries.
I agree. Well, then let's be straight up and be frank about where we are. Not like doing all these fake things about we are Pan-African, we're anti. I mean, let's stop lying to ourselves.
And even the Burkina Faso, right? They realized that they couldn't do it alone, so they needed some international partners, and they wanted to bring Russia in. Even St. James is saying that they're not even fully kicking out the United States. They're willing to work with the U.S. if they can, if they can have a relationship. So it's not they just don't like the French, which is understandable, But
man,
Ghana, like I said,
that Ghana guy is in France now, possibility to take a treatment there. Before he left, he was very close to the French. He was conning both. He was dragging the Americans close to himself and the French at later part. He was always going. He was always a broke man. That guy loved money. Have you ever seen a fleet of cars?
Come on, Condola. The guy's very educated, articulate.
No, we're just saying the truth.
So because you're educated doesn't mean it can be corny. What are you talking about?
But when you say he's broke, he was a well-off lawyer, man. He's not broke.
The hate Ghana have for Nigeria, right, was always there. But during his regime, the thing amplified. You understand me?
Really?
Let's just be honest.
What was going on between Ghana and Nigeria when he was president?
Yeah, man, that got a lot of nonsense. That guy was talking about Nigeria in his mouth. In one hand, going to meet.
I think he brought up the Ghana must go thing, right?
Let me tell you. That's why Obuari locked the border. That's why Obuari locked the border. Because this guy was just speaking nonsense. He can't do that for Tinubu because
Ghanaians still remember Ghana must go, Kadota. They still feel like that was a terrible thing that Nigerians did.
They did it to us first. Do you understand me? They did it to us first.
That was after the coup of Nkrumah when Kotokai came in there. He was a nationalist.
Even before
like the Nigerians was taken away from the
Even
Ghanaians.
before 1960, before the independence or during the independence. It could not really work with Tinubu because Tinubu is not a guy that really it doesn't look at him like somebody really casual talking, how you doing? But he was coming close to Babangida like, oh, you're my brother, but one other hand calling our name. During this regime, Ghana people try to demarcate us. During this regime, you know why this guy is very popular? Sometimes Nigerian people like this new guy because this new guy is very open. I don't know much about his affiliation about the West, but he lived in Nigeria before. This guy
he was the one, Kadola, that brought in the French to do the drills. I think the French is in Ghana right now.
Yes.
So he's also close with the French.
I said during Jonathan time, that's when the Jonathan started romancing with the French first. It was not Obasanjo. Obasanjo was not really with them like that. You understand me? During Jonathan time. But what we see now is that I'm telling you that man that just left, is a bad man.
Oh, I
Bad
don't know,
man.
man. I like him. I actually like a Kufu. I do.
Yeah, you
I
like his
think he's
big
smart.
voice.
He's
See,
articulate.
you
Well,
will like
he's
his
a
big.
scam
You
artist. He's a
look.
scam
You will
artist.
like his.
He did the,
You will like his big voice. He talk big but delivered nothing. He just the problem we
He
have
did do a
with
lot
black.
of good things in
Elvis,
Ghana. He
you're
did a
one
lot
of
of
those
development in
Africans
this
that
country,
when
though.
somebody's speaking plain English, you think that they just
Yeah,
Nah, the
forget
guy
him.
is
My
no,
boy.
no.
My boy.
Besides his articulation, he's well educated. He worked for a big law
What is
firm
he
in the
saying? What is
UK.
he saying?
Elvis.
Forget all this
Elvis,
articulation.
he's a scam
The problem
artist.
with
He
He's
people
a
call
like
himself
scam
him, when
artist.
he
someone is
call himself
speaking good
human rights
English, you
lawyer.
think they're
That's what
saying
he call
something.
himself.
Elvis, he was doing the
Why do you guys
year
not
of
like him? I don't get
year
it. I
of
don't think he
dollars
really did
return.
anything bad, man. I
No,
like the
what
guy.
is what
He
is
was doing
okay? You're paying attention
year
to
of
him
dollars
speaking
return,
clear English.
scamming African
No,
Americans,
no.
pretending
Besides
to
that,
be
he's
black.
articulate. You can
Okay, what
listen.
is he
Smart
saying?
people
When
when
you
they
someone is
speak, you can
articulate,
tell
you gotta
that they're
present
really
his
intelligent. And
philosophy
you,
or something. He said that's so that's so you know
nah, he talks
groundbreaking
about
or
Pan Africanism. He talks
okay,
about a
and
lot of technical things, and
hypocrisy.
he did a
Okay,
relatively good
this is
job in Ghana.
contrary to his action. Does this
They
look like
gave
Pan
him two
Africanism?
terms in
This
Ghana,
picture
Mike. They
here?
gave him two terms.
Does this picture look
He
like Pan
didn't win again
Africanism?
because he was out of terms, but they liked him and they voted for him twice. So he did a pretty good job in Ghana.
What did he
What
do?
do they vote for him twice?
He brought a lot of development. A lot of new highways was
Development.
built. You know, he did a lot of
A
stabilizing
lot
the
of new
economy.
highways. Name one highway. Name one. Name one.
I can't tell you the name, but
You don't
we
know.
played. No, hold on. We
He
played a
didn't
video
build
here.
nothing.
Lewis came and showed us the video. He built a brand new highway that was completed before he left. I don't know the
Even
name
a
of it.
cathedral.
He's the one. He wasted
I
money
was
on that
nothing.
big,
I was
big
nothing.
church.
He made Ghana
It's a
broke
development because
three times
not
before
a
he
lot of
left.
countries have a big highway like that.
Huh?
I said not a lot
He
of African
wasted
countries
money.
have a big highway like the one that he built
Elvis,
before he
Elvis.
left. So
He wasted
that's an
money on that
accomplishment.
big church. He wasted money on that big cathedral in Ghana that he didn't need. It was like what, over $100 million. He wasted money on that. He scammed
Yeah,
black
Even
yeah.
a
I mean,
build a
every
cathedral for the
administration will
Pope.
have some criticism, right? But he certainly did some positive things, DK.
Even a build a 100 million cathedral for the Italians.
No, it was a Ghanaian architect.
Yeah, somebody said he built a
Uh,
statue of himself. That's what he did. He built a statue of himself. He made Ghana broke a lot of times. He went to IMF a lot of times. The last time he thought, I'll be disgracing myself, he went to come Black America and said, year of return.
Damn,
That year
Cadola, I
of
don't get it, man. Why you don't
return,
like the dude? I don't get it. I
that year
like
of
him, man.
return, that's
Kidola,
what we have wanted
Kidola.
today. We need to
Kidola, I
invite
call it
people.
year of dollars return. Year of dollars return. He wanted
Yeah,
their
that's what he
dollars.
did. That's what problem we have today.
You guys, man. I think if you guys in Nigeria had him as a president, he would be a lot better than some of your presidents you've had in recent times. He did a good job in Ghana.
Are you kidding me?
No, we don't want to call nobody come of year of return, then we'll start having problem with all the African
But
people.
Cadola, you guys do the same thing in Nigeria. You shit on all your presidents. They're terrible. Like Tinubu now, people, before him, Buhari, everybody was mad at Buhari. So I don't get
But
it.
we don't have year of return. We don't hear year of return.
But the guy's a smart businessman, Cadola. You can't fault him for that. He was a smart businessman.
But see the year of return, what it did now, causing problem everywhere now. People forget peace that a big rip off.
Yeah, return led to diaspora war.
That's not true, Mike. That is not true. That's not true.
What do you mean it's not true? You started
I
year
mean,
of
you said
return,
your
and then
return led to the diaspora war. That's
jump on
not
it.
true.
Elvis,
The FBA was calling a scam even before the year of return actually
Elvis,
happened.
you know how many Black Americans went to Ghana and got scammed and ripped off and came back bitter and became FBA? You know what
I don't get it, man. You I guess you Nigerians have a rivalry with Ghana, and
You said they came back and
I'm
became
further away,
FBA.
so we don't really have a rivalry with Ghana like that. So maybe
No,
there's something else there.
There's no
the truth
rivalry.
is, we just say the truth. When we saw that year of return, at first we were like, oh, okay. But we start saying things, this guy, but he was smart anyway. He was very fast. He was quick.
The guy is ingenious. Cadola, give that to him. He found an ingenious way to
Play
make
into the
money for his
emotions
country.
of people who really want to come genuinely to know their root. You see, that's like second selling. First time they sold them, second time you sold them also, but in a total different way. You con them. That just meant, what do you expect? You sold them 2 times. That I'm not surprised Ghana have that
African
figure out.
goddess is saying that the reason Nigeria probably didn't have a year of return is because of the security issue. So Ghana was
No,
safe
no, no, no,
enough
no.
to have a year of
Now
return.
Nigeria
We
and
were not
Nigeria is
planning for
selling
no.
people
We were
twice,
not
man.
planning for
Why
year of
Nigeria only
return. If
sell
you want to come
once?
to Nigeria,
Yeah,
come to
because
Nigeria.
you have security issues, so it will be a non-starter to even think about
Elvis,
doing that.
Nigeria
No, the
only
year
sell
of
twice,
return is
man.
just to look.
Say that again,
Nigeria doesn't have
Mike.
that plan to call
Nigeria only
people.
sell twice. They only sell once, you know.
Oh my gosh, yo, Mike, come on, man.
You know,
That's out
we
of
sold
pocket.
once and we regret it. Because
Ghana will sell you
so
5 times, man.
we don't go for the second
You
time.
guys are
We
you guys
regret
are
the
out of
one we
pocket.
did already. We don't want to go for the second time. You know, it's okay. You know,
You know, we have mercy. You know, we sell you one like, oh, we're sorry,
we
we don't want to
saw
sell you again.
we saw the Brazilian returnees. What happened to them? We didn't want to go that second route again. But Ghana go for the second route and sold them out again. But now in their pockets, I said, "Oh, we're sorry for the slave trade. We're sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry for the slave trade. But you can come, man. Come and invest." But people didn't know there's a big boat waiting for this.
No, you're returning
But,
Nigeria.
but,
We're not
but
doing that, man.
Mboma, what do you mean by that last comment? Can you elaborate? I don't get it. He says, regardless of geographical distance, Europe is close in mind and reference for Americans. Unfortunately, in contrast, for the sub-Saharan counterpart, Africa is far away. I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe. I mean, but bro, what is Nigeria's? Who would you want Nigeria to be partnered with, Kadola? Is it the British? Is it not to have any partnership with
The
the
whole
European
world, the whole
countries?
world. We want to partner with the whole world.
You
Right.
want to partner with the
That's
whole
our
world
philosophy. We want to do business with
as
everybody. We're not trying to favor one
as
guy and
long
compare.
as long we're not a threat to our neighbors.
Exactly.
I just saw.
Why do you think
But nah,
America is
bro.
angry?
The countries don't think like that. These are sovereign countries. You can't live your life worried about what your neighbor think. You do what's best for your country and your people, right?
No, it's not like we worry about what you think.
Everybody have their own interests.
We're just not trying to, you know, destroy you. We don't want to do. We don't want to be destroying you on behalf of somebody else, kind of thing like that. You know. So we want to do business with everybody. If you come to Nigeria, you find the U.S. embassy, Russian embassy, Chinese embassy, Indian embassy. All the countries in the world have embassy in Nigeria. So Brazil. So we don't do this. Oh, let me side with America against the Russians. Let me side with the Russians against Americans. We don't want to do shit like that, man. We fuck with everybody, you know.
Mm. I wish Lewis was here, man, because he knows more about Ghana than I do. I just like Nana Kufu. I thought he was,
Though I like
Their
Ghana,
best
but
their best
the kind of
president.
game they are playing, this Pan African game. I mean, Lewis does it too, man. It comes on, yeah, Chikidola. If you notice when they are doing this black FBA versus African immigrant in America topics, it's always the black British that will come there, like Louis, Jagun, how. I'm like, you guys are in England. What's your business with this topic, man? Like,
I mean,
and then they will
they're
say,
connected to us, man. Come on.
no. They don't live in.
Yeah.
They don't know anything about America, how the Black Americans and the African immigrant America relates. They don't understand any of it. So, but they will come and be speaking on behalf of, oh yeah, we want to with that British accent, especially Jagun. The guy's always annoying me. Yeah, we brothers. Hey,
You
we
just jealous. You
brothers.
don't got his
We
accent, Mike.
brothers.
They love
Like,
that
who is this
accent
guy
in
talking about?
Nigeria, Mike. You know the Nigerians love
Nobody's
that
jealous
British
about that
accent.
guy. If nobody's jealous about
Kidola,
that
the
guy,
FBA, this one, they come there. They're
I
not there to
see. I
come there.
watch. I watch
They just
channels,
come to roast.
Channels television. You got Chamberlain, all those guys talking on there with that British accent, man. You know you guys
And
love that British accent.
Elvis, you always disappoint me too. Like you two, you come there.
we
I'm
said
like,
that we said the fuck out of those stations. Doesn't see those guys are no longer in those stations?
that's back in the days when they used to deceive everybody with all these. We already kicked them out, man.
I
Nigeria
think
now,
even
if you don't have
Uncle
Nigeria accent,
Rabiu
you don't
from
work in those stations.
Arise TV, he got an accent too. The only person that don't have
that
is what's his name? Abata.
that
What is
man.
the guy name? The dark skinned
We
guy from Arise. But
we try
everybody
to
else,
Who's Abati?
yeah.
we try to
Who
integrate
has
him
British accent there? You crazy?
by giving him la bala.
Is it Rufai?
Yeah, I think Rufai has an accent, right? He
Which
does have a
accent?
British
Rufai
accent.
Niger boy. They grew up in Nigeria. None of them,
Rufa-
man. We don't. You know, in
Rufana
fact,
Monaja.
the only foreigner there is that girl from Uganda. I
No,
forgot her name.
let's just let's
That's
be
the only
honest.
foreigner there.
Let's just be honest. Ghana have caused too many problems. I hope this president that is in. J.J. Rawlings was a very straightforward guy. You know, he contributed to a lot of things in West Africa. You understand? But what you should understand is, I think St. James have, he have point to be scared. Because of the past, what they caught that man saying and everything. And one thing that they are both one people there. That's just the truth.
Well, he's
It's like
gone now, right?
I think to
Dollar.
be fair, at this
He's out
point,
of power.
Kidola, you know what I thought when the Society thing first started, right? I was thinking like within maybe 6 months, the French American would just come in and take those guys out, and you understand? Like I was thinking, the whole usual thing, but those guys have kept that, they've maintained, they've hold their ground for it's 3 years now, and they've
Yeah,
successfully,
yeah.
So now it looks like the West couldn't get to those guys; they couldn't get them. So now what I'm seeing now is like the West is trying to use the other ECOWAS countries to get them, like the
Yes.
Ghana. So that's where I have problem. Like if the West can't get
At
them on their
first,
own,
I was thinking they would fall back to the French. Just to be honest. But
yeah,
you
I
see,
thought it was all the
I
whole
don't blame
usual
Burkina
bull
Faso,
crap,
Mike. Mike, I don't blame Burkina Faso also. But Burkina Faso, you cannot be coming to somebody's country. I remember there's one president. I don't know if it's alone. They will have what called press conference. That man, if Olo just talked to one of the Burkina Faso president like if it was like his boy, you understand me? Man, we talk, these French have authority, they think.
Kidola, what kind of brother? What kind of brother and a good neighbor? You call me brother, right? Like our African do it. Brother, neighbor, right? You fly over us to the United States to kind of have this kind of conversation. You could have come to us first and
Yeah,
express
that's
your
what I mean.
worry.
That's what I mean.
We don't have that. I want Elvis to understand. That's our African play. We could have welcomed them. He could have expressed his worry that we're dealing with the Russian, and here's the problem. How can we solve the problems, right? Why, when he came to the White House, why he didn't tell these people? We had a meeting with the
you could have just
Burkinabes,
walk across
and
the
they
border
felt like they didn't want to listen, and we are growing worried about their position towards us as far as our borders is concerned.
Well, he
That
came
didn't
back as
happen.
a he
That
came back
conversation
as
didn't
a
happen. That
he came
conversation
back as
didn't
a
happen.
reasonable adult, right? And he
No,
apologized. Maybe he
no,
realized what he
no,
did
no.
was
Let me tell you
was the
about the
wrong step, and
apology.
he came and apologized.
Elvis, I'm a Sahelian. You know what we hate the most? Sellout. When we are fighting, don't come between us and our enemy when we are fighting in the Sahel. We are Sahelian. You either want to stand with us or be
See,
quiet.
this
That
is what
we
I'm
are
talking
Sahelian.
about.
That we don't. When they start doing that, we know which side he's on. So we don't want to do business with him. Traore would have, when Dramani came
So
to power.
who's your enemy, St. James?
No, we have
France?
a lot of it. We have a lot of them, depending on what topic you want to talk about. When Dramani came to power, right, there were already conversation ongoing, right, behind closed door. You see when he took power, Traore traveled. The first time he traveled to within West Africa, he went to Dramani. Why? You never seen them talk. You never seen them agree on anything. But he did go. That's how neighbors speak. That guy, they don't know how to speak. The culture within certain people in Ghana is seller culture. They will sell you for a penny just for their own survival. We know that. We are neighbors. We know these people. They have a strong track record of doing this. And you know what I'm doing right now? We have to name and shame, call and shame. We have to do it because the only way Africans we're gonna be able to pull these people's coats is when we name and shame them. This has been going on for way too much. Like what Mike said. At first, he was skeptical. I would like Africans to be skeptical. No one likes school, right? You give it a time. You can give your argument like, oh, these people have done coups and in the past. You can express all that. I respect it. I don't mind any Africans who is skeptical about what the AES is doing. If you are skeptical, I respect it. But at the same time, right, you cannot ignore the actions at the same time. If you don't respect it, I get it. But at the same time, you are ignoring the actions. So that means you are you are an hypocrite. because whatever that's happening in the Sahel, we stood our ground. We are closing the gap between us and the criminals. And like you said, right? I'm sorry to tell you, we have all the ambassador, the European ambassador in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. They were the one who left and they came back. So our partner is not only Russia. We have China, like you have China. We have China in there. We have
Do you
Turkey.
remember what Nelson Mandela said?
Like what?
They expect their enemies to be our enemies, right?
I don't like what you're saying.
So, like
Yeah,
you
yeah.
said, right,
He said the
that
West always want their enemies to be your their enemies to be your enemy.
Right.
right. So,
Yeah.
like you said, Burkina Faso is an independent country. What
Yeah.
I keep saying is, and maybe you take this the wrong way every time, but listen to what I'm saying.
No, you
Your
taking mine. You taking what I'm telling you, and
no,
you
listen.
intentionally
I heard you, St. James. Let
every
me
time.
speak,
No, no, no,
please.
Elvis. Every time I'm not on the panel, you lie on me, and you lie on things that I said.
You're on the
So
panel right now.
you're
I'm
gonna have
speaking
to.
to you.
No,
Let's
you
not.
have a track record of lying on Burkina Faso.
Let me
So
speak. Let me speak,
yeah.
St. James.
Mhm.
We're on the panel right now together.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So my point here is that you said earlier when you started speaking that
Mhm.
if you have an enemy,
Mhm.
people shouldn't come in between you and your enemy because if they should just sit down and be quiet or something like that. And I'm
Mhm.
saying,
When we are fighting, I say when we
oh,
are fighting.
okay, well, so right now you're not fighting anybody, right?
What do you mean we're not fighting anybody?
Are
What do
you
you mean they're not
who's your enemy?
fighting?
That's
They've
what I'm
been
saying. Who's
fighting
your
for their
enemy?
survival for the past 3 years, man.
No, no, I'm
So
asking him
don't you
who
see
are you
what's
fighting right
happening?
now?
Already
Well, don't you
survived how
see what's
many
happening in the
assassination
Sahel?
attempts, and you say he's not fighting? Are you
Yeah,
kidding me?
actually, is it France? France is your enemy, right?
I say we have a lot of enemies, depending on what you
No,
want
you
to
gotta
know.
be specific. Don't just say
I know where you want to go with this. I'm not going to give you that.
so
We have a lot
answer.
of enemies. What do you want to know about
Elvis,
Okay,
our enemy?
that's my point,
Elvis,
right? So
Elvis,
hold on,
Ghana and
Dodo.
Nigeria.
One second. France
Mm-hmm.
is valuable to other countries. It may not be valuable to Burkina Faso, Mali, or Niger, right?
Mm-hmm.
So take Ghana for example, which is next door to you.
Mm-hmm.
France is bringing logistical know-how. They're bringing knowledge in how to, fight terrorism, anti-terrorism, methods and how to deal with them. Ghana feel like they need that, knowledge. They need that resource from France.
Mm-hmm.
So they brought the French in to teach them how to fight,
Right.
terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
So in your mind, that's working with the enemy, is it not?
Elvis,
Okay, let me make this point,
they
right?
don't. You saying you brought friends to teach them how to fight? You think
Right,
they didn't know how
right.
to
Okay,
fight?
okay.
Are you
So
kidding me?
Elvis, when you go to bed tonight, right? Ask yourself, right? Why Sweden is not doing it? Why Switzerland is not doing it? Why Holland is not doing it? Right? Why even Italy is not doing it? Right? Why Luxembourg
Even
is not doing
Turkey.
it? Turkey is not doing it. Why another African country? Why South Africa is not doing it for Ghana? Why
Why is it
any
French?
country that's stable in Africa is not doing it with Ghana? Why does it has to be the French?
Why did Burkina Faso go and become allied with
No, no, no. You
Sweden
see, now
or
you get them.
Denmark?
Now you get them
Why did they have to
belligerent.
go to
You
Now,
Russia to
now
just
you
become?
get
went
them
to it. You just went
belligerent
it. Come on,
because
it's
now you
irrelevant.
get them belligerent because you know where I'm going,
I'm not getting
right?
belligerent. I'm just
Now,
asking why. You're asking why. I'm
you
asking
see
why.
your
Elvis,
enemy, right? Your enemy,
because
the enemy
Burkina
when they
Faso has
cannot
to
get
get
at
the
you, when your enemy cannot get at
the
you,
most powerful.
he just go next door to you.
Why did you go and
The
become
French.
allied
No,
with Russia and not
let me tell
Sweden?
you. The French have a
Because
track
Russia is
record.
stronger.
Let me tell you what the French do.
There you
What?
go, Mike. You
No,
answered the question. That's my
let,
answer too.
let me tell you what
No,
the
that's
French
not your
do.
answer. The French is
You
not
don't know the
stronger
French,
than.
right? The French have a track record, right? If they can't get what they
So
want
does
with
the
you,
Russians.
fine.
The
Peace.
Russians abandoned
What's
all
the
of their
Russians'
African
track record?
allies and had their presidents killed.
Okay, Elvis. If the French can get what they want with you, like in a francophone world, right? Usually they just go next door. That's what they do, just to keep antagonizing you in a certain way, right? They don't go far from you. They just remain by your neighbors and they keep antagonizing you. That's their tactics. We know that. You see, them going to Ghana and trying to help the Ghanaians is a good thing. It's a good thing. I don't care. Whatever they do is fine. I'm under the impression that with Dramani, we don't have those kind of problems, right? But I'm still wondering why the French are going around West Africa and trying to sell their expertise. It's kind of like it's sketchy. Like in Africa, when you're a Pan African, right? Elvis, you're gonna have to ask yourself why African countries are still looking for training after so many years. We still want the French to come train us on things. Train
That's
us,
what I was
train us,
saying,
train
man.
us.
The case in
Like,
point, St. James,
You
you
think
guys
Africa will
can't
fight? Are you at war?
handle the Islamic
Hold on.
no,
insurgency
no,
Elvis,
Elvis,
in
is
your
I give you
Ghana
the
at
country.
reason
war? They
why.
need the French to come and train it.
Yeah,
Right, they need them
you
to.
guys can't handle it.
Okay,
That shows
let
that
me
you
tell you,
do need
Elvis,
some
why we can
training.
handle it. So you don't understand it. You don't understand how it
What does
started, right?
France know? What does
We
France know
let,
that
let
the
me let me
United
explain
States?
to Elvis. He doesn't seem to understand.
Hold on, hold on.
Since independence, right?
James,
Since
What does
independence.
France?
let me
What
go.
does France know
Let me
Oh,
that
sure, sure,
America
bro.
does?
okay,
Sure,
the
sure.
history lesson. Let me get Big Black in. He's been waiting. Go ahead, Big Black.
Yeah, my tripped out thing is about the part-time Pan-Africanists on here, like St. James. You know, you've been all on what's the guy's channel, Aphrodite's channel, and now you've been going back and forth with the diaspora war. Now you want to call for all this Pan-Africanism. You know what I mean?
Big Black.
Big
I'm
Black.
just being
Big
real. I'm
Black, no
just
one
being
is
real.
calling for no Pan
Now you,
Africanism, man.
but you on this part-time Pan-African, stuff now. This is your
Do I
country.
know you, bro? Do I
Oh,
know
you
you,
know
bro?
me. Oh, you know me. You know me. I've been on
Man,
this. I talked
you
to you a
talking
million
smack
times.
like we met before. I never met you, bro. Who are
Oh,
you, bro?
get off that, man. I talked to you plenty of times. St.
Bro, man,
James.
how tall are you,
But
bro?
listen, man. Yo,
Big
that's
Black is
crazy.
big, man.
Big Black, you telling me you're not big? You just got that name for no reason?
Yeah, I'm about 5'5". Listen.
Well, you call yourself Big Black? Come on, man. You're small black, man.
I'm big the other way, now. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Okay, pause.
But anyway,
But Big Black, man. No one ever called himself Pan Africanist. You
no,
never
but
call
I'm just
himself Pan
saying. I'm
African.
just saying, like, because I heard you got on the Pan Africanists, like Jagoon. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the Pan Africanists that
Those
come
are
on.
London boys. Those are black British. They want to be black Americans. So.
They
Jagoon's a
just
tea
they
drinking
just in
coon.
they in bring right, and they picked up an accent, but
They
they
don't
Pan
know what they're
African.
doing, man.
But the reason why you got on it because sometimes they come and defend African Americans from a lot of the
No,
rhetoric,
the
a lot
black
of
people in
rhetoric.
England.
Some of the continental Africans come with to African Americans. Y'all
Big
don't like
Black.
to discuss that.
I always call you the coolest, the nicest every time you come on Alpha Diamond's show. Why are you getting at me tonight? Like I never had a problem with you on Alpha
Big Black
Diamond's
is a
show.
very nice guy,
You
though,
and I
man.
never had a problem. Why are you doing this tonight, bro?
No, but I'm saying I'm just pointing out.
Somebody's putting a battery in your back to do this, or what's going on?
Ain't nobody put a battery in my back, but I'm just be tripping because
Bro,
like.
did you and I ever had an argument?
No, we ain't had an argument, but I be tripping like you seem cool too, but I'm like, why is you bagging this douchebag, Aphrodite's?
No, that's your man, bro. Is it Alpha Diamond's your man?
No, he's not my man. You know he's not
No,
my
you
man.
told me before that's your man, right? Why are you doing this, bro?
Oh, now you see that's that trick. Now
Big Black, man. I'm ashamed of you, man.
What's up? What's up, man?
Yeah, you hanging out with Aphrodite.
Big Black sold his soul, man.
Y'all, you in on it too, huh? All right, y'all in on it too. But what I'm saying is on some real stuff, man. I don't. We all know what's going on, right? As far as like the positioning of these Western powers, right? And let's be real. Right now, they just pulling the cards. They pulling some cards where that's what's going on.
So, Big Black, what is Pan African is going to do about this, man? Why are we going to fight this West, man?
I just want to know if France is a bigger threat to Burkina Faso than the terrorists in the country.
Big Black,
That's what I
we're
want to
going
know.
to fight these people, man.
The leader Pan Africanist is
We're just going to get together and smoke weed
the
and
president of your country. He's
we're
the
just
leader
going to sing Kumbaya song and
I'm 80. The president of Burkina Faso, right? That's the leader Pan
it's
Africanist
not
right
bikini. It's not bikini, man. Don't be saying
I'm sorry,
bikini.
Burkina. That's how Carla calls it, Burkina Feces, which is a disrespectful name for the country.
Hey, Big Black. You see the problem. You see the problem in the black world, right? Traore never said he's the leader of anything. All Traore said he was the leader of Burkina Faso. That's what he said, right? And many people in diaspora saw the actions, not the word, the actions, right? And they fell in love with the dude, right? And you got some punk people, who felt like they were supposed to be the leader, right? And now they feel like they're afraid, right? So because the guy is taking the shine from them, you see what I'm saying? And intentionally, he's not doing that, and everybody is coming with their own opinion, and which doesn't matter anyway, right? But they're coming with their own opinion, like what Mike was saying.
Who's the leader of the ES?
Right now, it's the same. You got 1 year.
But
Oh, so they
it's
rotate
They,
leadership.
they rotate. When they created it, it was Assimi Goïta of Mali. He did 1 year. Now it's Traore 1 year.
Okay.
Yeah.
is it? But let me ask you this: is it that simple, or is
Mhm.
it that they pretty much got them by the nuts? They do it's
Who
something
by the
going.
nuts?
These countries that are letting the French set up shop in their own country. Trying to go against the AES.
But Elvis, do you even know that the French never had like a military base in Burkina Faso like that? Do you know that? A lot of people don't.
I didn't know that, but they certainly
No,
was working with the
no.
military there, right?
They never had a military base in Burkina Faso. The only time they came to Burkina Faso when they got involved with Mali and they told Blaise Compaoré so they're gonna put a small like a personnel in Burkina Faso so they can monitor the situation in Mali. That was the
So what's
only
the big
time.
fight with the French then if they
No, no,
never
no.
really was in your country like that?
Yeah, it was
Let me,
great.
are you crazy?
No, I want you to explain it to me. I don't know everything. I want to know, so you can explain it.
Like what part do you want to know?
So you guys kick out the French, like you said, you kicked them out. So that means they were there
Hmm.
physically, right? So you
Right.
kicked them out.
Hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. If you say they never had a military base, they maybe wasn't a big
Not like
military threat to you.
yes, like a so-called
So
military base that can be like, yeah, the
what's
standards
the
of a
big?
military base. Okay, I can give you the example. They had the personnel. So when the situation fell in Mali, the French were there. I'm gonna repeat it, but I know I keep doing it, but I'm doing it again on Carla's show. When they were in Mali, not only the French, all of them, German, everybody, right? And the fight wasn't going nowhere. Everybody saw it. It wasn't going nowhere. The Malian group frustrated, and they wanted a different option, right? They went to them and they told them, you know what, we are trying to get the Russians over here, so we want to work with the Russians, right? Because since we're a colony, we're a former colony, the French have a say so. Whoever they bring, any European they bring to Francophone Africa, the French are the one leading it. So the French were the one leading the task force. So when the Malian expressed a desire to work with the Russians, the French told them, if you bring the Russians, we will leave. Not only we only leave, we will tell our allies, everybody else they brought in with them, they will go, they will leave. So the Malian told them, well, we don't want you guys to leave like that. We want to work with the Russian as well. But if you guys can't work with them, that's fine. You can leave, right? Most of the weapons, some of the weapons that they had there in Mali, they gave them to the terrorists, right? You will see the prime minister of Mali when they had a few military bases they were occupying, right? So they made an arrangement with the Malian to turn over this military base to the Malian army. So let's say they have an appointment to go grab to take over a military base. They set up the appointment at 3 p.m. Before 3 p.m., the French soldiers leave, like 12. They leave some of the equipment over there so terrorists can grab them. So the Malian have recorded that. They have seen it. They're like, what are you guys doing? They say they don't care. They left. So what happened was some of the terrorists were able to put their hands on some of the latest equipment that the NATO forces have brought to their country. It's recorded. It is recorded. That's why the Mali wanted to take the French to court, and they didn't want to do it. They're using every country, the United States or whatever. They don't want the information to be disclosed. This is a fact. These are not made up evidence. It's there. It's recorded. So now we had the French, like I told you, since when Blaise Compaoré was in power, they had a small detachment in Burkina Faso. So when Traoré took power, same thing. Traoré was trying to see exactly who to side with, right? So the prime minister at that time told him, go to Mali, talk to the Malian and see exactly what we can do. Traoré sent his prime minister there. The Malian say, we have no problem. We can work together. And we have the Russians here. Seems things are moving towards the right direction. So Traoré told the French, so we're gonna have some Russians over here too. So they said no problem. They will be leaving. They left. They left. So if you want to tell me the French have nothing to do with that because it's terrorism, Islamic terrorism, okay, that's like that. It's like trying to not to see the root of the problem. these people, like I was listening earlier, right? You guys made the point that some of the weapons were obtained through battles, right? From the people they fought, right? The terrorists got their weapons, right, from them. And our problem is not French; it's the Islamic terrorism. Elvis, when the former president of Burkina Faso, Blaise Compaoré, was in power, right? Do you know how they were getting some of the funding? It
Who,
was
the
through
terrorists?
hostages. Blaise Compaoré will set up a situation where they capture a European, right? And they press the country. Most of the time, the French government will take the lead, right? And they will offer the money to Blaise Compaoré. Blaise Compaoré will send his people to rescue the European, and they will give the terrorists the money. Here's the funding. Here's the connection. So they did that so many times in the Sahel, and Blaise Compaoré was helping with that. That's how they fund the war, through hostages. A lot of that happened.
So
When we
your
come to
president was complacent in funding the terrorists. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, he was doing that. When that situation was happening in Mali, he was the one funding it.
Okay.
Absolutely, through the French. So that's the connection we're trying to establish, and people don't listen.
But is
And
that happening? Is that happening now?
happening how?
Are there French citizens being kidnapped and being
No,
used as ransom
no,
for
they
the
don't.
terrorists?
Because we were asking why the Sahel is on at war, and these people are still coming in the Sahel and being captured. We never knew. Like you wake up in the morning, they tell you, "Oh, somebody that was being captured 3 years ago is now rescued," and you're like, "We never even heard that guy was captured." That was what's happening. People asking questions like, "What this guy's doing over there in the Sahel?" So it took time for people to understand that was what Blaise was doing. His right hand man gave him up. Like he gave him up. It's like, yeah, that was the plan. That's the connection with the French. So the French, okay, and when you
Yeah,
look at
but
the
come
French,
on, that's
no, no, no,
not
no.
something. Okay, so
Okay.
James, give me 30 seconds to speak, please. So what you just said, I heard you right.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that French
Mm-hmm.
citizens
Mm-hmm.
are being kidnapped,
Right.
and one of the fiduciary responsibility of
Not only French, not only the
hold
French.
on. So one of the responsibility of your government is to ensure your safety,
Mm-hmm.
your and security for your property. So if their citizen is being kidnapped and
Mm-hmm.
being held for ransom,
Mm-hmm.
are you saying that France should not pay the ransom so that they don't fund the terrorists and maybe get their citizen killed? Is that what you're saying?
It was not even how you call it? It was staged. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It was staged.
Okay.
It was never the guy he let himself get captured by the terrorists. He was never the hostage. So they were trying to it was like they put it together so they can exchange the money against for the person. It was staged. It wasn't real. It wasn't real. So okay, if you tell me right now, right, if a French citizen get captured in the Sahel, there have to be a reasonable price for that for the French to pay. I understand the price has to be reasonable. But if you're coming over $20 million, $50 million, now you like wow, just for that. So there were
Is that what they were paying to free their citizen?
there was a lot of amount that was disclosed that we felt like this is not the French wouldn't have done it for this. You understand? There was quite a bit for this hostage, right? And the money was paid.
So during that time, it wasn't a terrorist in Burkina Faso; it was a terrorist in Mali that was doing the kidnapping.
Mali, yes, that was what was happening in Mali, and Blaise Compaoré was responsible for that.
So then, what brought the terrorists to Burkina Faso? What's the deal with that terrorist group there?
No, the terrorist group that was coming to Burkina Faso, like when they go attack Mali and they want to rest, they were coming to Burkina Faso. That was like their safe haven. They come to Burkina Faso.
So Compaoré was giving them safe haven in Burkina Faso.
Yes, he was doing that.
See, James, you accuse Ivory Coast of doing the same thing, but Burkina Faso at one point, one of a bad leader was doing a similar thing.
When was the last time I said I lied to you? You always give the impression that I'm lying.
No,
I told you, that's an information that I already given.
That's what I'm saying. So you can see how people one day could be on one side, you know,
Elvis,
and then on the other
Elvis.
side they can be a victim of
Mike, Mike, Mike,
that same
Mike
thing.
told you something, and I'm under the impression you don't want to use your wisdom.
No, I
This,
listen to
no,
what
no.
you're saying, and
Let me explain it to you.
you know.
We had bad people in Africa, so the idea that you're gonna sit on here and tell me that two wrong can make it right, I don't get it.
No, no.
We've been through it. Well, no. When the situation was happening in Burkina Faso, people called it. We never liked the guy. People called it. People said that's not what we want, right? So now you want us to sit on here and tell our Ivorian brothers that we like what they're doing? Is that what you're trying to tell me? We've been through it. We've seen it. How we destroy people, how we destroy country. And we're trying to tell you we've been in it, we've seen it, we were used for that. And we're trying to tell you don't let yourself be used because it's going to create more problem for your people. And you don't want us to do that?
So let me get this right. So with Blaise Compaoré, you're saying that he was working on the behest of France to destabilize Mali by using his country as a resting zone for the terrorists that was terrorizing Mali, right?
He was giving them equipment. All they wanted. I can even give you further information. When we removed Blaise Compaoré, right? We had a 1 year transition, and we had election. The new president came. I tell you, I give you the timeline, right? We are talking about 2014. We removed Blaise Compaoré in 2014. We had a 1 year transition, and then we did an election, right? We got a civilian leader that came into power in Burkina Faso. There is a video on that. If you want to watch the video, we can share the video. The very president at that time of Burkina Faso said, some people called him for a meeting. He took the meeting, they came in and said, you know what? The former president had an agreement with them, and they would like to know if he wants to continue with the agreement. The guy was like, okay, what kind of agreement the former president had with you? They say, you know what? They exposed the information to him, and the president told him, now we are talking about listen, hear me out, 2015, right? The president said, based on what you guys said, I don't think I'm going to be using my country for this, right? He told them clearly. The first terrorist attack happened in that year in Burkina Faso, 2015. I remember that like yesterday. We woke up to that news. First terrorist attack in Burkina Faso. Everybody was surprised. So you tell me, Elvis, you're a smart man. Tell me why. Because the president refused to accommodate them. The president refused to let his country be used to attack another country that we consider our brothers. So they decided to retaliate on us. We had nothing. All these people who are talking about, all kind of problem issue we
So
had
the
with this.
terrorists now are retaliating against your country because you're no longer a safe haven for them.
Yes, that's what was happening. They wanted us to pay for now in line with them. You understand? So now, mind you, right? If you have the French has your partner, right? You know the francophone, right? At that time, you couldn't go to another. You couldn't have military agreement with another country when the French are there. They wouldn't allow it. They would share intel with you if you want to go to Russia or whatever you want to go. They wouldn't allow it. They have an exclusive relationship with their colony. Exclusive relationship, right? So if you start them, right, they train your army, they provide the equipment. Okay, now I'm asking you now, the new president who just came in after Blaise Compaoré, right? So why? So the French did not provide any forms of assistance to him, right? He's seeing the country being taken by the terrorists. So the French are there, the military is kind of there. So the French wasn't helping, and the military is telling the president that we lack the equipment, we don't have weapons, we don't have bullets. The Malians have expressed that they were sharing AK-47, 2 soldiers for 1 AK or 3 soldiers for 1 AK-47. At the time they ran out of bullets. So those were the problem, frustration from the military. They were growing frustrated. So
breaking up.
The
And
commander in
St.
chief
James,
is supposed to have the right. Let me finish. The commander in chief is supposed to have the right partnership, so his military don't run out of bullets. His military get the right equipment to confront the situation. So the French are there, right, pretending not to see the problem. So you are the partner, right? You don't provide
one quick
logistics. You
question,
don't
St.
provide
James.
anything. Okay,
So
you are
now
cutting me
you
off
have the
again. Yeah.
Russian. Yeah, one quick
No,
question.
no,
Now
the
you have the
Russian wasn't there.
Russians.
The
No,
Russian
I'm
wasn't
saying
there.
now
Right,
you have
right,
the
right,
Russians there,
right,
and I'm
right.
guessing you're getting the equipment and the
Yeah.
logistics to fight the
Yes.
terrorists. How's that
Mm-hmm.
fight going?
It's working. It's working. We can't overcome the situation overnight. I give you an example in Mali, right? The situation was happening. What was happening in Mali has been happening since 2011, 20 or whatever, right? We're in 2026, right? Look at Mali. Mali had a few cities that were taken by the terrorists. Mali has reclaimed all the cities with the Russians. They have taken everything, all of them. They pushed all these terrorists near the border of Algeria and Mauritania. These people are at the border. They still send a few situations here and there for the Malians. That's what they do. They can't take big places. So are you going to tell me now the situation hasn't gotten better for Mali? The last time for Burkina Faso, we control 74% of our territory. 26 is still not there yet, but we're working
So
on that.
how much territory has been gained regained since
74%. 74%. We
No,
were
no, I'm saying
when
what was the
Traore took
percentage that
power.
the terrorists
When
had
Traore,
before, and now how much have you
okay,
gained?
when Traore was coming, we were at 40%,
Okay.
around 40. So you see the gain from 40 to 76. These are
So
video we see
wait. You
every.
guys only have 40% of your country, and about
Yes,
60% was occupied by terrorists before he came in.
yeah.
Wow.
What do you think? Why did we topple the civilian president? That was the problem. And you know who was making that propaganda? The French. Let's Elvis, you in your house. You call me St. James. You say, you know what, St. James, I feel like you can help me fire a battle. Come help me. I'm in my house, I'm fighting, right? I come on there, I'm helping you fight, right? And I go outside and I tell your neighbors, now, Elvis is weak, man. Elvis can't. If we lose, this is both of us. If we win, this is the both of us. Why are you making this about me? That's what the French were doing. So now they were doing the propaganda for the terrorists. 40% is taken, 20%. You know who's doing that? The French news media. So the people are like, okay, you are with us, but you are communicating against us.
Well, but St. James, to a point, I get it. You just shouldn't go out there and say it.
Right.
But even
Right.
Traore, in his wisdom, realized that the military needed some beefing up. They needed more training. They needed more logistics. So
Right.
perhaps what the French were saying was that they were ill-equipped because the French are not going to bring all their soldiers and fight the war. You're going to have to do the heavy
That's
lifting.
not what we wanted. That's not what we wanted. We wanted the equipment. We wanted to pay for it. It wasn't free, and we and they didn't want it. You saw when Mali sent them away, they did not want to take the money. So we had the money to pay. They did not want to give us the money. The only
Hey, St.
country
James,
that said, yeah,
let
the
me
only
close.
one. Mhm. Sure.
Elvis, you see what he told you, the percentage of territory taken by all these terrorists, man, that stuff is not a joke. What we're dealing with in the Sahel and other area, it's not a joke, man. I'm telling you. Like this, people would think this old terrorist is just a bunch of some dusty African karaoke
Right.
47. These guys are being funded heavily. I'm talking about
Heavy.
billions with
Fly.
weapons.
They're
Like when
flying
the Boko
drones.
Haram, dude, we're flying drones. When the Boko Haram started in the northeast in Nigeria, when they invaded, they almost took the old Maiduguri, that old state. Like literally, these guys they were shooting at Nigerian jets. That's the kind of weapons. Luckily, Nigerian government so far since Nigerian government has spent over $20 billion, man, just to fighting these guys. Imagine if you have to spend $20 billion to fight somebody. Imagine how much that person is spending to fight you back. At least for that person to be able to stand his ground, he must be spending at least 20, the same amount or even more. Like this thing is not a joke, man. I'm telling you.
Elvis, let me ask you a question. What's your profession?
I'm just a regular guy, man. I don't do
No,
nothing.
No, you don't do. What's your profession? You don't
Yeah,
have no.
Man, Elvis is a liar, man.
No, it's like okay.
Zago,
Okay.
who
Let me
let
give you a
Zago up on
profession,
this panel,
and I will
man?
explain to you where I'm going with
Who
this.
let
Right?
Zago up here?
Let's say you're a carpenter. Carpenter, right?
Okay, yeah, I'm a carpenter.
Right. Let's say you're a business owner. You're a carpenter, right? You call me, right? Yeah, I'll need a job. I come on there first day. So I never did this before. So you being skilled and you being knowledgeable about the job, right? You will see St. James saying, no, I need to train this guy, man. You know nothing about this, right? Our militaries are telling us when they go on the battlefield and they face these people, these motherfuckers are so fucking trained. They know exactly where to go, how to go, who to shoot, what to do.
They're private armies, man.
The military know, no. These people are now in the bushes only eating meat and coming out. Somebody is training these people. You understand? So they can make the assessment because they can see the skills these people have. So it's not. So don't sit here and tell me, oh, these people just grew up tired of the country and they just want to attack it. No.
People think they're a bunch of Bushmen. They just carry
Yeah,
AK-47. They're just
no.
Islamists and just
They are heavily trained. They
they are
know what to
Hey,
very
attack.
trained,
quick question: who's been funding the
very
terrorists?
organized.
Who's been
Yeah.
quick question: who's been funding the terrorists up in Nigeria?
Well, you go figure it yourself. We don't know, man. If we know, we want
Why
to
you
stop
why
them.
you why you checking him up, man? Don't give him cheek. He's asking a legitimate question. So like what we're saying now, the French
If we talking
are
about
supposedly funding the Burkinabe terrorists and the Malian terrorists. Are they also funding the Nigerian terrorists? I guess that's what he's trying to figure out too.
yeah,
We don't know. No one knows, man. We can be accusing without. Well, you got to think and figure yourself, man. I mean, you put the pieces together and conclude yourself.
All right, big black, you gotta go research it yourself, man. That's your
I,
answer.
I thought you knew all about that. Goddamn it,
How
Mike.
am I supposed to know? Am I one of the terrorists?
Yeah,
Who
that's
knows, Mike? We don't know.
well, shit. Seems like you.
Am I one of them? Am I supposed to know which
Seems like
one?
St. James a lot of
No,
more research than you when it comes to Nigeria.
but according to Tiani, he accused Nigerians for being complicit in that too as well. Tiani from Niger is very clear. He made a
Complicit in what?
See, that's the problem because
for aiding
Boko Haram used to
what
run into
happened
Niger
For hating
and get
who?
safe haven on a
for
bassoon.
aiding what happened in the I think the airport attack recently. He did a whole
Airport attack
I was
where?
the attack was
For the
Twitter.
yellow cake uranium
Yeah.
that was at the airport in Niamey.
So the
Niamey, if
same
it's how you
terrorists we're
pronounce
dealing
it.
with in Nigeria?
Yeah, I mean that's what he
Now
said.
they're
That's what
saying that
Tiani.
the terrorist was based in northern Nigeria and they went in there and
But what I'm
committed that
saying
attack.
is it the same terrorists attacking us in Nigeria?
I don't know, but I'm just saying he accused people from
Yeah,
Nigeria.
That's the
I
thing with
asked because
accusation. Because Nigeria was accusing Niger of being a safe haven for Boko Haram along with Chad. They will flee from the northern part and go into those different countries and have safe haven, regroup and then come back and attack the north again. So it's like,
Yeah,
these
that's why I'm
countries haven't been
completely
great neighbors to
confused.
their
And that's why,
neighbors. And now they want
Elvis,
their
that's why I
neighbors to
said
be
it
great
earlier.
neighbors to
Hold on.
them.
Calm down. That's why I was telling you guys earlier. I'm completely confused because when Boko Haram started, right? The Niger government back then were all French, kind of people, and then the Nigerian government is accusing Niger of, working with French that they won't, keeping, making their territory, France and Chad and Cameroon of having territory as a safe haven for Boko Haram. And the Nigerian government will say that when the Nigerian military chased them, the Niger will not allow the Nigerian military to cross the Niger, Cameroon, and Chad will not allow Nigerian military to cross the border and things. That's what they were saying.
Yeah,
But then
look,
when Niger now turned against the French and they're on it, I'm like, so why are you not working with them now? So what the fuck is the
yeah,
problem?
but
That's
even
what I'm
This
Tiani,
whole
saying.
thing is
but
confusing, man. Like,
even Tiani himself was saying that historically, when the Nigerian military were fighting the Boko Haram people in Maiduguri, they always have to, use a pathway within Niger to get to them, Because if you look at the northern map from Nigeria, it's like a bare land. It's not like there's a fucking barrier that separates Nigeria from Nigeria. It's just a fucking huge pole that has been installed over there to say, hey, this side of the land is in Nigeria and the other side of the land is Nigeria. It's just a flat land over there. Anybody can just move in and come back. There are like countless of videos that you see that on the Facebook or something like that. So,
I think
uh,
what I think, man. This is what I think is going on. I think at this point, I just think the old West Africa should just side with the Sahel guys, man. Just
Yeah,
work
right.
with
Yeah.
just work with the Russians. I'll be honest, like, because this is what I think. I
I don't
think
know.
after the whole Donald doctrine thing, Donald doctrine or Monroe doctrine that Trump did, that he doesn't want the Western adversary in Latin America. I'm like, oh, maybe this is what's going on. You don't want them in Africa either. That's why it's just
Exactly.
that's why you have to create your private
Man,
army too.
African goddess, man, they're not trying to create. Because even Tian was saying that, why the hell are they attacking the people of Niger? Over 99% of them are Muslims. What are they looking for? They can't be Muslims.
They want
What
to
do you,
power.
Django, don't come on this panel and try to take the blame
Oh,
from these
come
people.
on.
To me,
These are Islamic terrorists. They're not
honestly,
Christian terrorists
I
or
think
traditionalist terrorists.
man, come on.
the solution to me, like the Nigerian military, for example, they're making a lot of the soft weapons like the rifles and the machine guns. They're making them now. Very good. And we're starting to make drones. This is what I think. Just make hold on. What we need to do right now is just make millions of those weapons and just harm
You do is shut
our
up.
people.
Fuck you.
You understand? Our
Yeah, Bantu came up and started cussing already.
and just
They're good.
and just work together like every of those countries, the AES, the what do you call it? Like every of those countries, the ECOWAS. I think, to be honest, ECOWAS at this point, we just need to come together and just
Yeah, why can't
AES, and
my
we don't
question,
have,
Mike? Why can't our countries come together and just form one
that's what I'm
giant
saying.
army and
They
go
got to
and
work
kick the
together to
ass of
solve
those
this problem,
terrorists?
man. They just have to. They need to recognize that the real issue is external, man. Like
No, the thing is, I mean, I think we just gotta be. I think the reason why I've actually even joined is that I just wanted to give a perspective of in the Ghana situation, for instance, right? Like, if you look at the history of Ghana, right? When it comes to Pan Africanism, I mean, a lot of times people tend to mention Ghana because of Nkrumah, what he did in the early 50s and in the like late 50s or something like that, right? But during Nkrumah's time, Nkrumah had a lot of pushback from local groups within Ghana. I mean, I don't want to generalize, but a lot of it for people from some of the Akan subgroups, like the Achim, they are related to the Achim royal family, and one of their descendants is Akufo-Addo, who came to power. So Akufo-Addo's uncle, which is JB Dankwa, he was the one that gave Nkrumah a very tough time. I think they're one of the ones that actually brought Nkrumah from Europe at the time, or maybe from America, right? But Nkrumah realized that these people were trained by the West, and they wanted to achieve self-governance. I mean, just working by the British. So Nkrumah kind of saw them as like, man, these people they're just like the house Negroes, pretty much, right? So he can't really deal with them. And till today, the same people from the same family, have the same vitriol towards they had towards Nkrumah. And when it comes to international politics, a lot of Ghanaians just sound like the ones who oppose Nkrumah. They lean on Nkrumah's achievement to project themselves as being Pan Africanists. But
yeah, that's what
local,
we're saying, man. That's what
yeah,
St. James are
but
saying.
yeah, but local politics at home, they don't like Nkrumah, man. Because even the guy who killed Nkrumah, actually, the one who overthrew Nkrumah, Kotoka, right? Why is his name on the national airport of Ghana? Okay,
The guy airport,
Louis
exactly.
was absolutely right. He's a
So the victors go to sports, Zongo.
let me
Those
finish.
who win,
Let me
they
finish.
make the rules.
Hey,
Let me finish. Let me
Zondo,
finish.
didn't Nana Akufo's father help overthrow Nkrumah?
No, his uncle actually. His uncle.
His father was a prominent person in Ghana. I forgot what he
Yeah,
was. He was
his
like a
father was a
big.
prominent person, but his uncle is called Jibu Dankwa. They formed the United Party. That was the biggest opposition party. They actually worked with the CIA to help in overthrowing Nkrumah. Actually, there's a lot of books written about this, man. Even
Yes, but the action of a person's ancestor doesn't mean that they too
oh yeah,
feel the
but wait,
same
wait, wait,
way.
Oh,
oh wait,
trust
wait,
me,
wait, 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 wait,
the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, man.
Oh, come
wait,
So,
on,
wait,
Mike.
wait,
Your ancestors doing is not your
wait, wait,
doing, Mike.
huh?
wait. You are missing
Your
the point.
ancestors doing is not your
No, we're
doing.
not
You
talking
might
about
do something
ancestor here.
different than they did.
We're talking about parents, like just
Yeah,
not too
but
far
wait,
away. I mean,
The
this is
thing
not
is
like
that
great grandparent kind
That's
of
his uncle,
situation.
though. It's not his father, immediate
yeah,
family.
Uncle, yeah, man. Those
yeah,
are
but
elite families.
yeah, they are
They're
elite. They belong to the royal family. I mean, for me, I understand it because they are nationalists, man. If you look at the situation very critically, right? They're not Pan Africans, right? So what I'm saying is that when Louis come on this platform, don't be saying that Pan
You
African.
see those people that always shout Pan Africanism? They're
You
like people
understand?
that
But
always tell.
Lewis doesn't
Hold
have to
on,
follow
Zongo,
his
Zongo. You see
family
people.
political stance. He can be his own man and go a
Wait,
different path than his
Zongo, you know
family.
that person that always comes to you to say, "I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian." They're
yeah,
usually the worst people, man. Like,
yeah.
you know
But
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
obviously, let me just
The ones who hide that they're Muslim, they're even worse.
well,
The
but
Congo
let me
man
People
would say
always
they're
try to
worse.
advertise their ideology to you, their belief. They're
Look,
usually fake.
Elvis,
Like they
look.
just
Look, let me prove to you why they're still connected to his uncle. Because during his uncle's time, the party they had was called the United Party, right? It's from the same tradition that the MPP party emerged eventually over the time, right? Until today, if you go to the MPP party's website in the US, anybody can just Google today. They will say they are founded. One of their founding fathers is JB Dankwa. And JB, he was the he staged a lot of terrorist attacks, suicide bombing attacks. I can't remember, right? The guy actually died in prison, died in jail, actually. You know, he did a lot of suicide bombing attacks against Nkrumah.
Suicide bombing, so people went and bombed themselves.
Come on, Elvis, why are you trying to be a hypocrite,
I'm
man?
asking you a question. You said suicide bombing or just planting bombs in a car?
I mean, yes, suicide bombings. Yes, suicide bombings.
So human beings went and blew themselves up in hope of killing somebody else?
Hell yeah, in Ghana, it happened
trust
that.
me,
Did it, yo,
man.
there
Okay,
was
I'm actually to get understanding. I'm not arguing with you.
yeah, no. I'm just trying to tell, like,
Okay.
look, everybody knows in Ghana today, it's like a common thing. The
Didn't they
problem is that
put a bomb on the one little girl to go
yes,
up Nkrumah?
yes.
So
That's in
something like that.
yes, Kulungugu in the north. Yes, it happened. They gave a girl, a northern girl, a flowers that had bomb inside. There's actually a recent interview about Nkrumah's bodyguard disclosing that shit. A lot of Ghanaians do not know because most Ghanaians
Okay,
know.
so those guys were against Nkrumah,
Yeah.
right?
So for me, I don't have issues with that though. You get what I'm saying? The thing is that don't be playing divisive politics at home, but the people, the Africans that are from different countries and the diaspora, they don't know this, the nuanced differences at home.
They don't know, man.
Don't,
They,
yeah,
they
don't throw,
just
yeah, don't throw dust into their eyes. Don't try to like lean on Nkrumah's shoulder when at home. You don't like that guy
and
because
that's what I was trying to
But
prove earlier. Right?
Lewis made the point that he had a grandfather who was an Nkrumahist, as he puts it,
We
and
don't
who
know if
was
that's true
campaigning
though.
and fighting for Nkrumah.
but
But
the
people
party.
that family married into, they
Mhm.
were against Nkrumah. So he
Yeah.
made that
So let me.
distinction,
So that's what
and
I'm saying.
he fought on the side of an
So I'm just
Nkrumahist.
saying. So I'm
You
not
know,
saying.
we don't
I'm
know
just.
who's you know. There's
I'm
a
not
saying,
saying. I'm not
Elvis.
saying.
You know, all lizards lay on a
Yeah.
lay on their
Now, I'm
belly,
not
but
saying. I'm
you
not
don't know
saying.
which one the stomach is actually
Yeah,
Hey,
but
hurting.
I'm not
come
saying.
on, Mike. We're not talking about you
Yeah,
about
but I'm not
parables
saying.
here, man. Come on.
Yeah, but
I'm
I'm not
just
saying.
giving you water wisdom. You
But I'm not
know, you
saying.
from
But I'm not
Liberia.
saying.
You don't know.
Yeah, but I'm not
Okay,
saying.
okay,
I'm not
Mike.
saying.
All
I'm not
this is
trying to.
glitter on the stomach. I know that. I can
Look,
see
look.
it.
I'm not trying to generalize like all accounts like that. But I'm talking about like, the ones who are connected to the royal family. Even before the last political campaign that Muhammad came to power, the vice president of the opposition party made a very diamond statement about Nkrumah that like you should take Nkrumah and your people away. Look, there are articles about this situation on.
But why are you just harping this on Nkrumah? Nkrumah is not the end of be all, man.
No, I know. Look. The same people still exist today, and they are very one of the biggest opposition party today in Ghana today. You get what I'm saying? They are the ones that went and snitched against the AES, like Akufo-Addo. You see them went to the
Oh
United
boy.
States Party. Yeah, look,
Sango,
yeah,
man. That's what Lewis was
The
coming
guy
at
was
you when he
literally
was on,
snitching on that
man.
video,
I
man.
don't think that's snitching. That's
He
just
told that
cooperating with your partners.
they went to
look.
Moscow.
Hey,
How would
look,
you?
Zongo, let me
Why would
ask
you
you.
let him know they
That's
went
a
to
whole
Moscow? That's
government.
snitching.
That's not a kid snitching on his friend.
That was
Zongo,
snitching.
Zongo.
finish.
Let's say Ghana didn't, let the French set up shop. What are some of the consequences and repercussions of that if they just said, "Hell no," you're not French,
What you
you're not
say?
setting up shop.
But it would be the same thing. Like okay,
What you say?
Burkina Faso did it. What's the
Maybe
consequence?
the French will start a terrorist group too to go attack
Look,
Ghana and support them.
look. The French didn't come to set this thing. There's like this military corporation that they say they want to help Ghana fight galamsey, illegal gold mining in Ghana. I'm like, what the hell? Like, for real? Really? I mean, that's why, like,
But this is the guy that you support, Zongo. He's the one that's working with
yeah,
the
So
French.
that playbook is not new, man. They just
yeah,
told us in Nigeria they come to help us wipe out
yeah,
terrorists.
look, but the thing about look, guys, but look, if you guys really understand politics, right? Like the Kenyan administration came to power, right? If you come to power, it's not like you have a full grip over the whole like system. The opposition party can actually set a system for you to fail. It's gonna take time over time to have a full grip. They can even have people within like the judiciary. High, they can appoint people at higher level positions that can sabotage your
It's
government.
the government. The
Yeah, but
government.
if
It's
you
the
understand,
government.
look.
Stop
Hey,
complaining, Zongo,
hey,
because
cue up the song, Carla. Cue up
yeah,
the
Yeah,
the
song.
people that you supported
Zongo, you
now are
really
proven
not
to be
answering my
Western
question.
collaborators, also, Zongo. So stop the cap.
Yeah,
Check out, brother.
Don't try to switch the blame, Zongo. Your
Zongo,
people are Western collaborators too.
look,
Zongo
look.
talking like a politician. You just done
Look,
Right.
no, because I used to be a politician myself. Trust me.
bullshit.
You know what I'm saying? But
What office was he running for? Goat herder?
but wait, guys. So for me, I'm not like for me. I'm just let you know like the reality on the ground. That way, like you guys, because I don't want you to kind of generalize like the whole Ghana like they are like that. There's a section of Ghanaians that really are very open and very embracive of Pan Africans, right? And there's a huge section of them too that are not Pan Africans, and then they don't
What's
give
the
a damn.
percentage we would say? Zongo, what's the percentage?
Huge, 50-50, man.
50-50?
Yes.
Ghanaians are mostly known as nationalists. They love to protect their Ghanaian asset, so to speak. They don't let foreigners go in the country and take up jobs. They have policies that exclude, other Africans. So they're nationalistic.
Not entirely so, right? Because I mean, if you want to say that, because I mean, the national chief imam of Ghana is from Kanuri, and then even the last time Kay, who's a Ghanaian, was saying that even the current administration they are appointing one ambassador to the UAE. I mean, he has Yoruba descent. He lives in Ghana for a long time. I mean, everybody's not like that. And once you live in the country and you've assimilated into the Ghanaian society, why not? It's not the whole country there like that. There are certain they're like the current political party. If you live in the country, assimilate into the culture, and then you're very competent, why not? They give you a position over there.
Yeah, you didn't answer my question at all and
They
shit.
not finna give you no position in the government, man. Stop.
But you asked me about French. French, they don't have an established military base in Ghana. They just came to do some military how do you call
So you
activity.
so you support that, right, Zongo?
Like what?
That the
No,
French came to do some military training?
no, I don't support that actually.
Oh,
Because
you
I
don't
mean,
support that? Why not?
no. Look,
Are you afraid St. James is gonna get on your ass?
I don't have no issues with St. James actually. I don't have no issues with St. James. You get what I'm saying?
Say it with your chest, man.
But the point I'm trying to say, look,
Zago the one that smoked,
Zago's
man.
scared. I don't want
look,
no smokers and drinks, man.
let me just say this. Let me just say that. Look,
So I think you're
if
full of
there's
shit.
if there's smoke, look, if there's smoke with St.
But
James,
but
we
but don't
can
they
go
know?
there, man. But
This
today
whole
we're speaking
military
about
training
politics. Wait,
thing.
wait.
They
Today,
understand,
today,
bro. Okay.
Nah,
look,
today we speaking
Where,
about
where is
strange
where is
today,
fruit.
Lewis, man?
today,
Lewis
Carla,
need to
what
come
made
and
you
today
put
we're
bring
talking
up
about
ghetto
that
ass
politics.
subject
for
anyway?
Zango, man.
Today we're talking about politics. We're trying to help to understand, like, about the
Are you working?
politics within
Are you
the
working for
seven.
the
You
French?
have a side, Zango. The thing with politics is that it's never one side being the true side. There's
Oh,
always two sides. So you're
look.
saying your side, Lewis is saying his side. We're not going to take your side because you're
Zongo,
against Lewis.
But
Zongo,
look,
you know what Louis called you?
what did you say? What
He
did you say?
called you a Muslim something. You see what he was referring to, right? He calling the Zongo people. You see, that's
Man,
why he was calling you. He referred to you as
man,
the. So he
man,
said, you are the one feeding me the
Yeah, he's
information.
called Zongo everything in the world, man.
man, Louis is a clown, man.
Zango's a traitor, man. He's not a true
Hey,
Ghanaian, man.
Louis is a clown. Let him pull out for me right now. I'm waiting for him.
Oh, leave Zango shut up. You ain't gonna break. You ain't gonna
You
bust
don't
a
want
break.
that smoke with Sante,
Lewis
man.
is a crazy man. Lewis will have you in a chokehold, dying for breath,
You don't
man.
want
You
that
can't
smoke
fight
with
Lewis, man.
Sante,
You don't want it
man.
with
Kala,
Louis, man. That's a Pan
Zongo.
Look. Wait, guys. I think this thing has to be said because even in Ghana, like, look, I'm not having issues with the MPP party. You get what I'm saying? The argument that they are saying they have a very legitimate claim because historically, people that came from the royal family or connected to the royal, they were the ones that lead. You get what I'm saying? When the new system came, the whole new nation state Ghana came, they felt they want to rule. You get what I'm saying? And they're very nationalistic in their thinking. The point that I'm saying is that if that is what your approach is just come out clean, bro.
Hey,
Like,
Zongo, I got a question, right? What was the margin of victory in the last election between the two parties?
mhm.
What was the margin of victory?
The last election. I can't be able, I wouldn't be able to tell you by percentage.
Was it a landslide? Was it close?
But it was a landslide. The Muhammad won by I think 2 point something million votes.
Is it just based on popular vote or
They just
based
didn't
on
like
constituents?
Akufo-Addo, man. He became, Ghanaians were really tired of him, man. He was like he became.
Hey, they voted him twice, bro.
Yeah, but the guy that represented
They didn't
himself.
like his vice president, but they like
No, wait,
Akufo-Addo.
but the vice president was the same vice president. It was the one that
Yeah,
went for.
he was the second on the ticket. He wasn't the first. Akufo-Addo was the first on the
Yeah,
ticket. Most people vote for the first person on the ticket.
but the guy, see, the vice president. If you look at him, he seems like a very genuine person, right? But many people believe that he's an extension of Akufo-Addo. That's why people never voted for him. You get what I'm saying? It's just
They
that.
voted for Akufo-Addo twice. He had no more elections to run. He won
Oh,
twice. His term was up. He was gone.
He
So
was very
don't put the
unpopular. He
loss
was
on him.
very unpopular, though. Zongo, do you remember watching a video of Akufo-Addo criticizing the French heavily? You remember that video?
I saw the video where he criticized Macron right to his face, and that was a stand-up thing to do as an
Right.
African man.
He was saying like they don't want no freebies anymore. It's like it's gonna be on aid. That's what he was saying.
Mhm.
They don't want no aid. They are not beggars.
Right, and that's a powerful thing to say. What's wrong
Yeah,
with
there
that?
was one when they
wait.
said that French has to stay away from Africa or something like that. He said something in there.
But he was lying though. Because
Yeah, that was lying.
Oh man, you guys, you just hate the Ashanti, man.
He was
You just a hater,
No,
son.
but Zongo, I ain't gonna lie to you. Louis mad at you. He said you fed me a lot of information to go at him. He called you Muslim. He said
You lucky Lewis have
he
a
called me.
emergency right now.
He said I come from the poorest country. You see the pattern, right? You see the pattern of these people, right? They're always ready to demean others. And they want to call us brothers. They want to call us
Is
good
that
neighbors.
true,
But
Zongo?
every
If
time,
Lewis catches you, Zongo, he's gonna
Y'all just
stuff
be
you with
faking,
dogoon.
huh?
Hey,
Y'all just be faking, huh, Zongo?
hey, I'm waiting on Louis. Let him pull up on me, man. Let him pull up on me. I'm over here.
but
You're lucky Lewis is busy right now,
Zongo,
man.
that stuff we pulled yesterday, man, that guy was choking, man. About the video, that guy was about the chief, right?
Oh yeah.
First time he was choking.
Look, even in the comment
Zongo be
section,
putting out secrets and stuff, sharing the secrets with St. James, man.
it's not.
That's some treacherous shit, Zongo.
Wait. Look, in the comment section, there's this guy called K. He's from Ghana, actually. He's from the Guan ethnic group. He knows this. A lot of things that I say, he never denies that. He just that he doesn't want to come on the platform to talk. It's a common
Zongo's trying to bring down the Ashanti a couple pairs because they dominate his people in Ghana.
Look. I don't have no issues with no Ashanti.
Nah, that's not true, Zongo. You always talk shit against the
And
Ashantis.
Zongos don't even exist in Ghana. They just some no. Fuck.
That's true, man. That's why Zongo hates their calm people, man. He said, "You guys humiliate me in your country. I'll go out there and expose everything about you." That's his whole modus operandi. That's don't laugh, Zongo. That's some sucker shit, bro.
Look. If you really know what Zango means, you don't even speak about this kind of thing. You don't know nothing about the Zangos, man. You're acting like Zango's like an ethnic.
Nagmizi say that they're the dirtiest people. They're the dirtiest Muslims. They kill their animals and the blood is running all in the ghettos. So I don't know if that's true.
Zango is like an immigrant enclave. It's not.
It's like a street guy, man. It's like
Look. There's every ethnic group in West Africa living in Zambia.
Yeah, it's like the deplorables, the lower class.
The wandering tribe of West Africa.
It's like the lower class, man, the ghetto boys.
Elvis, you want to see the Liberians in Ghana? It's not looking pretty. We
I'm not talking about
your
Liberians.
people in
Liberians don't
Ghana.
claim to be Ghanaians.
No, I know about you. Your people ain't living pretty in Ghana.
We have Ghanaians in Liberia too.
Yeah, I know, but your people ain't living pretty in Ghana. They always complain about the living conditions.
Yeah. They when they're doing war. Yeah.
Right. So now you got a Pan African who's not even treating your people the right way. You understand?
Who's the Pan African?
When Akufo was there claiming Pan Africanism, calling the diaspora come in, Liberia were there like struggling. I've seen videos of your people in Ghana. They were struggling.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He wasn't helping.
He was spreading to our country, man.
And
I
he
like
was
a coup for
expelling.
that.
Some of the Liberians were being expelled back to Liberia because they
Rightfully so.
overstayed it.
They've
Yeah,
been there for over 20,
right.
20 some
And
years.
right, they expelled
Nothing wrong with
Liberia and they
that.
welcomed the diaspora. That's the kind of Pan-Africanism we're talking about.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good because Liberians they
That's
have
not
money to
good.
give. Oh, it's
It's
good.
not good.
Ghana helped us a lot. A lot. They helped the Liberians. They settled them there in the what's the refugee camp name? Forgot the camp name. But they settled them there. They helped them for a long time, and it was time to go back home. When you're a refugee, you don't have permanent status in another country. You know, if they ask you to
Why,
leave
why
after
they
you're
don't why
welcome,
they don't help them acquire permanent status if they would like to stay?
hey, that's
Because
how
they
it
ain't got
works,
no
man.
because they ain't got no money.
Yeah, because they're
Yeah,
poor.
so Ghana doesn't want to
Ghana
take
want
your
people that
poor.
have money, man.
So Ghana is too big. They don't want to take your poor.
Yeah, they don't have to take our poor.
Oh, okay, I get you. It's not Pan Africanism though. It's something else.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, let's come up with a name.
Ghana is their own country.
Look, look,
No,
We're
I
not
get
their
you. But
responsibility.
You
I
know
get
what
that.
it's
I get
about,
that. There's
Saint
nothing
James.
wrong.
but guys,
Show me the money. That's
guys, look,
all.
it's kind of really complicated, right? Because if you really want to look at the history of even the Zan communities in Ghana, a lot of the groups over there historically, I mean, majority of them are not even from ethnic groups that come from Ghana too, anyway. But over time, there's a lot of mixing with people from Ghana, and they also assimilate into the Ghanaian culture. So you can't say like, on one hand, they're, you know what I'm saying? In most cases too, like they don't have no issues with people that comes. Maybe it depends on the region where those Liberians settled. There are
Most
certain
of them were saying Butu Buram, camp in that area.
maybe from the I think maybe central or maybe western region. Okay, they might have to relocate and go to city. If they stay in the zone community, most people don't
No,
have it.
a lot of them kind of went and left, and then there was some of them who kind of just stay
If you
on the fringes of
it's
society.
like Zango is almost like like how they call it like in America. What's the name of the place for immigrants? How they call it?
Alice Island,
No, like in America, the place where immigrants mostly live and they don't have no issues with them in the big cities. How they call it?
Sanctuary City.
Like it's like a sanctuary city. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's like a sanctuary city. Everybody, you go there, you find every tribe over there living from this in West Africa. Yeah, it's not like
Louis
yeah.
ate your gut, man.
Uh,
I
Oh,
think
it's
you guys,
not gonna be talking shit, man.
man, look, man, Lewis, man, I debated with Lewis a couple of times with college shows, man. I've debated with, I mean, Elvis knows that, man. I've debated with Lewis over here before. Look, the same thing I
Nah,
said about the
Lewis is telling you that he is your elder, and
Yeah,
you
he always
disrespect him
call
on the
you the
show, and
elder,
that's
yeah,
not
but
permissible, son.
yeah,
and he
but
always
Elvis,
make you
Elvis,
shut
Elvis,
up.
Elvis, you have you heard what he was calling me?
That's what I said. I didn't agree with him. I told him to not do that, but I'm talking about Zango.
Okay.
They come
yeah,
from a similar
okay,
culture, and he's
yeah,
disrespecting his elder.
whatever I said about the article, the MPP or the son, I said that in front of Lewis the last time we
Yeah, but
debated on Ghana.
St. James is Lewis's elder.
What? What do you mean by that,
Yeah.
Carla?
How you know?
He's old enough to be Lewis's father.
Yeah. I'm older than Louis, bro.
Oh, okay.
Are you older than Lewis or just?
Yeah.
No, that's not true,
7
man.
years old.
No,
Yeah.
Oh,
That's bullshit. St. James sound like he's in his 30s, man. You don't sound like he's older than
congratulations,
Lewis.
man.
Lewis is
7
not a
years
kid,
old.
man. Lewis is not a kid,
Lewis
man.
is 56 years old, man. What are you talking about?
Hey, Lewis always try. Like, anytime I come with this stuff, Lewis try to tell me I gotta greet him first before I
Yeah,
talk.
you gotta greet the man. That's your elder, Zongo.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
you
might be
know
a
what's up,
little.
Zongo.
Now look,
Like,
my Lewis.
Lewis is big homie than you, Zongo. He's your big homie.
yeah,
Oh
I've been a
yeah, that's
big
true.
homie, you Zongo. You better
Mm.
respect your
That's
elder.
yeah, but we can't keep on doing that all the time though. Like, we gotta stop.
And
We gotta.
then you go to the man's adversary telling all this
Hey,
business, man.
Carla.
Giving St. James ammunition to
Hey,
come and fight
Hey,
against
Tyler,
Lewis,
you
man.
gotta play the government
but
song. Zongo in here trying to
but
blame the
that is
government
not
again.
look. But that is not an adversary. What I'm trying to say is that even the Ashanti king himself said that verbatim that Ashanti historically in the past the Ashanti women married mostly men to become strong. How is it
Who
that
cares?
No,
it made the
Lewis said that before that the men was fighting too many wars. A
No,
lot
but
of men was
Elvis,
dying,
Elvis,
and
let me
they had
ask
to
you a
No, he
marry other
never
question.
men
But
said
to put up their
Elvis. He
numbers.
never said they did it
Elvis,
to get
no.
strong. He never
Oh,
said that.
that's what he said. That's what he said, man. That's what he said.
No, no.
Hey, He
See,
said,
Bantu have the Ghanaian, man. He's not going to take any Ghanaian slander
No,
tonight,
no, no, no,
man.
no, no. You know I got part Ghanaian now. You can't fuck with me, Zongo. You gotta respect your elders, boy. I'll start talking to him like Lewis.
But 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 Zongo. So, but
if the chief has said that in the past, right? Shouldn't Lewis respect me a little more? Respect where we come from? Shouldn't he respect that a little bit more?
I mean, look,
I mean, St. James, you did say you
But
was
you
going to give
told
him the
him you was gonna
Sahelian
give him the
treatment, man.
Sahel
That's a
treatment,
threat, man.
man.
Look,
You see, right? You see, like someone like you see. When I say the Sahel treatment, Zongo know the Sahelian. He knows Sahel.
Hey man,
He know
everybody
how
knows
we.
You
that,
didn't say like it was a good welcome. They're going to
No,
fix
no, no, no,
breakfast for
no.
him.
Elvis,
It was like we're going to whoop your ass. That's the
Elvis,
thing we got from it.
Sahelians, right? Sahelians, we don't like to be. You don't make threats to a Sahelian like I'm gonna whoop you. I'm gonna do this. Like, bro, like when I say I'm gonna give you the treatment, it's like, bro, don't threaten me. Don't do that to me. You know, like that. He was doing that to me a lot. Like when I went to diners, he said, "Fuck you." Bro. I'm like, bro.
Lou is just a belligerent, but you know he's not going.
But you see, right?
Lewis is a
You
thought. Look, let me even tell you this. Look, anybody that knows Ghana and knows his own community, even K cannot attest to that. Like Lewis cannot even come to a person from Jungle and tell that kind of talk in front of him, man. You know what I'm saying?
Lewis be drunk and
It's
shit,
just
man.
an internet talk, you know. All of us, you know, we just come on this platform, we just do
Oh,
it.
y'all gonna kick his ass if he start talking crazy like that?
Of course, man, they're gonna beat him, man. They're gonna beat his ass.
Man, we're gonna make him walk naked back home, bro.
They're gonna beat him,
Trust
man.
me, he's gonna hold his clothes and walk naked. Trust me.
They're gonna
He
beat him.
won't be doing that in face to face. That's what I was like, bro. Stop that. Stop that.
Yeah. Look. The thing is like, look.
That's what you guys like to do, make man walk naked.
Elvis. Look. What I'm trying to say is that they are trying to create a picture. Because I mean, look, even recently, the former defense minister of Ghana trying to paint the image of Traore in a very bad light, right? Trying to look, but the current administration in Ghana do not have issues with Burkina Faso. And that is what I'm here to do, to set the record straight, because there are people within Ghana that do not like the
Shango, you
administration.
just like foreigners because you're a foreigner, man.
Oh, man, shut up, man. Look, that one is trying to create that image that there's a friction between both sides, and it's not there, you know. So I'm just only here to set the record straight, you
Well,
know.
you know, Zango, to be honest with you, right? A lot of Africans are like, you know, they're lukewarm. They're not against Traore, but they're like not on fire for him. So when you see something like what happened with Ghana, like we had the show with Diners earlier last week, and people were like, "Oh, Ghana, how can he do that?" You know, blah 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 blah. And I'm trying to explain to these guys, like, yes, it's not a threat to Burkina Faso. I don't think they see that as a threat, even though St. James is implying that every time France lose a colony, they like to come right next door and antagonize them with their presence being right next to them. But I don't think Ghana is going to do anything against the French or against the Burkinabes, right? The French are there to do certain training.
Oh, but come on, man. I was really, yeah, like, you know about democratic. I mean, come on, Elvis, you know better. But Elvis, you know what? Sometimes you are very disingenuous, you know?
What do you
You
mean
of
it does,
all
Zango?
people, you of all people that know about democratic politics, you want to act like you don't know nothing about
What did I
democratic.
do? What did I do, Zango? What did I do?
Shut up, man. You're not an honest person. I'm not gonna
He
talk.
being disingenuous, Zongo. Call him
What did
out
I
on that
do?
shit. Call him out
What
on
did
that
I
shit,
do,
man.
Zango? Oh, somebody's trying to come up, Carla. This is a new person. He's trying to come up real quick. I know we're trying to close
Yeah, I
out.
just said it over here that
Benuku.
I just said over here like the average, account person has no issues with are not they don't ha- we don't nobody has issues with them. It's just like the political party that have a very a tradition of not being Pan African. I mean, and I'm just trying to highlight the reality. But Elvis trying to paint it like, oh, this is
No.
this.
That's not what I was talking about. I'm talking about like I'm talking about the French being in Ghana, right? And that it's not a affront to the the Burkina leadership. It's something that Ghana has been doing even when Compaore was there and other subsequent leaders came in. So Ghana has have a long standing relationship with the United States and France. So now that Burkina Faso is kind of getting rid of the French, should Ghana also, in solidarity, get rid of the French? Also, that's my
I mean,
question.
look.
Yeah, they should. In
I mean,
solidarity
no. Look, the
and Pan
French are look.
Africanism.
The French are over there, but not any kind of like military, drills or something like
So
that.
tell it to your brother St. James. Explain it to him.
No, look. Ghana's
Oh,
political stand, Ghana's historical political stand has always been friends to everybody and enemies to none. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
That's like the geopolitics. That's where they stand on that.
what? Is that in your constitution, Zongo?
No. I mean, when it comes to like
Or are you just talking? Like,
Diplomacy.
Okay,
when it
Zongo,
comes to diplomacy, yeah.
based on the video that you just
They don't want to
mentioned
side. They
about
don't want to side with the West and over Russia. They will do with the West, and
right.
you get what I'm saying, and like in Russia too. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
because Ghana don't want to really deal
but
with Russia. They rather deal with
that's
the
a good
West than Russia.
question that he
Zongo,
asked,
they
though.
do with the Russia, man. They do with the Russia. Like
Don't you
they
think
have
they
right.
should get
they do
the
with
French
Russia.
out too if they in
Based on
solidarity?
the new development, right? That the guy was saying, the guy from the MPP party against Traore, right? You have seen Traore run Burkina Faso. Have you ever seen him talk about Ghana through his action and in his speech? Has he
No,
say
no,
anything about Ghana?
no.
So you see the level of disrespect that come from Ghana, some Ghanaian politicians against
Yeah,
Burkina and his leadership,
I
right?
don't know what he's
So like when you decide to respond, someone like Louis will come on here, right? And will get mad, he will become belligerent about us. And I told Louis, I'm gonna keep putting the pressure on you guys, right? Because for a very long time we kept quiet. Even when Adu came to the United States, you didn't see Burkina Faso
because
express their
people
resentment
genuinely.
towards. We didn't do it because we know the relationship we have with Northern Ghana. So we don't want to behave
But
in a
what's the
certain way. But
relationship in Northern Ghana? Why
man,
just Northern Ghana?
yeah, the tribes, man. The Mosi tribe got the Dagombas, people that live in Ghana. We have strong tie with the Northerners in Ghana.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they used to have an empire called the Moli Dagbana, which is
yeah,
comprised of the Dagombas,
yeah,
Nanonas, I think, and Mampuses and Moses. They were together like historical, like
yeah,
one. Is the Berlin Conference that kind of separated that group, because
yeah.
Moses and this thing, like in terms of culture and everything, they are connected with more with Northern Ghanaians over there from that angle.
But what percentage of Burkina Faso is Mosi?
56%.
56. Okay.
Yeah, we're the majority, bro.
But Traore is not Mosi, right?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
So yeah, so it's not really about tribal kind of thing.
It's
I
not.
mean,
It's not. It's
look,
not. They're making it.
look. Elvis, look. The reality is that everybody, like, when you listen to the story, right? Because I've listened to even Tiani in a lot of his interviews in the house. Like, it looks like we come from the English-speaking African countries, we don't really understand what they are really facing. You get what I'm saying? And a lot of time we tend to take more democratic stance on this kind of like, or maybe political stance on this issue. Or we can deal with anybody because we have the free will. Of course, we have the free will, but at this time, like when it comes to like security, like people can really cause divisions
So
among
why can't they ask for it, Zango? Why can't they come and say, look, these three countries, for example, Benin, Ghana, and maybe Nigeria, we need you guys in solidarity with us as your brothers, not to deal with
They've said
France.
it. They've said it, man.
They
They've
said
said
it?
it. Yes.
Well, I've
But
never heard it, of course, maybe because I don't speak French.
They've said it and never had that part they left.
No, what I'm not just saying it, right? But going there and going through the diplomatic channels and making that request and see what
that's the reason why they left the ECOWAS, because they feel like, hey,
is that true, St. James?
I mean, even Muhammad. Look, there's an
Stop yelling, Zango. I'm getting a different perspective.
Elvis,
Is
let
that
me ask
true?
you a question. Who control
Elvis is not
ECOWAS?
an honest man.
Who control ECOWAS?
I mean, if you want to say the external
No.
forces like the Europeans,
Okay, like
fine.
give me a name. Give me a name.
Nigeria?
Just give me a name. Who control ECOWAS?
Hey, Kyla, you over there? No, it's mostly foreign. It's founded by mostly foreign powers, European Union and others.
Right.
Majority of the funds. That's where it
So,
comes from.
which European president spoke the most about ECOWAS? Elvis.
Here we go, Elvis.
Man, Elvis know that he's gonna
I
pretend.
don't know nothing, man. I'm ignorant.
Fucking white, the white man Elvis.
Right.
Go
So
ahead,
you
man.
never seen the one of the European president that spoke the most about ECOWAS? You don't know who that is?
Okay, let's say France, right, St. James? Say
Okay.
France. Okay.
Okay. You
No,
got
no,
it.
Go ahead.
Elvis is playing politics. Look,
I know.
No, I'm saying, bro, like, look, this is a common sense thing. As Zongo said it, I've never heard it. Maybe that's why I'm asking you.
no, that's a
Which
lie.
So if these
European
three
president?
countries,
Zongo, let me ask Elvis a
if these
question
three
again.
countries came together and said, look, in solidarity with
They
us, can you
can't
not
do
work with
nothing,
France? Have
Elvis.
they
They
made that
can't do
request?
shit.
Elvis,
It's
it
the
has
white
been
man
done.
that
It has
speaks
been
all
done.
of
Let
this
me let
shit.
me
They
let me
can't
let me
do
let me
shit.
let me let me let me pull
They
your
can't
quote
think for
again.
themselves.
Which European
You hear
president
me?
call one of the at a specific moment? He called one of the chairman of ECOWAS and told him this is going to call him so he can put sanction on the African country. Which European president did that?
I mean, don't. This is not Jeopardy, man. I don't know the answers to all the
Yeah,
questions, man.
I mean, you want to you listen,
Okay, it's
Elvis. When you
France.
want to
It's
debate
France. It's France.
Sahel,
It's France. Go ahead.
when you want to debate Sahel, get your facts, get a
It's
lot
not.
of
It's not a
information.
debate. I'm
That's the
asking to
No, no, no.
same
learn.
thing.
I'm a
It's a
student here,
conversation. When
bro.
it's a
That's the same
debate,
thing
right? What is the
Kyrie
I'm a
debate
said.
or a
student asking questions,
conversation?
bro.
No, get there for because like Elvis Zongo just told you. You guys coming from the Francophones, there's a lot of things you don't know. So when I give you information, you gotta understand why would a French president worry about ECOWAS? Why would a French president worry about ECOWAS?
Well, the French have interest in this country,
All
don't they?
right. So why is he making it clear? So that can the African president talk about the European Union openly, like voices his opinion?
Well,
How they should,
we know
how
the
should run a
world
European
order, right?
country? Like, bro, are you serious?
We know the world order. You
Bro,
know.
Zongo, Elvis, listen.
Look, Elvis is a
I've been in a
pretend.
predicament, right,
Look,
where
Kenya,
we have taken everything,
Kenya,
right,
Kenya, look,
but
Kenya, let me say this. Look, Elvis, look, he knows that, but he's just playing like